I felt it let go. Right there, in the middle of me, the thing I had spent 10,000 years learning how to build came apart like a badly tied knot, and every scrap of power I had crammed into it decided it wanted out. All of it, at once. The floor of my chamber was paved with gemstones. Emperors have been buried in less. They lasted maybe a tenth of a second. Then the walls started making a noise I had honestly never heard stone make before. A long, low groan, like the mountain itself was disappointed in me. Those walls were cut from D-grade ore. That stuff shrugs off a full power hit from a domain lord. It was not supposed to have opinions. Then it was over, and it was just me, sitting cross-legged in a fog of powdered treasure, breathing. Failed, I said, to nobody. There was nobody down here but me. There had been nobody down here but me for a very long time. Third attempt in 10,000 years. And this one had been the good one. I drained 90% of my empire's reserves for this. I borrowed a genuinely humiliating amount of money from my father-in-law, a man who has never once let me forget it. I bought a bottle of heavenly purification water at auction for a number with enough zeros that the auctioneer stopped and read it back to himself, and I drank it, and it healed 99% of the damage in my body. 99. The last 1% was the part that mattered. I opened my hands and looked at them. They still ached, the way your fingers ache when you've been gripping something too hard for too long. Somewhere behind my ribs there was a hole shaped exactly like the life core I had failed to grow in it. 120 years. That was what I had left. For most people that's a lifetime and a half. For me, it was the amount of time it takes to notice you're out of time. What I did not know, sitting in that dust, was that in about 4 hours a man I had very nearly refused to see would walk into that room with 5 children behind him, and one of those children was going to hand me back my entire life, 100 times over. My name is Chen Guoliang. At that moment, I was 90,000 years old. I was the founder and the resident god of a small empire, and I was going to die of old age in a hole in the ground because of an injury I got when I was 22. Let me be very clear about the injury, because it is the whole story. I was not born in that hole. I was born on Maple Leaf Planet back when Maple Leaf Planet still thought it was the entire universe. No spaceships, no aliens, just mountains and rivers and a bunch of people hitting each other with swords over farmland. I woke up there one day with a head full of memories from a life I definitely had not lived on that planet, which is a sentence I have never once said out loud to anyone, and I got to work. 100 years later, I was the strongest thing on the planet. I could flip a mountain range if I was in a mood. I unified the whole world, put a crown on my own head, and named the place the Maple Leaf Empire, and for about 10 minutes I was the biggest deal in the sky. Then the sky came down, a ship landed, slave hunters. To be fair to them, they were not villains twirling mustaches, they were professionals with a purchase order. I killed 2 of them before they got serious, which for a planetary level nobody swinging at astral rank professionals is genuinely a good day, and then they got serious, and they put me on my face in front of my own people. They took everyone. Every fighter above a certain grade got a chip in the back of the neck and a price tag. And then they did the smart thing, the thing that still makes my jaw tighten 90,000 years later. They didn't strip the planet and leave. They left cultivation manuals behind, basic ones. They set my world up as a farm and taught the farm how to grow. Billions of people planted and harvested forever. They kept me because I'd killed 2 of theirs while I was still nothing, and that made me an investment instead of a product. They fed me resources my whole planet couldn't have produced in 1,000 years, and I ate every single one of them and asked for more because I had worked out very early that the only exit from a cage is through the bars. A century later, I broke into universe rank and comprehended the light domain, and my owners were thrilled, and they pointed me at rival slaving outfits and star pirates and said, "Go." So I went. For a long, long time. I clawed my way up to universe rank 8 on scraps, and then I hit the interesting part, which is that at the next step up, a domain lord's power burns the chip out. The man who owned me knew that. He sat me down and gave me 2 options, like a considerate employer. Option 1, stay at universe rank 8 for the rest of your natural life. Never advance, never leave. Option 2, enter the giant axe life and death battle. 1,000 consecutive wins earns you the Great Axe title, and the title comes with legal freedom, witnessed and enforced. Survival rate approaching 0. He genuinely thought he was being generous. If I died, he got a payout. If I won a few, he got a bigger payout. Nobody, including him, including the bookmakers, including me, thought I was walking out of that arena. I took option 2. Not because I was brave, because the other option was 1,000 more years of being a tool that got put back in the drawer at night, and there is a limit to how many nights of that a person can do. I am not going to walk you through those 1,000 fights. I don't walk myself through them. What I will tell you is that I won them, and that the price was the last 1%. My body came out of that arena held together by scar tissue and stubbornness. My foundation, the deep part, the part everything else stands on, was cracked all the way through. And a cracked foundation means you can pile as much power on top of it as you like, but you will never, ever grow the life core that makes a domain lord, free man, great axe warrior, legend of an entire star field, career ceiling, permanently sealed at 22 years old by people whose names I never learned. The great axe battleground wouldn't recruit me after that. Damaged goods. So I went and did the only thing left, which was mercenary work, for tens of thousands of years, in every ugly corner of the black, saving up. And eventually I had enough, and I went back. And I bought my planet. Cash. Like a used ship. That's the empire. That's the throne. I built the Maple Leaf Empire out of a receipt. As for the men who owned me, some other big fish in Black Dragon Mountain ate that whole organization about 80,000 years ago over something completely unrelated. I found out from a news broadcast. I sat with that for a while. There's a version of me that would tell you closure is closure. That version of me is lying. So, 90,000 years, one empire, one dead career, and 120 years on the clock. Sitting there in the dust, I did something I have almost never done, which is, I let myself off the hook. 90,000 years, I thought. What exactly are you complaining about? If I'd landed in one of those worlds where the emperors top out at 10,000 years, my bones would be a rumor by now. And the strangest thing happened. Something deep in me, deeper than the life core, deeper than the injury, loosened. Just slightly, like a belt notch, and something else started to sprout in the gap. I didn't get to look at it because the air in front of me bent and a big black dog-headed shape made out of light politely appeared and ruined the moment. Master. That's Zargon, my intelligent life. He looks like a kobold, he sounds like a butler at a funeral, and he has never once in his existence had a sense of timing. The third son of Chuying Star has returned, he said. He has brought the 5 most outstanding geniuses the Empire has produced in the last 100 years and requests an audience. Right. That. It had been 100 years already. Send them in, I said, and stood up out of the wreckage of a treasury. The third son is a man called Wei Zheng, and if you want to know what kind of empire I built, he's the answer. Wei Zheng's ancestors were people I dug out of a star pirate holding pen. He was born in captivity. His job before I found him was breaking a new stock for the pirates. When I brought him home and looked him over, I could have given him a title and a palace and let him rot comfortably. Instead, I gave him a job. Grow me geniuses. He built Chuying Star from nothing. A whole world that exists to find the one child in 100 million who's worth something and pour everything into them. He's been running it for thousands of years, and he was so good at it that eventually he talked me, the terrifying ancestral entity who lives in a hole, into coming up once a century to look at his best students. The door slid open and he came in first, gray robe, mysterious air, absolutely convinced he's the most impressive man in any room. Behind him, 5 kids. They hit my pressure about 3 steps in and went down like their strings were cut. Wei Zheng's knees hit the stone with a crack that made me wince. The 5 behind him didn't even look up. Get up, everyone. One of them chanced a glance while standing, and I watched his whole face reorganize itself. They expect a mountain with a beard. They get a pleasant young man on a rock. It gets them every time. Wei Zheng. I looked at him properly for the first time in a century, and I did not enjoy what I saw. Thousands of years, and you're still at the 9th stage of stellar. Growing new blood for the Empire matters. Your own cultivation matters too. If you don't break into universe rank, you have, what, 1,000 years left, maybe. I'm a good doctor. When you spend tens of thousands of years fighting your own body, you learn to read other people's like a chart. He had 1,000 years and change, and both of us knew I wasn't guessing. He looked up at me with the calmest face in the room. If the old ancestor hadn't pulled me out back then, I'd have burned with the pirates, he said. Every year since has been a gift. Universe rank. I put that down a long time ago. Rather than spend the Empire's resources gambling on a slim chance, I'd rather put everything into Chuying Star. Watching one crop of seedlings after another come up, that's enough for me. There was a version of that sentence that would have been noble. This was the other version. That was a man who had decided he was finished and had made peace with it because peace was cheaper than hope. I said nothing. What was I going to offer him? I was broke. I was in debt to 2 separate powers. I was, at that exact moment, the poorest 90,000-year-old in the galaxy. So I looked at the kids instead. 3 boys, 2 girls, 4 of them plain human bloodlines. The 5th one had a pair of short, dark purple horns coming out of his skull with little arcs of electricity crawling between them, which is the Horn Thunder Clan, which is rare enough on my planet that I actually leaned forward. I ran my mental energy over all 5 of them, gently, the way you'd check fruit. And over the horned one's head, a line of text appeared. Let me be precise about this because it's the hinge my entire life swings on. Not a voice, not a scroll, text. written in something that was clearly law itself, hanging in the air where nobody but me could see it. Name, Tianlong. Age, 28. Rank, planetary 9th order. Rating, 3rd class genius. Can take on apprentices. Base return ratio, 100 times. I sat very still. A cheat. After 90,000 years, I had a cheat. Now, I'd like to tell you my first emotion was awe. My first emotion was a kind of stunned outrage, because let's review the timing here. 90,000 years. Slavery, the arena, the injury, the debt, the failed breakthroughs, the 120 years. And the universe waits until the meter is basically at 0 and then goes, oh, by the way, is this thing even alive? Does it not do announcements? Nothing? Not one notification in 900 centuries? And then a much worse thought arrived, which is that I had very nearly canceled this meeting. I was in a foul mood. I just failed. Wei Zheng shows up every 100 years with a fresh batch of hopefuls, and I had genuinely considered telling Zargon to send them home. If I had, I would have found out about this the week Wei Zheng died. I have been in a lot of situations where I nearly lost everything. That is the only one I still think about. Nobody in that room knew any of this, of course. What they saw was their god going very quiet and staring at one specific child for slightly too long. Tianlong's palms went white. Wei Zheng started sweating through a very expensive robe, doing the math on what happens to the man who personally escorted a problem into the old ancestor's chamber. He was about to say something careful. I got there first. Wei Zheng, you did well. You have never seen a man's soul re-enter his body that fast. Old ancestor, could it be, is there a gem here that's caught your eye? I didn't answer. I looked at the 5 of them. Show me your strongest moves. They glanced around at the cracked walls, the ruined floor, the general air of recent catastrophe. Don't worry, I said. It's a mess in here, but you couldn't scratch it if you tried for a week. So they went off. 5 kids letting everything they had out at once in an enclosed space, which is exactly as loud as it sounds. I split my attention 5 ways and read all of it. Stop. I didn't raise my voice. It cut through anyway. 4 of them stopped clean. 1 stopped too fast, took the backlash from his own origin force, went gray in the face, and stood there radiating regret. Your move. I raised a hand at the gray one and pulled a copy of his weapon out of nothing. Same weapon, same technique. Except when it sat in my hand, the thing underneath the surface unfolded, layer over layer of force, folding out and not stopping. Memorize this. If you can execute 1/10 of it, your grasp of concept will hit its peak. His voice came apart in his throat when he thanked me. That was his own creation. He'd built it himself. He had just watched it get handed back to him about 100 times stronger, and he understood correctly that he had been given a decade of his life back in one afternoon. I went down the line and did it 4 more times. And here's the thing I was actually checking. Nothing. No text. No return. Guidance given to ordinary geniuses is guidance given to ordinary geniuses, and the universe does not care. Then I got to the horned one. Tianlong was the strongest of the 5, and he'd been stuck hard for a while. The thing about a bottleneck is that from the inside it feels like a wall, and from the outside it's usually a door you're pushing on the hinge side. So I didn't correct his technique. I condensed a prototype of the thunder lightning domain in front of him and let him look at it. I watched it land. I watched him see, for the first time, that everything he had been doing was the bottom of a staircase. The limit of concept is the domain, he said to himself, in the tone of a man who has just found a door in a wall he'd been sleeping against for years. May I have your name? Returning to the old ancestor, disciple Tianlong, of Horn Thunder Star. Your talent is decent. I let myself smile. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Huh? Just that. Just huh. 28 years old, the most important sentence of his life gets said to him, and his entire brain shuts down and reboots. Tianlong. The old ancestor asked you a question. Wei Zheng, hissing, absolutely dying inside. The kid hit the floor so hard his forehead bounced. Old ancestor, I am willing. Get up. I was enjoying this more than I'd enjoyed anything in a century. Still calling me old ancestor? He looked up. Teacher. And the moment he said it, something moved through my soul like a current through water, and knowledge I had not earned started writing itself into me. Countless insights about the thunder lightning domain, arriving the way a river arrives at the sea. Not learned, not studied, just there, and mine, and correct. Your disciple Tianlong has gained insight into the nascent thunder lightning domain. 100 times return triggered. Your thunder lightning domain comprehension has been enhanced 100 times. He got a glimpse of a prototype. I got 100 times whatever he got. I kept my face exactly where it was because I have 90,000 years of practice at keeping my face exactly where it is, and I said something gracious, and I sent them all to the treasury, and the second the door sealed, I connected to the virtual universe and requested a simulated opponent. Target, second-tier domain lord, combat style, close quarters. The thing that formed in front of me had the pressure of a real domain lord because it was a real domain lord's data. I put my hands behind my back and opened my domain. Not light, not lightning. Both, braided, evolving, the fusion I'd spent tens of thousands of years failing to make useful, and it hit that phantom like an ocean of glue. It slowed, then it stopped. Then the light and the lightning got into it and took it apart, and in less than 100 breaths there was a small wet pop and nothing left. I came back to my body in the dark and just sat there with my eyes open. One piece of throwaway guidance, one kid's flash of insight, and my lightning domain had gone straight to the 9th level. Perfection. Both domains, light and lightning, at the top of the 9th, fusing tighter than they ever had, several times the power. And do you know what the funny part is? Even at universe rank 9, with those two domains fused, I could already stand toe-to-toe with an ordinary domain lord. That's how I built an empire in the first place. My problem was never power. My problem was 1% of a wall. So I sat in the dark and I worked out 3 things about my new toy, and I want you to have them because everything after this is these 3 rules being pushed as hard as a man can push them. 1. The return only comes from disciples the system has marked. I can teach any idiot on any street corner and I'll get nothing. Well, almost nothing. Teach publicly, at scale, and apparently quantity becomes quality eventually. File that one away, it comes back. 2. What I give has to actually fit what the disciple needs right now. Hand a beginner a 5th-tier weapon he can't lift and the universe hands me back a polite nothing. 3. A third-class genius pays out once a year. Once a year. I had 120 years, a cracked foundation, and 1 shot annually. So the question stopped being, how do I fix myself, and became a much simpler question, which is, what is the most expensive thing in the galaxy that a 28-year-old planetary-rank kid genuinely needs, and how do I get my hands on it before someone notices I'm broke? 6 months later, I was sitting in the Imperial Palace of the Silver Blue Empire, listening to 100 musicians play something soothing, drinking wine with a domain lord. His name is Kale. He's an emperor. He's a genuine domain lord. And 5,000 years ago, the 2 of us crawled out of a place called the Deadly Nebula together, which is the kind of thing that makes men brothers, whether or not they'd have chosen each other in daylight. Brother Guoliang, he poured for me himself, which is a real gesture from a man with that many servants. 5,000 years since the nebula. And look at you, more radiant than ever. Your Majesty is too kind. If you hadn't broken through in the middle of that fight, we'd both be dust in a hole. Nonsense. You shielded me while I did it. I remember. Big laugh. Genuine man. I was about to rob him blind. I put my cup down. I've come today with a request. Speak freely. Anything in my power. I want to buy the 9-leaf spirit ginseng in your treasury. And there it was. The smile stayed exactly where it was, and everything behind it moved. The 9-leaf? His fingers went tap-tap on an armrest carved out of star jade. Brother, that's one of the founding treasures of my empire. That is a matter of national foundation. It isn't mine alone to trade. The Royal Elder Council would have to. Of course it would. We were friendly. We were not open my ancestral vault friendly, and I'd have thought less of him if we were. So I raised a hand and hung a contract in the air between us, glowing with the seal of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Your Majesty, please look. He read it. I watched him read it. I want you to read it too, because I need you to understand what kind of man you're listening to. I had put up the Maple Leaf Empire, all of it. Every administrative world, every resource world, every right attached to them, collateralized through an interstellar bank, against a promise to pay 250 billion cosmic coins within a century. Everything except Maple Leaf Planet itself. I kept the one rock where my people live. The rest of it, the thing I bought with tens of thousands of years of mercenary work, the thing I put my name on, I put it on the table like a poker chip. The ginseng's market value is about 200 billion. I offered him 250. 50 billion premium, a 100-year term, which to a domain lord is a long lunch, and a bank holding the paper. The risk was not low. The risk was 0. The solemnity fell off his face like a mask off a hook. Ha! Brother, you are meticulous. Good. This ginseng, I, the emperor, will lend it to you. I'll handle the elders. Your Majesty is generous. Guards, begin the banquet. Today I drink until one of us falls over. The banquet ran 7 days. 7. There is no faster way to make a man love you than to let him win an argument he was going to lose anyway. When they finally brought the thing out, it was in a jade box, and even through the box, I could feel it. Crystal clear, faintly green, 9 leaves, shaped roughly like a small person. When they cracked the lid, one breath of the air that came out went through my chest like cold water, and something in my body actually shivered. The injured part, the part that had been screaming quietly for 80,000 years, sitting up and taking notice. My darling, I thought, with a great deal of feeling. It was real. It was exactly what it claimed to be. And a treasure that repairs foundation and lifts aptitude has no restrictions on gifting. I thanked the Emperor, I took my leave, and a deep blue ship with a maple leaf on the side tore out of that system. And then it did not go home. It went to the far edge of the Milky Way, to a very specific set of coordinates, and it stopped in a place where a small blue planet should have been. There wasn't one. There wasn't anything. Just cold starlight, and a hole where a solar system used to be. I stood at the viewing window for a long time. Here's the thing about me, I've told exactly nobody. When you are a great axe warrior born in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, there is one name you know from before you were born, and it is Earth. Everybody knows it the way everybody knows the name of a mountain. Nobody knows why it matters. I knew why it mattered. So back when my foundation was newly ruined and my future had just been amputated, I did what a drowning man does. I went looking for a rope. I thought, if I can just get next to the man who comes out of that place, what's one broken foundation? First visit, 80,000 years ago, fresh out of the arena. First stop on my long walk through the stars. I found apes, actual apes, eating raw meat under a sky with nothing in it. I left without saying anything to anyone, and I was so disappointed I could taste it. Second visit, 30,000 years ago. I brought my wife. By then there were people down there, chipping stones into slightly better stones, and the whole thing was 30,000 years early and useless to me, and I told Eleanor we were staying for a while to cultivate in a quiet place, and we stayed 10 years. Our son was born on that planet. He runs my empire now. He is a universe rank 7 powerhouse and one of the most gifted people I have ever produced, and he has no idea. He doesn't know where he was born. Eleanor took that to her grave, deliberately, on purpose, because we agreed on it, because if the man from that planet ever looks backward through time, he needs to see one thing and one thing only, a wandering cultivator who stopped for a rest, nothing more. Mars had visitors before Earth had cities. Travelers stop. It means nothing. Third visit. Coordinates correct. Target missing. A century back, my empire's intelligence people had flagged this whole region as high risk. Rumor of an outside territory immortal setting up shop, so the solar system hadn't gone anywhere. It had been folded up and put in someone's pocket. Bai Chi-Feng, I thought. He's here already. He's hurt, and he's dug in. I did not go forward. Not 1 meter. Look, I know exactly who that old man is. In the story I remember, he's the protagonist's first teacher. He's practically a kindly grandfather figure, and every part of me that wanted a rope was screaming, go and knock. And every part of me that had survived 90,000 years said, he is an immortal, he is mortally wounded, he has been alive for tens of millions of years, and he is currently the most dangerous thing in this quadrant precisely because he is afraid. Wounded old monsters don't check who's knocking. Also, and I say this with total sincerity, none of them got that old by being nice. Let's just outlive him, I decided. The trip wasn't a loss. It gave me the one thing I actually needed, which is a date. The solar system being hidden meant Bai Chi-Feng had arrived, and Bai Chi-Feng arriving meant I now knew, within a margin, where I was standing, roughly 50,000 years before Shu Jin is born. That is much sharper than what I'd been working with, which was vague nonsense involving how old the Silver Blue Emperor looked and whether a certain genius named Jin had shown up yet. I turned the ship around and slid back into the dark, and about 4 seconds after we left, roughly 1,000,000 kilometers off our stern, the empty void rippled like a pond, and something enormous came out of it carrying a dark gold greatsword. It looked at the exact patch of nothing where my ship had been. It looked the way you look at a footprint. Then it was gone, and there was only the sky. I didn't see any of that. I found out much, much later, 6 months after that, back in my hole, with the floor relaid in fresh ore and new gemstones, I sat and watched a young man work up his nerve. Tianlong had been on Maple Leaf Planet a year. He'd gotten the 9 Thunderblades out of my treasury, which is a legacy I picked up in the stars and practiced myself when I was young, and he'd been eating it alive. It has been a year, I said. Has your cultivation progressed? He knew a test when he heard one. He took a breath, his eyes went sharp, and there was a blade in his hand before he finished exhaling. Deep blue, B2 grade metal, 10,000 pounds of it, and he moved it like a length of straw. He cut. Purple origin force came off the edge and tore the air, and just past the edge, for a fraction of a second, the space itself bent. The wall didn't even scuff. Not bad, I said, and meant it. That strike touched the threshold of the lightning domain. A few hundred years of honing, and you might push it to the first level, which, at planetary rank, in a place like the Ganwu universe country, would make him a genuine genius, and also, quietly, an old man, because planetary lifespans are short, and a few hundred years is most of what he had. This disciple is dull, he said, and looked at the floor. A year ago, you showed me a complete domain prototype, and I've barely learned the alphabet. I've failed your teaching. Don't do that. I lifted a hand. Compared to the other four, you're in a different league. And planetary lifespans are what they are. There's no sense obsessing for centuries over one domain. I paused, exactly the length of a pause that makes a young man's stomach drop. Besides, I took you a year ago, and I haven't given you a single gift. I flicked my wrist, and a white jade box appeared and floated over to him. It's a transparent box. You can see what's inside. And what's inside had been sitting in my ring reeking of pure life for 6 months. I watched a longing hit him from somewhere below the level of thought. He actually shook. Teacher, this is… You don't need to know what it is. I kept my voice bored. Swallow it. That's the whole method. On your own, you'd want to be careful refining it, but I'm here, so don't worry about it. Break through to Stellar right now. It's frankly embarrassing that Chen Guoliang's disciple is a 9th stage planetary. I did not tell him the price. If he had known he was holding roughly half a galaxy in a jade box, I think his hands would have stopped working. He sat down, composed himself, picked off one small green leaf, put it in his mouth, and detonated. Pure life force went through him like a burst dam. I watched, and when I saw he wasn't greedy, he took what he needed and stopped. I stopped watching because I had something else to do. I reached into the air and closed my hand on a fruit that had not existed 1 second earlier. You bestowed upon your disciple Tianlong the 9-leaf spirit ginseng. 100 times return received. You have obtained 10 fruits of life, the fruit of life. I sat there holding it. It was warm. It glowed a soft green, and its skin was covered in patterns like frost on a window, except the patterns were moving slightly, the way things move when they are extremely alive. Now, I had never seen one, neither has anyone you know. The fruit of life is one of those things that exists mostly as a rumor with a price attached. Give one to a world lord who has been torn to pieces and he stands up whole. They call it a world lord's second life. There are domain lords who would liquidate everything they own, sell their territories, sell their family's futures for exactly one. I had 10. We're rich, was my first thought, in the tone of a man who has just found a lottery ticket in a coat pocket. My second thought arrived about a half-second later and was significantly less fun, because I sat there with all 10 of them out, and the room filled up. Thick green light coming off them in waves, so much life packed into that little space that the air went syrupy. I put them away immediately, and the glow faded, slowly, and did not entirely stop. That's the problem. You cannot hide that. A spatial ring will hold it, but a spatial ring will not silence it, and there are appraisers who can smell a thing like that through a wall, and there are insects and star beasts bred specifically to notice exactly this. If word got out that a universe rank 9 nobody was carrying 10 of these, every world lord in 100-star fields would forget their dignity in about the same instant. At universe rank, I couldn't protect them. As a domain lord, I couldn't protect them either. I'd have to spend them fast or die owning them. Fine, spend them fast then. Starting with the thing that had been on my list for 80,000 years. Across the room, my disciple came out of it and opened his eyes and could not keep his voice level. Teacher, I've broken through. Stellar realm. On 2 pieces. And then he did the thing that made me decide I'd keep him. He picked up the rest of the ginseng, most of it, the overwhelming majority of the value, and held it out with both hands. Teacher, this is too precious. 2 pieces was enough. Please take back the rest. He knew by then. He'd felt what 1 leaf did. He'd worked out that he was holding something a man like me should not have been able to afford, and his immediate instinct was to give it back. This is a greeting gift from your master, I said. How would that look, taking it back? Although, and I looked at the ginseng and then at him, and I made a decision. For you, right now, holding this is a crime waiting to happen. He blinked. Swallow it. All of it. He didn't argue. He didn't hesitate for even a second, which tells you everything about that young man. He grabbed it, roots and leaves and all, and put the entire thing in his mouth. Then his eyes went very wide. Look, I knew what would happen. That's why I was standing there. His bones started making sounds bones don't make. Green light started coming out of his nose and his ears and the corners of his eyes, and he looked accurately like a bag being inflated past its rating. Teacher! It came out as a roar, and it was a good roar because he was still trying to hold it in rather than let go and let it kill him. Calm down. I crossed the room without appearing to move and put a palm flat on his back, and I put enough origin force into him to hold a moon still, and I took every scrap of that runaway life force and folded it back down into him and locked it in the deep places where it would keep for a century. There, I stepped back. Refine it slowly, and keep this to yourself. Tell nobody. He nodded. He was soaked through, and his eyes were enormous, and he had just personally survived being force-fed a galaxy, and what he said was, "Disciple understands. Go." The stone door came down, and I was alone. I took out a fruit of life and ate it without ceremony. No preparation, no positioning. I had waited 80,000 years, and I was not going to spend an extra 10 minutes on breathing exercises. It melted the moment it touched me. Not a fire, a flood, warm, enormous, and everywhere at once. And the dry, cracked ruin at the base of me, the thing that had been quietly bleeding since I was 22, drank. I watched it happen. I could see it happening. Damage accumulated over tens of thousands of years, closing up at a speed you could measure with your eyes. A few breaths. That's all it took. 80,000 years of sealing, gone in the time it takes to sigh, and my foundation was back to exactly what it had been the day before I walked into that arena. And I still had life force pouring out of me with nowhere to go. Now, I thought, fourth attempt. I knew the road by heart. The origin force in me condensed and turned, and a star map bloomed inside my body. Real stars, real trajectories, every motion dragging a tide of power behind it. I shut down my senses and put everything I had into steering it. Then, at the exact place where I had failed 3 times before, the stars lost their orbits and fell inward. A black hole formed in the middle of me, and its gravity did not politely take the leftover origin force. It took everything, including the ocean of life force, which it pulled in and swallowed. "Condense," I said, somewhere behind my teeth. The thing compressed. Volume down, density up past anything reasonable, and my body came apart. Flesh and bone, breaking inward, piece by piece. And behind the breaking, the life force I'd fed the black hole came surging back out and rebuilt it. Broken, rebuilt, broken, rebuilt. My own body, tearing itself down and putting itself back together at the same time, in the same second, over and over. It felt like being unmade with a small knife by someone patient. I didn't move. Not once. When you have already survived 1,000 fights you did not expect to survive, you learn that pain is just weather. And in the middle of all that destruction and rebirth, the singularity finished. Something shifted at the bottom of my soul and a life core. Jet black, sitting somewhere between real and unreal, holding an amount of energy that had no business fitting inside a person. Condensed. Complete. Domain Lord. I sat there in the quiet afterward, and I couldn't get my breath right. 90,000 years. 3 failures. 120 years left on the clock. 900,000. That's what a Domain Lord gets. I went from 120 years to 900,000 in the time it takes to have a thought, and every strand of silver in my hair went black. Youth, I said out loud, to an empty room full of broken rocks, is wonderful. For a Domain Lord, whose ceiling is 100 eras, being under 100,000 years old makes you a child. I didn't come out. I sat there for half a month and got to know myself because everything was different. The power moving in me, the way the law looked when I turned my attention on it. It was like getting new eyes. Then I stood up and cut the wall. 9 blades of startling thunder, 7th form, light and purple lightning, straight into the D-grade ore that had held for tens of thousands of years. The noise was obscene, and when the dust cleared there was a crack in that wall 1 meter deep and it was not closing. That metal self-repairs. It's one of the reasons it's expensive. It could not repair this, because down inside the crack something was still eating, a destructive force that hadn't stopped when the strike stopped, and at the bottom of it there was a faint, impossibly concentrated purple light with the feel of something that does not end. Law. The power of law, in my hand. That's the standard equipment of the top stellar rank disciples in the great genius tournaments, in the Holy Land secret realms, kids a fraction of my age. I'm a Domain Lord who has been alive for 90,000 years, and I had just touched the doorframe. I'll be honest with you about how that felt, because it's important. I am a genius, objectively. Galaxy-level talent, the kind a planet produces once, and the gap between one genius and another genius is wider than the gap between a man and a dog. But I laughed anyway, standing there in the dust with my hand on a crack in a wall, because with this cheat, the gap had closed. From here on, genius was not the thing standing above me. Genius was the price of admission to meet me. I also, by the way, could now hit a wall hard enough to hurt a 5th-tier Domain Lord, which is roughly 10 times what I could do the week before. That felt fine too. Then I went and found my plant. Down the tunnel, past a long corridor, 10 kilometers into the rock, there's a platform with mountains of ore piled on it, and in the middle of the ore there's something about 10 meters across that was, at that moment, slowly waving at me. Dark brown leaves, narrow, edged with serrations like a saw. 9 main vines. It felt me coming from about a kilometer out and started swaying in a way I can only describe as pleased. That's my star-eating grass. I found it a very long time ago on a dead mining world at the far end of nowhere. It had eaten every scrap of ore on that planet, failed to make the jump to astral rank, and was in the process of quietly starving to death in a hole it had personally created. Which, if you think about it, is a very relatable way to go. I saved it. I intended to raise it properly, and then I found out what raising one costs. I spent most of what I had to drag it from starving to the 5th level of stellar, and then I ran out of money, permanently. Getting it to universe rank would have cost more than the entire Maple Leaf Empire is worth. So my terrifying legendary battle plant spent tens of thousands of years as a guard dog in a basement, eating cheap A and B grade rocks that keep it alive and do absolutely nothing else. 9 vines, enough to eat any intruder below universe rank, and not enough for me to ever risk taking it outside. I've wronged you all these years, I said, which is a stupid thing to say to a plant, and I said it anyway. Then I took out a fruit of life. It knew instantly. The whole thing went rigid and then started shaking, and several vines came creeping across the floor toward my boots like puppies who have heard a bag open, climbing up my leg, extremely humble, extremely transparent. All right, stop playing the victim. I tossed it. It was always yours. 9 vines came apart like 9 pythons opening at once and took that fruit out of the air. The bang went through the whole platform. Withered branches swelled. The whole body thickened and hardened and started climbing, and then the vines began to split. 9 to 18, 18 to 36. And it kept going and finally settled at 72, each one heavier than all 9 of the originals put together, and the whole thing punched clean through the bottleneck from Stellar 5 all the way to Universe Rank 1. 72 vines, I thought, staring at it. Universe Rank 1. I am fairly confident that the version of me from last month would have lost. Then I did the math and got annoyed because I now hit like a 5th tier domain lord, and a universe rank 1 plant is a nice pet and not a weapon, which was, of course, an entirely solvable problem because the one thing I had in abundance was fruit. Don't get greedy, I said, and took out a second one. Finish digesting that before you start on this. 2 fruits of life spent. 1 had repaired me. 1 had turned my houseplant into a monster. 8 left, and a very long list. The palace on Maple Leaf Planet covers a few million square kilometers, which sounds impressive until you find out how many people live in it. I had 1 wife. After Eleanor's lifespan ran out, I never remarried and never had another child, so there is exactly 1 son. But 30,000 years is a long time, and bloodlines are cheerful about it. There are tens of thousands of princes and princesses in that building. Counting everyone with a direct claim, the number is north of 100 million. Most of them are farmed out to the provinces and live like anybody else, except with better introductions. Some of them are on the street, having managed to lose fortunes I couldn't have spent on purpose. And every last one of those distant branches is praying for one thing, which is a child talented enough to buy the family back into the room. I mention this so you understand that when I walked into the throne room, the man on the throne was the only person in that entire palace who mattered to me. Father. Chen Weilan was on his feet before he finished the word. You broke through? He knew my situation better than anyone alive. He'd been shipping me the Empire's resources for thousands of years. Out of filial duty, the way you keep paying for a treatment that isn't working, because stopping would mean admitting it isn't working. He'd stopped expecting anything a long time ago. Some time ago, I said, your father bought a bottle of heavenly purification water at auction. It repaired most of the damage, and by good fortune, I stepped into the domain lord realm, which was almost entirely a lie held together by one true receipt. I had bought that water, and there were auction records to prove it. Nobody in the galaxy was going to interrogate that story. Congratulations, father. He was genuinely, uncomplicatedly happy for about 4 seconds. Breakthrough to domain lord, long life and prosperity. If mother knew, she would be so happy for you. And then I watched the second thought arrive behind his eyes, and I understood my son perfectly, because I have been him. The Maple Leaf Empire has 1 star system. 1. Everyone around us has more. And the reason we've never taken any is that a nation without a domain lord doesn't get to have opinions about borders. Suddenly, he had one. Suddenly the map was negotiable. Now that I've broken through, I said, I won't be drawing on the Empire's resources anymore. All of it stays with you. Father, you've only just become a domain lord. This is exactly when you need. No. I didn't let him finish. From today, not the resources and not the direction. Where this ship sails is entirely up to the man holding the wheel. He got very still. Is father leaving the Maple Leaf Empire? There it was. Disappointment, well hidden, absolutely present. He'd had about 90 seconds to build a plan on my reputation, and I'd taken it back before he could put a roof on it. I saw it. I said nothing about it. Because I wasn't leaving to be dramatic. I was leaving because I now needed to stand in places where geniuses are, and there are none here. I did check him, by the way. Of course I did. He is a universe rank 7 at an age that makes that ridiculous. His mental will is frankly better than mine was, and if the system had marked him, I'd have made him my disciple on the spot, and to hell with what people would say about favoring my own blood. Nothing. No text, no rating, which told me something useful and unpleasant about the bar. If a universe rank 7 with that will doesn't clear 3rd class, then 3rd class means the potential to challenge World Lord, maybe higher. After I go, I said, visit your grandfather more often. His grandfather is Arthur, who is a domain lord in his own right, who owns Chulong Star, and from whom I had recently borrowed several 100 billion cosmic coins with a straight face. Great axe warriors do not marry down. Then I called Tianlong. 3 years had passed and I had not been idle about him. Once a year, every year, I gave him something out of the royal treasury, a sword tuned to his domain, a suit of armor, a pair of boots, third-tier origin force gear, exactly matched to his current realm, exactly the kind of thing a man at his level can actually use, and each time, the system handed me back the identical set at 4th tier. I'd like to pretend there was some deep philosophy behind it. There wasn't. It was a free refund, and it would have been rude not to take it. Teacher. He came in scratching the horn on his head, which sparks when he's embarrassed, which is a design flaw I enjoy enormously. Disciple seems to have hit a bottleneck. I'm one step from the first level of the Thunder Lightning domain, and I cannot take it, no matter what I try. He looked at the floor. I've failed your expectations. He hadn't. He'd gone from 9th stage planetary to 5th level stellar in 3 years, which put him so far past the 4 boys he'd arrived with that it wasn't a comparison anymore. Only one of those 4 had even reached stellar at all, at level 1. He also, I noticed, had been quietly trying to find out what that spirit medicine had been, and had failed because the answer was above his clearance. Good instincts. Wrong direction. There's no rush. I reached out and put a hand on his head, which is not a thing I do, and did anyway. You're barely in your 30s. A domain isn't a thing you get by grinding, and it is definitely not a thing you get by sitting in a room. Because here is what I had figured out. If my biological son doesn't clear the bar, then Tianlong's rating is not a participation trophy. That kid was worth more than my empire, and he was going to spend the rest of his life on a farm world getting slowly stronger and dying of old age at 400. Teacher, what should this disciple do? Then let's go out and take a look at the universe. I kept my voice flat. I'll be leaving Maple Leaf Planet soon. You're coming. His whole face came apart. Really, teacher? I can go into the universe with you? This is training, not a holiday, I said. If your progress does not satisfy me, I will put you on a ship home alone. Yes, teacher, disciple will do his best. He went home to Horn Thunderstar first, for a year. The local boy who left with a bag and came back as the personal disciple of the god who lives under the palace. They gave him the full triumphant return treatment, and I let him have it because you only get one of those. Then I went down into the basement one last time and called my plant. It had eaten 8 fruits of life over that year. All 8. Everything left after the one I ate myself. The thing that came up out of the ore was no longer a thing that could be described as a plant with vines. It flowed. It moved like liquid metal deciding what to be, and then it reorganized itself, wrapped in close around my body, and became armor, a layer of vine over my battle plate, thin, quiet, holding all of that power folded up inside it. Domain Lord 9th level, in a suit. And then a ship with a golden maple leaf on the hull lifted off my planet and turned into a line of light, and I did not see that world again for a very long time. 7 days later, we came down through the atmosphere of Chulong Star directly into a private berth past a queue of ships that had been waiting for hours. 10,000 meters up in a cargo hauler, a young man in silks with a glass of wine in one hand and a very decorative maid on the other arm sat up straight and said, roughly, "Who does that guy think he is?" His name was Morrison. He was a prince of a small empire called Carlo. He was on his first serious trip, and his tutor had spent the whole voyage drilling him on the rules of Chulong Star. And here was somebody breaking all of them on approach. "That ship's owner," said the white-bearded old man behind him, "is probably not an ordinary person. Young master, on your very first visit, you are extremely lucky. Is he a universe rank, like our Grand General?" The old man shook his head slowly. "Chulong Star is more prosperous than our capital. Its owner is a domain lord. An ordinary universe rank would not dare. Then, a domain lord? In the entire Carlo Empire, there was exactly one domain lord, and he wore the crown. Hard to say, but did you notice the emblem, young master? That is the Maple Leaf Empire, and that hull is custom, C6 grade at minimum. It's very likely that legendary figure." Morrison put his glass down. "You mean the great axe warrior? Rumor says his strength rivals a domain lord, and he's close with the master of Chulong Star. If it's him, then ignoring the rules makes perfect sense." "I never thought I'd have the chance to meet such a legend," the prince said, delighted. "A pity. Even as a prince, I'd never get near a man like that." "Correct on all counts, and I never learned his name until much later, and I want the record to show that at that exact moment, the terrifying legend in question was calculating whether he could afford lunch. I'm serious. I was broke. The breakthrough had eaten every cosmic coin and Ganwu coin I had. What I had left was Black Dragon coins and Maple Leaf coins, which are excellent currencies if you would like to buy something on Maple Leaf Planet, and completely worthless if you would not. And one of my 2 reasons for coming to Chulong Star was to start paying off my debts. The staff were lined up at the hatch when it opened, gray uniforms, led by a ninth stage stellar psyker, and they bowed as one. No need. Go about your business. This place was my wife's home. I've been coming here for 30,000 years. Tianlong came down behind me and stopped dead, and I let him look. He'd spent his entire life thinking Maple Leaf Planet was the big city. Chulong Star is a trade hub that outclasses the capitals of most starting-tier universe nations. The city wall alone has a silver dragon carved around it that looks like it's about to leave. Inside, the street was full of people with animal ears and 3 eyes and scales and horns, and my disciple's one modest pointed horn suddenly ranked somewhere around the middle. A cat-eared girl winked at him. He turned a color I had not previously observed in the Horned Thunder clan and stared at his own boots for the next 80 meters. Do you have an account with the Universe Galaxy Bank? I asked. Bank accounts? He scratched his head. I have Corner Thunderbank and Maple Leaf First. Of course he did. Galaxy Bank wants 100 million black dragon coins just to open a file. And my disciple was, in cash terms, a pauper. He'd refused every gift anyone had tried to press on him since the day he got the title, and his entire savings were red envelopes from his hometown trip. On paper, he was carrying 3 Origin Force weapons worth over 100 billion, and he would have sooner cut off his hand than sell one. Give me your Maple Leaf account. I'll move 10 billion over, and you can open a Galaxy account later. Once you leave the Empire, Maple Leaf money is a souvenir. Teacher, 10 billion. That's too much. I wouldn't even know how to spend it. Blockhead, you need lessons in spending money? I did not stop walking. And it isn't all for you. What, am I paying for your meals the entire way? Oh, he said, enlightened. I understand. I sent him off to open his account and wander the city on his own, partly because that's training and partly because I had an errand I did not want witnessed. Then I stepped into a shop called Chibao and asked for the owner. The girl at the door was planetary-rank and beautiful and extremely professional and had clearly been told to handle anyone who walked in. Sir, our shop has a full range of Get your boss. You can't make decisions about what I'm here to sell. She went up the stairs at a speed that suggested she'd been trained for exactly that tone, and a slightly overweight old man came down at a speed that suggested she'd described me accurately. He got one look at me, went pale, and folded almost in half. I did not know Mr. Chen would grace us. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly. The girl's eyes went enormous. Her boss is one of the larger fish on Chulong Star. She was recalculating everything. Upstairs, tea, a private room, the whole ritual. I wonder what Mr. Chen intends to offer. I flicked my wrist and put a suit of armor on the table. Lightning ran across it in thin, bright lines. He stopped breathing. This is a top-tier, 4th-tier Thunderlight armor. Armor of a given tier is worth substantially more than a weapon of the same tier, and top-grade 4th-tier armor is not a thing that comes on the market. He put his old fingers on it very gently, the way you touch something you expect to be told you can't have. Mr. Chen, I bid 490 trillion gold. I want cosmic coins. Because you cannot borrow in one currency and repay in another and pretend you've done something clever. He thought about it. In cosmic coins, this shop can offer 120 billion. Slightly under the official rate, which is fair, because turning cosmic coins into Ganwu coins is easy and going the other way is not. 120 billion cosmic, I said, and 5 trillion Ganwu. Deal. He agreed so fast I suspect I could have gotten more. I have made my peace with it. I want to note, for the ledger of this story, that was one of the 4th-tier sets the system handed me for free, for the crime of giving my student a sword. Then I walked to a castle. It's 100 kilometers on a side. It has been empty for a very long time, and it is immaculate because I pay people to keep it that way, and I have never once considered stopping. The garden hits you before the building does. Every kind of impossible flowering thing, arranged by someone who knew exactly what she was doing, and in the middle of it, a vine of ice blue flowers tens of meters tall, with blooms so wide they take half the sky, throwing a cold, dreamy light over everything under them. Eleanor wasn't much of a cultivator. She was, however, an extremely serious gardener. Almost everything in that garden she put in the ground herself, and the ice blue she bred across generations toward one specific shape she had in her head. It got there. It is exactly what she wanted. She has been dead for a long time, and she has never seen it. I stood under it for a while, and I thought about the argument, because there was an argument. Her father and I had it out, and then the two of us went to her together. 2 domain lords with a plan and a frankly obscene pile of resources, and we told her we could push her into universe rank. Universe rank isn't domain lord. You don't need a domain. With both of us backing it, there was real hope. She said no, and then she took the resources we had put aside for her and quietly gave them to our son. We found out afterward. We talked about overruling her in the way that men talk about things they are not going to do. And in the end, we respected it, because she was not confused and she was not being humble. She had simply decided how she wanted to spend what she had. The last century of her life, I put everything down, the empire, the training, all of it, and lived here with her. On her last day, she told me it was the happiest time of her life. I pushed the door open. The wedding portrait is still on the living room wall. Special material, doesn't age, never will. Eleanor with long fire-red hair, laughing at something outside the frame. Me beside her in black. And if you look at that man's eyebrows, you can see the slave in him, the coldness that had been beaten into me and had never once thawed. She thawed it, not with a speech, with about 1,000 years of being gentle at a man who did not deserve it and had no idea what to do about it. The old wounds don't sit in me the way they used to. That's her. She did that. You come to Chulong Star and don't stop by my place? I turned around and there was a man in a red robe in my doorway. Father, I'm afraid you'll come knocking to collect the debt, I said. Hey. Arthur came in, looked me over once, and I watched a domain lord who has been stuck for 300,000 years read my life core in about a second and a half. You really did it. When I married Eleanor to you, I never dared imagine you'd come this far. He let out a breath. She would be happy. She gave up universe rank so she wouldn't be a burden to me. Don't. He waved a hand. Eleanor will be proud of you. He'd backed her decision at the time. He was never going to hold it against me, and the fact that I broke through before my time ran out was, in his accounting, proof that she'd been right. So, Domain Lord, what now? Stay on Maple Leaf and be the ancestral portrait? I'm not very interested in being an old ancestor in a starting tier nation, I said. I plan to attach myself to a real power, and while I'm there, find and raise a few promising talents as disciples. That surprised him. He'd assumed a man who spent his youth in the arena and finally got his ceiling removed would go straight back out into the black looking for trouble. If you'd stay on Chulong Star, he said carefully, I can transfer half the shares of the planet to you. That's generous. He wasn't joking. Chulong Star is worth considerably more than the Maple Leaf Empire. The castle I was standing in is worth more than a habitable world. Half of that planet is a number I don't enjoy saying out loud, and he put it on the table to keep his dead daughter's husband nearby. Leave Chulong Star to Finn, I said. Finn is Arthur's son, born to a concubine long after Eleanor died, which makes him my brother-in-law and roughly 100,000 years my junior. He was a 6th order universe rank before he turned 10,000, which is genuinely alarming. The two siblings never met. He's visited Maple Leaf a few times and I like him. Arthur's face did a thing. After he passed the Mercenary Alliance test, that boy went insane. Secret realms. Everywhere. Who knows what corner of the sky he's going to die in? If I run into him, I'll give him some advice. Good. He hit my shoulder hard enough to move me. And if he won't listen, beat him for me. That kid needs it. Then he stopped trying to keep me. Do you have a target? The 5 great giants are out of reach. Even if I found a door, I'd never get through it. I'll try the Ganwu Dojo first and move up if I get the chance. Good choice. He nodded immediately. At Domain Lord Strength, you'd enter as a 2-leaf. With that badge, ordinary world lords won't casually touch you. And besides, you said you wanted disciples. He started enjoying himself. The Ganwu Dojo is the only official dojo in the entire Ganwu universe country, and the Ganwu Secret Realm collects the best geniuses in the nation. Get into the core and you might land a top-tier genius as a personal disciple. He was practically rubbing his hands. If you actually raised an immortal, not just Black Dragon Mountain, the Black Dragon God Lord himself would have to be polite to you. I looked at my father-in-law. An immortal disciple. You really dare to dream. That is a funny line in hindsight, and I would like it noted that he said it first. The Ganwu Dojo on Chulong Star is not a building. It's a small city with a gate. 4 enormous characters over the entrance, gold leaf trim, tasteful in the way that only very expensive things manage. And out front, 3 purple-robed statues, 2 men and a woman, each with a single golden leaf on the chest. 1 leaf means universe rank. Those 3 run the place, and their statues are in the most conspicuous spot available so that every student who walks past has a target. They rotate the administrators every 5,000 years, Arthur said, with unmistakable smugness. Most starting tier capitals get 1 dojo, maybe 2. Chulong Star has 3 1-leaves presiding, and it's the largest for thousands of star systems in any direction. I looked at the courtyard full of students and understood the arrangement instantly because I have been to school. Other dojos are schools. This one is the university everybody applies to. So the student quality here is the best for thousands of systems. I did not say it like a tourist. I said it like a man checking whether a fishing spot has fish. Before Arthur could answer, a man in purple came through the air toward us and the entire training field noticed. That's Instructor Li Kai. What's he doing out here? I heard he's the strongest of the 3. Is that true? Of course it's true. Teacher Manhwa said so herself in a public class. When did Teacher Manhwa hold a public class? How did I not know? You were home on holiday that day. Damn it! I have been in a lot of institutions. They are all the same institution. Li Kai landed and immediately made himself smaller because Arthur outranked him and both of them knew it. Lord Arthur, why didn't you tell me? I'd have come out to meet you. I need your help this time. Arthur pointed at me. My son-in-law, Chen Guoliang. You've heard of the great axe warrior of the Maple Leaf Empire. Li Kai had already looked at me. Now he actually looked at me, and I watched him find the aura of a domain lord where he'd expected something else entirely. The legendary axe swinger, broken foundation. Everyone knows the story. Greetings, Lord Chen Guoliang. Mr. Li Kai is too kind. My father-in-law speaks well of you, and I can see he was right. Then, upstairs, in an office the size of a small park, with the other two administrators finding urgent reasons to be present, I made my request. Mr. Chen means, you want to join the Ganwu dojo? Li Kai couldn't keep it out of his voice. I would. After breaking through, I'd like somewhere quiet to cultivate. Is the dojo an option, or am I overreaching? He nearly fell over himself. A great axe warrior, founder of the Maple Leaf Empire, a clean record, a native citizen of the Ganwu universe country. There is absolutely no problem. Then his face did something. However, if Mr. Chen were still at universe rank, I'd be 99% sure of a one-leaf placement. But you're a domain lord. That means joining as a two-leaf, and that's above my authority. It requires an application upward and a special examination. And then, terrified I'd walk, he added the safety net. Of course, even if you fail, you can join as one leaf and apply for promotion later. The two-leaf assessment only comes once a century, said Manhwa from the side. Why not take one leaf now and apply once you've consolidated? Perfectly sensible advice from two people who wanted a domain lord on their books and did not want to watch him fail in public. I cupped my hands and smiled. Let's try the assessment. 100 years is a moment to a domain lord. If I fail, I fail. They put in a joint application that afternoon. The Ganwu dojo is frighteningly efficient. 6 months later, there was a mail in my virtual universe account. The examiner had arrived. I went back, and this time I didn't stop at the gate. I walked the length of a training field where tens of thousands of stellar and planetary students were working and straight into the administration building. Brother Guoliang, this is the examiner sent from headquarters, Lord Thorn. Thorn was 3 meters of bronze-skinned muscle in a purple robe with 3 gold leaves on the chest. 3-leaf. World Lord. I bowed properly, all the way, because you do not get cute with a World Lord, and because I had seen the thing that mattered, which was the faint purple light between his brows. That's a mark. It means the Thunderbolt Law has acknowledged him. You're Chen Guoliang, great axe warrior at universe rank. A slight nod. Flat voice. Not bad. Which translated means, that title is famous in the sticks. To a world lord, it's a certificate from a community college. You've been a domain lord for a very short time. Why the hurry? Did Li Kai not tell you that domain lords below the 5th rank almost never pass? He told me. I insisted. Then let's begin. The location is the virtual universe. Get ready. My lord, I am ready now. And Zargon told me my access had opened and the world went away. I came back standing on a dead planet under a dead sky. Across from me, a young man of the Dragon Man race with his hands loose at his sides. My name is Lysander. The rules are simple. Break through my blockade and leave this planet. That's the test. Behind and above, Thorn was standing outside the atmosphere with the entire battlefield laid open under him like a map. Not defeat him, I thought. Escape him. That is a much, much worse assignment than it sounds, because the only reason you write a test that way is if the opponent cannot be beaten. Start. I did not exchange a word. I went straight up. Why fight a man whose limits I don't know when the pass condition is a door? Trying to leave? Don't even think about it. A wall of water came out of nothing and a gale threw it up into a curtain across every path I had, and I hit it with the 4th-tier blade Thunderlight and a full-strength cut and tore a hole in it. The hole turned into 2 dragons. They came at me from both sides with the kind of weight that means if you get wrapped up you are finished, and I threw myself back several hundred meters and opened the fusion domain at full power. Light and lightning, braided, the thing that annihilates an ordinary 5th-tier domain lord. It did not scratch them. I want to be very precise because I remember the exact texture of the feeling. My domain, my life's work, the fuse thing I had spent tens of thousands of years on, wrapped around 2 dragons made of water, and the water started eating it. The curtain of my domain shook and the energy in it drained like a bath. When did the destructive power of the water law get like this? How far into the law is this man? I would genuinely have liked to shout up at Thorn and ask whether this is what he calls a 5th-tier standard. Then my domain broke open, and both dragons hit the ground where I'd been, and the planet shook, and a crater a few hundred kilometers across appeared in solid rock. If we hadn't been in the virtual universe, that world would have stopped being a world, but they hit the ground, which meant for 1 second they were down there and I was not. I pushed the light domain to 9-fold and ran. The ground dragon reformed and came after me. The curtain above exploded into countless small water snakes, thousands of them, endless, filling the sky. 9 blades of startling thunder. 7th form. I cut the air in half. Everywhere that edge went, snakes stopped existing, and the thunder tore a corridor through a wall that had no gaps in it, and I turned myself into a line of light and went through. Behind me, everything went quiet. I hung outside the atmosphere, and I did not feel good, because I looked down, and Lysander was standing exactly where he had been at the start. He had not taken 1 step, not one, and I had just spent everything I own except the plant on my back. Chen Guoliang, you have passed. You may go. I left. And as my figure faded out of that space, a voice I was not supposed to hear said, "Thorn, why did you arbitrarily raise the difficulty of the assessment?" "Nothing," said Thorn, "just satisfying my curiosity." Back in the office, Li Kai and Manhwa were standing there with the expressions of 2 people watching an outcome they had privately bet against. "Chen Guoliang, will you join the Ganwu dojo and become a 2-leaf Ganwu practitioner?" "My lord, I will. The contract is one-time and permanent. 10 billion Ganwu coins a year, fixed salary for existing. Points for accepting missions on top of that, and points buy things money cannot, including immortal-grade manuals. I signed my name, left my origin force mark, and entered my Galaxy bank account in the salary field like a man starting a job, which is exactly what I was doing. Thorn left immediately and did not attend the celebration dinner, because a world lord attending a party thrown by domain lords is not how the world works. Everybody else came. Every faction on Chulong Star sent somebody, because a newly promoted domain lord, who is also a 2-leaf, is the biggest piece of news that planet had seen in a very long time, and because sending a gift might be unnecessary, but not sending one might be remembered. Manhwa, flushed, glass in hand, eyes gone soft. "Congratulations, Guoliang. From now on, you're our superior." Li Kai, roaring. "Next time we meet, the 3 of us have to call you master." All 3 of them got a substantial points bonus for the recommendation, and Li Kai, as the man who introduced me, got the largest slice. Everyone was extremely happy. The owner of the Qibao shop was working the room telling anyone who'd stand still about the armor he'd bought from me 6 months earlier, and I watched at least 3 people quietly message their families from the banquet floor with instructions to strengthen ties with Maple Leaf Star at any cost. It ran until dawn. When it thinned out, Li Kai stayed. "Brother Li Kai, you said Lord Thorn left a message?" "Brother Guoliang, Lord Thorn seems to think highly of you." He smiled. "He asked me to tell you that if you have no fixed destination, you might consider joining the Golden Mist Army and serving under him." Pause. "Oh, I forgot. Lord Thorn is about to take up the post of 10th General of the Golden Mist Army. He needs capable subordinates." "The Golden Mist Army? Elite unit?" "Exactly." He nodded hard. "One of the 300 marquises of the Ganwu universe country commands it. 100,000 soldiers. The lowest ranking soldier is universe rank. Domain lords serve as centurions. Above them are the generals. Lord Thorn has just taken the 10th. Arthur actually made a noise. "The rank and file are all universe rank. And the duties? There is no peaceful place in the universe. Even advanced nations have enemies on every side." Li Kai spread his hands. "The Golden Mist Army mops up remnants in secret realms, hunts down major criminals who flee into the nation, human traitors and infiltrators from the demon and insect races." Slight change of tone. "The benefits are excellent. So are the risks. The previous 10th General died putting down a rebellion." "Then it is indeed dangerous," said Arthur, looking at me with a face. "Risk and opportunity go together," said Li Kai with a little wistfulness. "One good battle's spoils can be more than a lifetime's savings." "I don't know enough about the Golden Mist Army," I said, slowly shaking my head. "Even with Lord Thorn's patronage, joining blind might mean regretting it later. Let's leave it. Now, for any other domain lord in the galaxy, being personally noticed by a world lord general is the single luckiest thing that will ever happen to them. That is the offer you spend your life waiting for. I did not need it. With this cheat, all I have to do is raise students, and what comes back is 10 times, 100 times more than what I'd bleed for on a battlefield. Why would I risk my life? Also, suppressing remnants, quelling rebellions, hunting foreign spies. Those 3 phrases in a row are not a career. They are a description of how you die." "Guoliang," Arthur murmured, refusing him outright. "Will that offend him?" "Probably not. He didn't invite me himself. He passed it through Li Kai." I shrugged. "He left himself room, which means he was also leaving me room. He knew I might say no." "I was overthinking it," said Arthur, relieved. That is the most important sentence I have ever gotten right, and I did not know it for another 200 years. Then Li Kai said the thing that actually mattered. Since your name is registered, why not go look at the dojo headquarters in the virtual universe ahead of time? New two leaves get a 100-year grace period before taking a post, but the good positions go fast. Scout it. If you see something you like, reserve it. He'd waited 10 years for his own comfortable placement on Chulong Star. He was giving me the one piece of advice that only comes from someone who has stood in that queue. Thank you, Brother Li Kai. I already had a plan. I wanted to see that headquarters. I wanted to find out whether it would surprise me. I appeared in the virtual universe on the Ganwu continent in front of a building the size of a mountain range, and two students walking the other way saw the two gold leaves on my chest, and their pupils shrank, and they bowed so fast one of them nearly fell. Greetings, Your Excellency. Even at headquarters, students basically never see a two-leaf in the flesh. Powerful people and students do not operate in the same parts of the map. And I let my mental energy brush over both of them gently, the way you check fruit. Nothing. Not nothing. They're ordinary. Nothing at all. No text. No frame. No rating. Which was, on reflection, obvious. This is the virtual universe. It's made of data. Unless I'm actually casting a domain or a law hard enough to make the system run a deep calculation on someone. Looking at a person here is looking at a picture of a person, which meant every genius in the galaxy could stand right in front of me in here and I would learn nothing. Fantastic. It would have been so convenient. What are your names? Sir, my name is Jax. My name is Flynn. Do you know where the administration building is? I know. It's just ahead. Please allow me to show you the way. That was Jax. Jax got there roughly a quarter second before Flynn did, and I watched Flynn's face register that he had just lost a race he did not know he was running. I let them lead, mostly because in the virtual universe, my body is a body, and walking is walking, and having a local is easier. Jax talked the entire way. Facts, logistics, and a truly remarkable amount of gossip, all of it useful, none of it classified, which tells you he is a young man who knows exactly where the line is and lives directly on top of it. At the door. Sir, the personnel department is on the 3rd floor. We don't have clearance to enter. Fine, I can manage. I stepped past him. Your name is Jax, correct? Not bad. I did not think about it again for a decade. Behind me, Jax clenched his fist and hissed, "It's done." At nobody, because in a family with 100 million members and several dozen genius seeds, personal praise from a two-leaf is the kind of thing that redirects the family's resources toward you. He had met the clan chief exactly once. Jax, that's not fair, said Flynn. He doesn't even remember my name. Ha ha ha, my good brother Flynn. Jax threw an arm around his neck and hauled him in. Think about it. If I hadn't moved fast, would either of us have gotten to walk him over? He's seen both our faces. That's a good thing. Besides, if it were you, would you have dared to chat with a two-leaf like that? Flynn could not honestly say yes. See, you're my brother. When something good happens, when have I ever forgotten you? 4 sentences, 0 cost, complete rehabilitation. I liked that kid the first day, and I have never stopped. Upstairs, behind a desk, there was an old man with green skin and cloudy eyes named Gus, one of 3 heads of personnel at headquarters, a senior 3-leaf, and a man with the power to veto anything I asked for. Oh, the new 2-leaf. Here for your assignment? He pushed a stack of files at me. I went through them. Head of the Kanglin Star Dojo, important world, a world lord in residence, hence the 2-leaf requirement, money factory. I know Kanglin Star, by the way. In the story I remember, that is where Shu Jin takes his apprentice mercenary assessment, and there is a world lord's private world hidden in it. I put it down. Dark Blood Star. Extra points for suppressing something called the Blood Clouds. No. I skipped every posting that involved governing a region because governing a region sounds important and means you sit in an office while other people meet the interesting children. Then, headquarters is hiring 2 first-class instructors. Excellent benefits. That's it. To an outsider, that looks like a step down. Instructor. No territory, no title, no fiefdom. To me, it was the only door in the building. Instructors stand in front of the geniuses, all of them, and instructors at headquarters live on the Ganwu continent, where nothing can happen to them. Also, and I want to be honest about my reasoning, the Ganwu country lord himself is on that continent. The single most indebted man in human history, and one of the oldest and most powerful, assuming he hasn't died. Gus, I'll take first-class instructor at headquarters. He glanced at the file, then at his screen, where my entire performance record from the assessment was already sitting. Light Domain Level 9, Fusion Domain, a trace of the Lightning Origin Law. He nodded. Qualifications met. It's yours. If I had done worse in that exam, he'd have said no. He had the authority, and he'd have used it. Elsewhere, Thorn got a notification. He hadn't heard anything from Li Kai in days, so he'd already written off the recruitment. He didn't mind. He'd noticed me on a whim during the assessment, and he wasn't going to chase a man who didn't want to be chased. Then he saw which post I'd taken, and something crossed his face that he could not resolve. Headquarters, first-class instructor? He sat there tapping the table. A man who earned the Great Axe title chose to become a teacher. In Thorn's world, and he is not wrong about most people, a career instructor is one of two things. Either a warrior who wants a soft chair, or a warrior whose potential is spent and whose lifespan is running out. Neither of those is a great axe warrior. This one has no ambition. He'll top out as a domain lord, and he removed my name from his watch list. I have thought about that moment a great deal since, and here is what I have concluded. Thorn was not stupid. Thorn was extremely intelligent and had access to all of my public information and reasoned flawlessly from it and arrived at completely the wrong answer because the one thing he didn't have was the only thing that mattered. That is what a cheat actually is. It isn't power, it's being the only person in the room reading a different sheet of paper. I came out of the virtual universe and told Arthur, and his eyes lit up. The headquarters of the Ganwu Dojo, that's where immortal gods live. I don't know if I'll ever see the place with my own eyes. Father, with your strength, where in the Ganwu universe country can't you go? Just stay out of the forbidden ground. He gave me a wry look. It's not as free as you make it sound. What happens to Chulong Star if I leave? My son and I live off that little bit of income. Then, inevitably, it's that useless boy Finn. If he'd just stayed put, I wouldn't have to keep going out. I did the arithmetic. Finn had been gone about 5,000 years. That brat's gotten too big for his boots. He doesn't even listen to his father. Sometimes I message him through the virtual universe and he doesn't reply. That's the ancient universal sound of a man missing his son and refusing to say so. Father, don't worry. I actually laughed. Isn't Finn somewhere in the Ganwu universe country? I'm going there. If I run into him, I'll drag him home by the collar. Then I went back to the castle, and there was a young man waiting at the gate with lightning crawling over his head and a face like a dog that's heard the door. Teacher! He'd been training alone on Chulong Star for a year. This was the first time I had contacted him first. He came in behind me staring at the furnishings and then said the wrong thing at the perfect volume. Teacher, is this the property you acquired on Chulong Star? It's amazing. No, I said. This was your master's wife's home, and mine. He went red from the collar up. Teacher, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. It's fine. I waved it off. Tell me, what did you get out of a year alone? And he stopped fidgeting and his voice dropped and everything about him changed. Teacher, I saw what the universe actually is. He was not looking at me. I went to the slave market on Chulong Star. It's living people, my own race, picked over and sold like goods. There was a man there at the 9th stage of Stellar. 9th stage, and he couldn't get out of it either. He was getting louder without noticing. I know a man named Beta. His homeworld was taken by traitors. He got out. He was the only one. His entire race is somewhere in a hold right now. What did they do? Was it just that they hadn't met anyone from off-world yet? He took a breath. And a girl called Mona. Her world was worse. Several demons took it. Everyone on that planet who was worth anything was catalogued and shipped out. And the rest of them, the ordinary ones, the ones with nothing, the ones who'd never hurt anybody, they went into the mines and they are still there. I looked past him, out at the city. Somewhere over that skyline was the market, and inside it was a version of me from 90,000 years ago. If I had been slightly less lucky, if I had killed one slaver instead of two, if they had decided I was product instead of investment. Weakness, I said, is the original sin. And I made a decision I have not told a living soul until this exact moment, which is that if I ever get high enough, not domain lord, not world lord, not immortal, I mean actually high enough, I am going to take this entire arrangement and put it in the ground, the trade, the chips, the farms, and the very comfortable people at the top who don't do any of it themselves and simply allow it. That's a long way off, I'm aware. Is weakness the original sin? My disciple repeated, tasting it. Then his jaw set. Teacher, I have to become strong, incredibly strong. Good. I clapped his shoulder. Anything else? There's one more thing. He pulled himself back together. I found a place in the virtual universe called the Killing Arena. It's extremely useful. I've spent most of the year there, and my combat experience and physical control have improved enormously. Then, sheepishly, it's just very expensive. Without the black dragon coins you gave me, I couldn't have gone at all. The Killing Arena is a good place to sharpen skills. Staying too long is meaningless. I did not scold him for the detour. Have you noticed something's wrong? By all logic, after that many life and death fights, your domain should have broken through by now. He looked at the floor. This disciple is a fool, because that had been the entire point of the exercise, and it had failed, and he did not know why. A true domain, I said, is born out of the great terror of life and death. However perfect the simulation, it lacks the one ingredient, which is that at the end of it, there is no you. He went very still. The arena's real purpose is to polish your technique. Thinking you can comprehend a domain in there, let alone a law, is wishful thinking. I stood up. For the next few days, you don't cultivate. Rest. Think about the year. In 7 days, we leave Chulong Star. I let that sit exactly long enough. And then I will show you the correct method. The correct method turned out to be a planet called Huangkai Star. Before we left, Arthur refused the cosmic coins I tried to return and then handed me a D-class automaton race ship, which is a gift so heavy it is almost rude. Automaton ships run generations ahead of anything human at the same grade. A D-class from them is worth a D9 from us, which is worth several hundred inhabited worlds. I took it because the trip was long and I put the debt somewhere I would not lose it. Arthur will never ask. Finn is going to get it all back one day whether he wants it or not. Zargon. How long to Huankai Star? Master, 26 hours at current speed. Huankai Star is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen from orbit. Ribbons of light wrapped around the whole world, cyan and blue and purple and red, braided together into a rainbow coat. 3 men owned it. We went through its air defense grid without slowing down. Their system had opinions and made noises about them, which was all it could do. We didn't even bother going stealthy, and that ship can go stealthy well enough to sit in your lap. I put my mental energy over the entire planet. Intelligence is accurate. 1 stellar level 8 martial artist, 1 stellar level 6 psyker, 1 stellar level 3 martial artist. The rest are planetary, a few hundred. Teacher, leave it to me. Go. The hatch opened and I watched him drop. Let's be honest about the arithmetic. He was stellar 6 with a domain threshold. Against a stellar 8 alone, he had a chance. Against a stellar 8 and a psyker who can turn a battle sideways with a thought, he did not. Which was the point? What is the difference between the killing arena and a fight? I had asked him. This. I did also, quietly, fold myself into the void and lock onto the battlefield from 1,000 kilometers up, because Tianlong is my cash cow and I am not a romantic. If it went genuinely wrong, I was going to be standing there before the second blow landed. Down in the central manor, a man in black robes with 3 eyes was in the middle of a very good afternoon and had just been told that somebody had forced their way in. What? Huankai Star is territory we legally purchased. Who dares? That's Modi. He owned a world, and he thought a receipt made him something. Who cares who they are, said Li Ying, the psyker. Intruders. Kill without mercy. They were airborne in a second, and about 4 seconds after that, they felt a spike of origin force from 1,000 miles off, and both of their faces changed at once. That's the third brother! They were too late by a considerable margin. When they arrived, there was a headless body on the ground, and a boy with a single horn standing over it, blade down, blood coming off the tip in slow drops that caught the rainbow light coming through the sky. Stellar 6? You dare kill my brother? Boy, who are you? Why force your way onto Huankai Star? They were not afraid of a Stellar 6. They were afraid of the fact that a Stellar 6 had walked in through their grid, which meant the ship outside was C2 at minimum, which meant somebody was standing behind him. Li Ying's divine sense unfolded across 1,000 miles, checking every inch. There's no one else. Just him? Modi's face went ugly with relief. A Stellar 6, and he dares. And my disciple said, in a voice that carried, "Don't bother looking, I'm alone. If you can't kill me, you'll be the ones who die." Then he was gone off the ground so fast the earth under him cracked, straight at the psyker, because he had correctly identified which of the two would actually kill him. Tier 3 weapon, Shadow, careful, let me test him. Li Ying went backward, and 35 blood-red throwing knives appeared out of nothing, each one thin as a cicada wing with a cold blue edge, each one enough to punch through ordinary astral rank defenses, and they came in with a sound like tearing silk. 9 blades of startling thunder, third form. He swept the whole volley aside in one horizontal cut, and I felt something in my chest that I had not felt in a long time, which was pride. And then all 35 knives stopped in midair, turned around, fused into a single sword 100 meters long, and came down on him. He caught it. His feet made a sonic boom against nothing. He grunted, "That's all you've got?" Die. Modi's blade came in behind him like a snake at the back of the neck, and he had nowhere to go, and it hit him square across the back. The armor I gave him held. Mostly. He coughed blood and went flying. And in the middle of flying, my disciple did something I had not taught him. He twisted in the air and used the momentum of the strike that hit him, used it, added to it, went faster instead of slower, and came back at Li Ying from an angle the man had already stopped watching. Fourth form. The blade went quiet, all that thunder compressed down into nothing, and a purple ring 3 meters across opened around him and went straight through Li Ying's mental barrier as if it were weather. The head went up. The giant sword lost the mind holding it together and became 35 knives again, clattering across the rocks. Shadow! Modi had just watched his own ambush kill his own brother. Then he opened the third eye in his forehead. A line of blood-red light crossed the distance faster than a Stellar 6 can react to. My disciple got a shoulder into it instead of his chest, and the light went through the shoulder, and something cold and wrong went into him with it. I bought this poisoned bloodlight sword 2,000 years ago, waiting for the right person, said Modi, and his muscles bulged, and he came down with everything. Tianlong went a kilometer and hit a mountain. I want to tell you exactly how close it was. Bones broken in a number of places I could count from 1,000 kilometers away, shoulder open. The only reason he was still breathing is that there was still leftover ginseng in him, stubbornly putting him back together faster than he was coming apart. He got up out of the rubble anyway. It took him a while. Modi walked at him slowly with a red blade, enjoying it. I want your head for my brother. And to be honest, my hand was already open. But here is the thing about the great terror of life and death, which is that it is not a metaphor, and it is not a training regime. It is the moment where a person finds out what is actually inside them. Later, he told me what he saw in those seconds. Not his life, not his family, the slave market, Beta's face, Mona crying, and one line, in my voice, weakness is the original sin, death, destruction, rebirth, control. And then, in the dark, a door came off its hinges. So this is the domain. I get it now. The blade was already falling. A deep purple ring bloomed out of him and covered 100 meters in every direction. Not a prototype, not a threshold. The complete and genuine first level of the Thunder Lightning domain. And Modi's finishing blow went into it and slowed down like a man walking into tar. What? Impossible. A domain? How could you have a domain? Nothing is impossible. My disciple stood up out of the rocks. It's time to end this. He did not swing. Inside a domain, you don't have to. He thought about it, and every scrap of lightning in that space arrived at once, and a stellar level 8 body hit the ground and stayed there. Teacher, I did it! I've mastered the domain! Shouted at an empty sky at the exact spot where I was standing. Ding! Your disciple Tianlong has comprehended the first level of the Thunder Lightning domain in the midst of life and death. 100 times return triggered. Your comprehension of the Thunderbolt law has been greatly enhanced. I stood in the void with my hands behind my back and let it pour in. 4 years earlier, when I broke through, I'd caught a thread of the lightning origin law. In the 4 years since I had not slacked for a single day, and I had pushed that thread a little further, and it had not been enough to get me over the doorstep. Then this. Before, roughly 0.3%. After, at least 3%. I know how that sounds. 2 and a bit percentage points. Let me put it the other way. It was a 10-fold increase in an afternoon from a boy having a very bad day on the ground beneath me, and with 3% of a law, breaking through to World Lord stops being a mountain and becomes a schedule. It was worth saving the annual return for. He did not disappoint me. I dropped down next to him and put life force into him until his shoulder closed. Cough, teacher, I did it. I really did it. You were right. Only in the face of death. He looked like a child who has done something good and is waiting to be told so. You did very well. Then, because I am who I am, I told you that if you reached the first level of the domain within 10 years, I'd give you another gift. What do you think of Huankai Star? He looked up at that impossible sky. Teacher, it's very beautiful. Then I'll buy it and give it to you. He stared at me. Teacher, that's not right. I just killed the owner. Who said you killed the owner of Huankai Star? I shook my head. The 3 lords of Huankai Star were clearly killed by star pirates, and their bodies were never recovered. You and I, master and disciple, happened to pass by, destroyed the pirates, and saved the entire population. You could see the moment his very simple, very clean world found out about paperwork. Ah. Also, I said, it's genuinely better for them if the deed is in your hands. That planet tops out at planetary rank. If I just declare them free, they get bought again inside a century by somebody else, unless they hand themselves to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, which is the same thing with better letterhead. He thought about it for exactly as long as it took to think about his friends. Teacher, I accept. I'll be a lord in name. The Black Dragon Mountain office out of the Kalo Empire arrived very quickly, saw the 2 gold leaves on my chest, and had a small crisis. Half a day later, they published their findings. Huankai Star was attacked by star pirates. All 3 lords died in battle. And the great 2-leaf Ganwu practitioner Chen Guoliang happened to be passing and saved every human being on that world. Purchasing it was even easier because as the savior of the planet, I qualified for a discount, 30% off, lowest tier world, 300 billion Black Dragon coins, 210 after the hero's rate. Let me be clear that I am not proud of this, and I am not ashamed of it either. There is a thing that happens when you cross a certain line, and the thing is this: the rules were only ever load-bearing for the people underneath them. The moment I put on that badge, I stopped living in the same legal universe as everyone I grew up with. Nobody investigates a two-leaf, not because they can't, because if they found something, what exactly would they do with it? In the entire Black Dragon Mountain starfield, apart from the Godlord himself, there is nobody who can sit in judgment on me. That's not a boast. That's the thing I intend to break, eventually. But you cannot break a wall from underneath it. Meanwhile, in a plant shop on a back street of Chulong Star, a very small woman was carefully dripping a bead of life-rich liquid into a flower bed. There was a green shoot in it, a few centimeters tall, swaying slightly, and if you watched it long enough, you would swear it was pleased about something. Mona! Mona! An old man in the doorway, white hair, white beard, planetary rank 9, and running out of road, so lit up he could barely get the air in. Great news, incredible news. Your brother Kojo just sent word. Those 3 demons on Huankai Star, they're dead. All of them. Really? Her eyes went enormous. How? They were so strong. Absolutely true. He nodded so hard he coughed. Kojo verified it himself. The Planet Lord's name has already been changed. Then he cried, which men that old do very quietly. Mona, the demons are dead. Your parents can rest. And you're not a slave. You're a shop employee with legal status in the Kalo Empire. And later, you could go back to Huankai Star for me. He stopped. After I die. Could you and Kojo take my ashes home? I want to rest there. Mona had been extremely lucky, in the way that word gets used when the alternative is unspeakable. She was taken to Chulong Star while still an apprentice, which meant she was sold before anyone bothered to put a chip in her. And she was bought back by 2 men from her own world who worked 500 years to afford it and got her registered as a legal person and found her an employer who did not ask questions. I wonder what the new lord will be like, she said, and her worry was very old and very specific. Whether he'll be like the others. Great-grandfather, she said, if the new lord isn't wicked, if he stops selling our people, then Kojo and I will take you home. He must be a kind lord, said the old man, to nobody. Mustn't he? Then a man the size of a small building came through the door. Mona, I see Grandpa told you, our homeworld has a new ruler and I have the latest. That ruler summoned every person on the planet at planetary rank and above. He was practically shouting. He said he was going on a journey somewhere far away, and the management of the planet would be handed directly to the people of Huankai Star. Right now, they're organizing money to buy me and Grandpa back to take over. Handed to us? Mona could not process the sentence. That lord is actually like that? Absolutely. By the time the news reached me, he'd already left. They say he's the apprentice of some super powerhouse, and even the Black Dragon Mountain office people were bowing to him. Brother Kojo, do you have anything about him? Anything at all? Yes, the clan sent images. He worked the device on his wrist. The lord's name is Lei. Yes, Tianlong. Here. He turned the screen around. Mona stopped breathing. That lord named Tianlong, she said, and her voice came apart in the middle. Is he, the boy with the single horn on his head? The face on the screen answered her. It's him. It really is him. She started crying and could not stop, and the 2 men stood there completely helpless in the way that men are. Mona, what's wrong? What happened? She got her face under control with her hands. I know him. Remember the friend I told you about? The one I met not long ago? That's him. She was still going. The first time I just gave him directions. Then we met again, and we talked for a long time. I only wanted to tell somebody. A stranger. Somebody who'd never see me again. I never thought. Because here is what he said to her, on a street, to a girl he had met twice, with nothing in his hands, and no way on earth to do it. I'm going to cultivate with my teacher. And I'm going to become strong. And when I'm strong enough, I will help you get all of the people of Huankai Star back. She took it the way you take a kind lie. Warm. Distant. The sort of thing a nice young man says. He was gone about 18 months. Mona. The old man had both hands over his face. You are the benefactor of our entire clan. You saved all of them and you didn't even know. Mona. Kojo's voice broke. If you ever meet him again, thank him properly. For me. The shop door creaked. Ahem, sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. The owner came in, round-faced, well-fed, smiling. Congratulations. All 3 of them bowed instantly, because a man who can hold a storefront on Chulong Star is a man with something enormous behind him. Jumo, old Bao. He looked at Kojo and the old man. You've worked in my shop over 500 years, haven't you? Yes, boss, thank you for pulling us out of the market. I've seen your work and your loyalty. You paid off your redemption a long time ago. Now your homeworld is back and you're needed there. He paused gently. I'm granting you your freedom. All 3 of them made a noise. Go on. He waved. Huankai Star needs you more. Do you have money for the tickets? I can lend it to you if not. They could not have been more astonished if he'd handed them the shop. He'd always been decent. Offering a loan on top was outside the entire pattern of their lives. They took it, of course. Freedom will make you take anything. And when the door shut behind them, that round, comfortable face did something else entirely. Tianlong, said the shop owner to himself. That would be the young man who came to Qulong Star with Lord Chen Guoliang a year ago. Lord Chen's personal disciple. He tapped the counter. These slaves of Huankai Star are unbelievably lucky to have climbed all the way up to a man like that. He'd worked it out from 3 facts and a discount. 3 planetary lords wiped out, the Black Dragon Mountain office not investigating, replacement lords confirmed inside a day. There is no version of that where the new lord is a nobody. 2 planetary rank employees cost him less than a good dinner. If they buy him even a sliver of goodwill from that disciple, it is the highest return trade he will make this century. How could a merchant possibly do business at a loss? I've thought about that man a lot. He is one of the least sentimental people in this entire story. He did the correct calculation, and by accident it also happened to be the single kindest thing anyone in that room had ever done for those 3. The universe does not care what your reasons are, only what you actually do. Then 10 years went by. I'm going to compress them because they were all the same shape, and the shape was this. I picked the fights, not less than 20 of them, not one at random. Every single one selected by me personally. Infamous star pirates, fugitives with warrants out of 3 different nations, people whose deaths made the sector marginally cleaner, and every single one matched to my disciple's strength or a shade above it. He did not win them all cleanly. Several times he was 1 heartbeat from being over. And several times I stepped in from the void, quietly, and stepped back out, and he never knew, and he still doesn't. 10 years scrubbed the softness off him. The boy who blushed at a cat-eared girl became a man who thought before he moved, and moved once. Stellar 6 to Stellar 7. Domain level 1 to level 3. The 3 of them from Huankai Star wouldn't have lasted an exchange. Not with the domain. Without it. I did well too. Every major domain breakthrough he had, the return came to me. My lightning origin law went from 3% to 5%. There are world lords who have worked at a law for 1,000,000 years and stand below that number, and I did not waste the other 8 annual returns because I had a very simple realization about the mechanic, which is that the return is not a discount, it is a conversion. 7 of those returns I spent buying my disciple exactly the tier 4 origin force gear he needed at the moment he needed it. 7 times the system handed me back a 4th tier top grade weapon of my own. Brand new, unregistered, untraceable, combined value, more than 1 Hun Yuan. Which, since you're going to hear that word a great deal from here on, is a unit. 1 Hun Yuan is a trillion cosmic coins. It is the number rich people count in, and at the point I am describing, I had never held one in my hands in 90,000 years of work. 1 return left, 6 months of validity on it, and I was saving it. Zargon, how long to the Ganwu continent? The doghead came up on the main screen. Master, 1 month and 3 days. The Ganwu continent is a landmass. It is also tens of light years across. Ganwu City is at the middle of it. Was the entry application filed? Filed. It came back approved with permission to dock directly. Zargon, is the panel ready? He faded out and put my own numbers up in his place, which is a thing I make him do occasionally, the way you weigh yourself. Name, Chen Guoliang. Age, approximately 90,000 universe years. Strength, Domain Lord, 2nd rank. Law, Light Domain 9. Thunder Lightning, Domain 9. Lightning Origin. Law, 5%. Light Origin Law, 0.00001%. I looked at that last number for a while. Light was my signature. Light was the thing I comprehended first, the thing that made me survivable in the arena, the reason I'm alive at all. It carried me for 80,000 years. 4 years with a cheat, and lightning had lapped it so hard it wasn't a comparison anymore. That's what this thing is. Without it, even if I had somehow stumbled into Domain Lord, I would never have touched the Light Law, let alone the Thunderbolt. My talent is still too poor, I thought. Looking at my own sleeping disciple across the cabin, I need to use that last return on that. The port at Ganwu City took our arrival the way an ocean takes a cup of water. Sir, your 2-leaf status is verified. Berthing fees are waived. Shall we arrange transport? No need. I'll wander. The staff member bowed and left without another word, which told me more about that city than a guidebook would have. Tianlong waited until he was out of earshot. Teacher, Ganwu City is outrageous. The port staff, all of them are universe rank. Universe rank. On his homeworld, one of those founds a dynasty. Here, one of them checks your paperwork. This is the core of 100 million star systems. I put a hand on his shoulder. Put your country manners away and don't embarrass me. Don't worry, teacher. He straightened up. Once inside, this disciple will keep his head down and cause you no trouble. Haha. No. I kept walking. Once you're officially in the dojo, don't be soft about a single opportunity you need, a single resource you need, or your qualification for the Ganwu's secret realm. Cultivation is rowing upstream. If you don't take, you don't get. Then we went through the gate, and I stopped talking for a while, because Ganwu's city took even me by the collar. Chulong Star, which had seemed to my disciple like the center of civilization, looked from here like a market town with delusions, buildings that go up until you lose them, streets wide enough for giant beasts to walk abreast, paving stones, cut from D-grade metal, and above all of it, islands, floating, whole districts hanging in the air. The crowd was every shape a person can be, 100-meter giants, horned dwarves with scales, all of them normal here. I saw several universe ranks go by in a hurry, and a couple of domain lords, and none of them looked at me twice, and there are rules. Private fighting is forbidden outright. You take it to a dueling ring, or you take it to a law enforcer, and if you take it anywhere else, the law enforcers take it to you, and nobody flies. Nobody. Not universe rank, not domain lords, not world lords. Only an undying spiritual god gets to be above the street. The closer you get to real power, the stricter it gets. Because the alternative is that 100,000 people who can each destroy a city all decide to have a bad morning at the same time. That, and one wrong move here offends the great lord of Ganwu, and there is nothing after that. The best reviewed shop in the district was called the Treasure Pavilion, and there were astral rank maids bowing in unison at the door, which tells you what kind of city you're in. Those women would be prodigies in a lord's household anywhere else. Here they take coats. I noticed something else on the way in, and I want it on the record because of what happens later. There is no slave trade in Ganwu City. None. Everyone in that building was staff, paid, legally. The thing that owns half the galaxy simply does not exist here, because here, it isn't necessary. A supervisor came down. Skin like snow, name of Lin Yue, extremely good at her job. I'd like to sell some Origin Force weapons, I said, and I'd like to speak to someone who can make the decision. She had, I could see, mentally priced this at 1 or 2 pieces of second-hand gear. I put 7 brand new top-grade 4th-tier weapons on the table. Her smile came off like a hat in wind. She ran the scanner, she read the numbers, she read them again. All of them top-tier 4th, and this quality. She took a breath and put her professional face back on. Lord Ganwu practitioner. The Treasure Pavilion will acquire these 7 for approximately 1 hunyuan, which was a fraction over my own estimate, and I could have haggled, and I did not, because I wanted something worth more than the difference. Fine. She was so surprised she nearly dropped the scanner. Then she was extremely happy, because her commission on that was several times her personal net worth. Sir, your transaction has passed 1 hunyuan. You are now a 5-star customer, 5% off everything permanently. Oh? I leaned back. Does the Treasure Pavilion carry a complete range? The Treasure Pavilion is backed by a great undying spiritual god. We can source almost anything on the market, and what we can't stock, we can procure. Then what about a Domain Lord grade gene serum? And her face went pink, and her eyes flicked to mine, and I could see her deciding whether the very rich man was making fun of her. My lord, how precious is a Domain Lord potion? That is a treasure only the innermost members of the Virtual Universe Corporation can obtain. We absolutely do not have one. Good. That's data. Locked at the top and not permitted to leak. SS grade bloodline evolution serum then, or S grade. She actually pouted, which I found genuinely disarming. My lord, forget SS. We cannot produce even the most ordinary bloodline serum. If you have any unrestricted ones you'd like to sell, we will pay you an extraordinary price. So there it is. The one category of thing I need is the one category money does not open. I must have let that show, because she leaned in slightly and did something no salesperson has to do. My lord, you're a 2-leaf Ganwu practitioner. You must be a dojo member. She said it very gently, the way you'd remind someone their coat is on inside out. These core resources, which don't circulate inside the dojo, they can usually be exchanged for with points. And she was genuinely confused as to how a dojo member could not know this. I see. Thank you, Supervisor Lin Yue. And I got up and walked out. She stared after me because she had just laid the groundwork for a relationship with an unknown and extremely wealthy 2-leaf, and he had responded by leaving mid-conversation. I want you to remember Lin Yue. I did not think about her once for the next several decades. Teacher, where are we going now? Tianlong had been beside me the entire time being invisible, and had spent the visit discovering that money has a unit called hunyuan, and that his teacher has them, which explained a number of gifts. To report for duty, obviously. The Ganwu Dojo headquarters signed Tianlong in as an astral rank elite student on the spot, no examination, because that is what being a first-class instructor's personal disciple gets you. And I went to see Gus. Lord Gus. Chen Guoliang, reporting for duty. The cloudy eyes came up and looked at me for a while. Not bad. 10 years and you're already here. You seem to be a responsible mentor. If I hadn't known the journey took a decade, I would have sworn that was sarcasm. The first-class instructor's job is to train elite students for headquarters. Your light and thunder lightning domains are both at level 9. Pick one as your teaching focus. Note what he did not mention. My grasp of the lightning origin law was on that file and he skipped it entirely, and he was right to. 5% of a law is a thing you cannot teach. It isn't knowledge yet. It's a rumor you've heard from the inside. I'll take the thunder lightning direction. Done. From today, you're the lightning instructor in the elite zone. Arrange your own courses, no fewer than 3 public classes a year. 3 a year. Remember that number. They gave me a manor of a few thousand square meters, which in Ganwu City puts you above 99% of the population, plus a butler named Silas, 4 servants, and 2 cooks. Silas presented a 10-day menu on my first evening, not one dish repeated. Half of them I had never heard of, and I am 90,000 years old. I'm not fussy. Clean and hygienic is enough. Do some barbecue tonight. Then I sat in the garden and opened my points balance. Name, Chen Guoliang. Position, first-class instructor. Points, 0. That 0 was a little bright. I pulled up the exchange catalog. Common bloodline serum, 1 point. S grade, 10 points. SS grade, 1,000 points. Fruit of life, 20,000 points. There it was. The thing no amount of money buys, sitting on a shelf with a price sticker on it. And no domain lord grade serum listed at all, which meant that really is core of the 5 giants territory. But I did not want a domain lord serum. I wanted to give an SS grade serum to Tianlong and let 100 times bring me back whatever an SS grade serum multiplied by 100 is. So the whole problem was points. I extrapolated from the catalog prices and got a rough exchange rate. 1 point runs about 100 million cosmic coins. 1,000 points is 100 billion. 100 billion cosmic coins meant absolutely nothing to me at that moment, which meant the entire problem was not money. It was finding one person in this building willing to sell me points. The cook brought the barbecue out while I was working through that. It was, I have to say, excellent. 10 years of shipboard rations will do that to a man. I took out a jar of wine to go with it. That wine is called 3,000 Dreams of the Star River. Eleanor brewed it 30,000 years ago. There are still a few hundred jars in my ring, and there will never be another one. It's slightly astringent going in, and then it opens up and the sweetness arrives late and stays. You the new tutor? There was a man in a red robe standing in my gate. I only got in today. I haven't paid my respects to the neighbors. Come in, sit. I did not have to be asked twice, because I had already decided I was going to make friends with instructors, and one had walked into my garden. My name is Huo Lei, Fire Law, first-class instructor. I live right next door. Brother Huo Lei, share some? I just finished teaching and my mouth is dry. He took a piece of meat and chewed it thoughtfully. The taste is fine. The heat is off. If I'd grilled it, the flavor would be better. Which, from a man whose entire discipline is the fire law, is not a boast, it's a professional observation. I was too polite to point that out. Then next time I'll try Brother Huo Lei's cooking. Here, try mine. He drank the entire cup in one go. Vintage is good enough, flavor's weak, not my type. And he produced a jar of his own and filled my cup without asking. Try mine. I have drunk a great deal of alcohol in 90,000 years. That went down my throat like an argument. I did not sober it off. I sat in it. It is not a sophisticated drink, and it is not trying to be. 3,000 Dreams is still better, obviously, not because of the taste. There is nothing else in the universe that has what it has in it. A few rounds in, I asked about points. Brother Guoliang, of course you've got none. You're new. He waved it off. Earning them is simple. Train good students and take missions. The dojo posts them monthly. They pay well. Interested? I'll call you on the next one. Brother Huo Lei, how do you exchange points for cosmic coins? I want to get some serum for my disciple. Do you know anyone? He burped. Officially 1 point is about 100 million, but points buy things money can't, so the private market runs a serious premium. Realistically, 1 point for 200 million. Which was the best news I'd had all week, because the premium wasn't the problem. The problem was finding a counterparty at all, and Huo Lei had just told me that the private points market is so normal that everyone knows the rate. Brother Huo Lei, could you part with any, or introduce me? 1 to 200, I'll take either. No need for that. He flapped a hand. How much do you want? I'll just give them to you. 1,000 points. No problem, it's yours. He transferred 1,000 points. I transferred 200 billion cosmic coins. A fair trade. And I knew perfectly well I now owed him a favor, because I was new here and could have spent a decade looking for that. I redeemed the SS grade serum right there in front of him without hiding it, and we kept drinking, and that is how you make a friend in one evening. The serum arrived the next morning, escorted by 2 green-skinned domain lords with a silver combination-locked case. Inside, it was a syringe of dark red liquid. Mentor Chen Guoliang, you know the restrictions, but I'll repeat them. Bloodline evolution serum is for personal use, immediate family or disciples. Transfer or sale is strictly prohibited. Understood. I intend to give it to my disciple. Then please sign the usage agreement. I wrote Tianlong's name in the recipient field and left my origin force mark at the bottom, which means that if I ever break that contract, they have everything they need to end me, which is honestly how it should be. When Tianlong arrived, he did the tour of the manor with his eyes and then sat down very straight when I told him to. Do you know how human bloodlines are graded? A little, teacher. He had done his homework. 10 grades. First grade, the Manhwa star people, the wild god race. They become domain lords when they come of age. I watched envy go across his face, and I did not blame him. Domain lord as an adolescent, equal to me, on their birthday. Second grade reach universe rank at adulthood, third and fourth stellar, fifth and sixth planetary, seventh and eighth apprentice, ninth and 10th may not even reach apprentice. Bloodline doesn't decide everything, I said. But it decides your ceiling and your feel for the law. Your Horned Thunder clan is 7th grade. You were an apprentice at adulthood. That's too weak. And I put the serum on the table. This will take you to 3rd grade, possibly 2nd. His mouth opened. It's contract restricted, disciples and relatives only. Your name is already on it. It will not work for anybody else in the universe. He closed his mouth again, which is an underrated cruelty, incidentally. When you make a gift impossible to refuse, you also make it impossible to decline politely, and gratitude with no exit is a heavy thing to hand a young man. Use it here, inject it. It will accelerate everything, make the domain easier, and dramatically improve your odds of getting into the Ganwu's secret realm. Thank you, teacher. Rest assured, master. His jaw came up. This disciple will enter the Ganwu's secret realm and live up to you. Then he put it in his arm. I am not going to dwell on the next hour. He described it afterward as every cell in his body being pulled apart while something ate him from the inside, and he curled up on my garden stones and shook, and he did not once close his eyes because he had worked out on his own that if he closed them, he might not open them. Hold on. An hour. He said it felt like years. At the end, he was flat on the ground and could not lift a finger. Fortunately, you held on and didn't pass out. I meant it. Fainting doesn't stop it working, but it costs you most of the effect. You went the whole way. Your bloodline is now just under 2nd grade in the universe. 2nd grade. From 7th. And here is the ugly, honest part, which I am telling you because I promised to be honest. Whether he held on made no difference to me at all. My return arrived the instant the gift left my hand. It made a difference to him. And a stronger disciple pays me back for centuries. That is a reason. It just isn't a kind one. Rest here. In 3 days, I lecture in the elite zone. You're welcome to attend. His lips moved. Nothing came out. His eyes said it anyway. Half a day later, he dragged himself home, and Silas had the servants clean up, and I went into the cultivation chamber and opened my hand. A crystal appeared in it, shining deep purple, and its name arrived in my head at the same moment. Thunder Source Crystal, a substance condensed out of the primordial law of lightning itself. Integrated into the body, it improves the genes and significantly enhances affinity with the lightning law. Significantly. I had expected a Domain Lord gene serum, or something standing in for one. What I got was a substance that does not have a market because there is no market. I absorbed it, and it was nothing like the serum. No fire, no tearing. It went in like rain into soil, quietly, everywhere, changing things. And when I opened my eyes, the lightning law that had been a smear at the edge of my perception for 4 years was simply there. Clarity up more than tenfold. It seems, I thought, that I really am destined to become a genius of the lightning law. That is a joke, incidentally. That is very much a joke. I had the talent of a rock, and I bought my way into being a prodigy with someone else's arm. I spent 2 days and 2 nights inside that law without sleeping, and I am not sure I have ever been happier. Understanding a law is like solving problems, one after another, each harder, each with that click at the end, forever, in every direction, with no bottom. There is a specific joy in it that people who were never any good at anything will never get to feel, and I got to feel it for the first time in 90,000 years at the age of 90,000. I would still be in there if Zargon hadn't reminded me my first class started in 23 minutes. Genius, I said out loud to an empty room. So this is what genius feels like. 2 days had produced roughly a year's worth of ordinary grind. The instructors here hold 3 public classes a year, so the students take them seriously. By the time I got there, tens of thousands of stellar and planetary elite students were sitting in a fan across a plaza the size of a small country, and there were more coming because the tutor was new and nobody had heard him yet. 2 of them were sitting near the front. Flynn, what brings you here? Jax dropped into the seat next to him. Isn't this a thunder lightning class? Jax, you don't know? Flynn leaned in. This new tutor isn't ordinary. I read his file, not just the thunder lightning domain. He's got the 9th level of the light domain. I've been stuck at the 2nd level for ages, and I've got questions. If I get called during the Q&A, I want to ask about light. He looked pleased with himself. He specializes in lightning. Everyone's questions will be about lightning. My off-topic question might get a longer answer. Haha. Good plan. Jax shrugged. Tens of thousands of people and half a day of questions. It's luck. It's all we've got. Then, dropping his voice, because gossip. I hear you lightning people have got a new tough guy. He put Aaron on the ground? You're well informed. Jax pointed discreetly at a young man sitting alone. That's him, Tianlong. Got into a fight with Aaron a few days after he arrived and got badly beaten. And then in a few days he broke through to Stellar 8 and the 4th level of the domain, and he beat Aaron. Tsk. Then, fairly. Careful if you run into him, though I hear he's not a bad sort. Aaron's people started it, trying to teach the new boy the rules. The horned young man was close enough that they changed the subject. Do you remember that two-leaf we met in the virtual universe 10 years ago? Have you found out anything? No. Jack shook his head. I asked the family elders. Nobody knows him. Probably a new promotion, probably running some branch dojo in the sticks. Shame, he thought well of you. If you could get guidance from someone like that, it's tough, said Jax, and meant it, because getting timely instruction from a first-class instructor is not something elite students get. Its public classes are nothing, unless you are taken as a personal disciple, and how many people ever catch a mentor's eye? Then somebody said, the mentor's here, and 40,000 people stopped talking at once. I walked in purple with 2 gold leaves on my chest, and Jax and Flynn looked up at the same moment and both of them froze solid. Jax, am I seeing things? Flynn was tugging his sleeve without noticing. Flynn, calm down, I saw it. Jax, our advisor has seen us. The man they had spent 10 years wondering about was standing on the platform, and he had, in fact, looked directly at them. I let my eyes go over the crowd. Every one of them had a domain. That is the entry requirement here. Tens of thousands of children, every one of them the best thing their homeworld ever produced. Greetings. I am your new instructor, Chen Guoliang. From now on, you may call me Teacher Chen. And then I started at the beginning. First, the birth of a domain. A domain cannot be created through a cultivation technique. There is no manual. At least inside the Ganwu universe country, such a manual should not exist. That got their attention, because half of them had been looking for one. A domain is the sublimation of a concept. It's what happens after the concept goes past its own peak. Its birth usually involves a comprehension of heaven and earth, or the unity of self and world, or a profound enlightenment or reincarnation. There are tens of thousands of you sitting here. I will state plainly that no 2 of you will get there the same way. Then I raised a hand and put a battle recording in the air over the plaza. It was Tianlong on Huankai Star. Both parties' appearances erased. I had scrubbed it personally, because that is a textbook birth. A man at the exact end of himself with nothing left and a door coming off its hinges. Life and death is the most direct, the most dangerous, and often the most effective route to a domain. The others require even more of you. And I took them through it, in plain language, because the thing that ruins a generation of geniuses is that they get their domain by accident and then spend 300 years knowing what it is and not why. Once a domain is born, it improves. How? By understanding its own changes. Then I let mine out. I started at the prototype and let it evolve. First level, second, third. And it grew, and it did not stop. And by the 5th, it was over the front rows, and by the 7th, it was over all of them. I should note, for completeness, that at that moment, I was covering 40,000 of the Ganwu universe country's best young people with a fully evolved domain, and if I had been an infiltrator of another race, the entire generation ends there. They vet instructors extremely carefully. This is why. 8th level, 9th. Thunderlight swallowing the whole plaza, and I explained every single change as it happened, and 40,000 people held their breath, because if you lost focus for 2 seconds, you discovered that the rest of the lecture was in a foreign language. Instructors on other plazas stopped their own classes and turned around. After domain, I said, comes law. And I brought all of it back in, folded it down, and let it condense into a lotus of crystal clear purple light that floated up over the square and sat there. The students, who could not read law, could feel it and went quiet in a completely different way. The instructors in the distance could read it. Law, the lightning origin law. One of them said it out loud. This new mentor's understanding of the Thunderbolt law is, most of them had a law of their own. That's the only reason they could tell. And what they could tell was that they would never get there. I lectured for a full day and a night, and the crowd did not shrink. It grew. Then I did it for 3 days and 3 nights straight, which no instructor here does. The standard is 1 to 3 days and everyone stops at 1. By the end, even astral rank students were suffering, and not physically. Their minds were hard drives running at capacity in an overheating case. Nobody left. For the last half day, I opened the floor for questions, and the entire plaza sat in complete silence because they were all still digesting, and no hands went up. Then Flynn opened his eyes with an expression on his face like a man who has found his keys. "Jax, it's solved. My light domain is going to break the 3rd level. You didn't even ask a question." "That's right." He was practically bouncing. Teacher Chen's analysis of the domain is perfect. When he was explaining the 3rd level changes, I put myself into my own bottleneck and it just opened. "Congratulations, you're a genius." Jax meant it. "With a triple domain, your arena ranking jumps thousands of places. Work hard, Jax, I'm coming for you. You'll have to move, I got just as much as you did." Jax looked out over the square. "Look, we're not the only ones." Half the plaza was sitting with their eyes closed. "I think," Jax said quietly, "Teacher Chen's teaching level is on par with a special grade mentor. World Lord rank." "Jax, neither of us has ever heard a special grade mentor. How would you? Even if you've never eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. I have friends in the Ganwu secret realm. They told me what those lectures are like." Fine, you know everybody. And you genuinely have no questions? Raise your hand now and he'll definitely notice you. "No." Jax shook his head, and his eyes moved slightly. "Not for now." Because he had worked out something that most people 3 times his age never work out, which is that a favor asked at the wrong moment spends an impression you can never get back. Eventually the hands went up and I answered them, one by one, carefully, and 7 or 8 people in a row walked away satisfied, and by the end of it the plaza had collectively decided that the new teacher Chen was unfathomable, which requires explaining because it's the least mysterious thing in this entire story. My teaching experience is nothing. I had never taught anyone anything. What I have is a foundation that no first-class instructor in that building could match. My understanding of the lightning origin law was nearly 6%, a height a great many world lords never reach. And more importantly, most of that understanding came out of the system, which means it arrived complete, sorted, from the bottom up, in order, with nothing missing. The way a textbook is written, rather than the way a life is lived. Every one of those students had a thunder lightning domain that was unique and personal and evolving, and every single one of those unique personal domains was standing on the same handful of basic branches of the lightning law, and I had all of them. I was not solving their problems, I was recognizing them. "Class dismissed," I said. "I'll post the next public class in advance. Digest this before you come back. You can mail me questions, though I may not reply." My eyes went over Tian Long in the crowd, then over Jax. Then I left, and the square exploded behind me. He explained it so clearly. I'm at domain level 4. I thought I understood the first 3 levels. I didn't know there were that many variations inside them. The thing that's been eating me for over a year, he solved in 4 sentences. With other professors, I understand half. This time I understood everything. The fire element is in a terrible state. All their instructors have tempers, especially that Crimson Flame one. He calls you stupid if you ask a question. Ha ha ha, I've heard that too. Half the fire students don't attend anymore. That would be my new friend Huo Lei, who cooks better than my cook and teaches like a man serving a sentence. Back in the secret chamber, I sat down and checked myself over because there had been no notification at all, and yet I had a feeling. Law, lightning, light, unchanged. Willpower, unchanged. Body, changed slightly, but that's the crystal. And then I found it, and it was so small I doubted it. Comprehension. My comprehension ability had improved, which makes sense. In the ugly logical way, this thing always makes sense. I had spent 3 days guiding thousands of people through comprehension, and something had come back on the aggregate. Teach publicly, and quantity becomes quality. Rule 1, second half, which I had filed away and forgotten. The improvement was so slight I could have talked myself out of it. But if that is real, if I can genuinely raise my own comprehension by standing in front of enough people, then that is not a bonus. That is a second cheat living inside the first one. There was also one other thing I got out of that lecture, and it was the actual reason I'd covered the whole plaza with my domain. I was checking them, all of them. 40,000 of the best young people in a nation of 100 million star systems, scanned at once while they thought they were being taught. Results were neither good nor bad. No first-class geniuses, no second-class geniuses. Third class. 5, not counting my own disciple. 6 people out of tens of thousands of elite students who had all already mastered a domain. That is what the rating is worth. That is how thin the air gets. I memorized all 5 faces, and then I looked for the first time in the direction of the Ganwu secret realm. Because if this is what the best public institution in the country produces, then the thing I actually need is not in this building. To test the theory, I gave a public class every single month for 6 months. The lightning students could not believe their luck. Other majors turned green. Attendance never dropped, and at peak it broke 100,000 because students from every other discipline started coming just to see the man who apparently could not stop talking. 6 lectures. And afterward, I could feel it clearly. Roughly 3% improvement in comprehension, which does not mean 200 lectures doubles me. It gets harder the higher it goes, and it depends heavily on how many students and how good they are. If I'd been posted to some branch dojo in the provinces, I doubt I'd have moved 1%. 90,000 years of life had given me an unbreakable will and absolutely nothing else. Aptitude and comprehension were the 2 holes in me. The crystal fixed aptitude, standing in front of 100,000 children fixed comprehension. I had bought both of the things you are supposed to be born with. 10 days later, I cut a wall in my own house and put the 8th form of the 9 blades of startling thunder into it, and the chamber shook. Doesn't seem too hard, I said, to nobody. That manual came off a dead world lord in a secret realm when I was young. 9 levels. Each one gives you a technique and multiplies your physical force 9-fold. 8th level, 72 times. 1 level left, 81 times. And that's the manual's ceiling. And here's the depressing arithmetic. The minimum requirement to break through to undying is 100 times your body's force. Even at perfection, the 9 blades doesn't get me there. I need a better manual. Points. 3. 6 lectures in 6 months, 3 above quota, 1 point each. 3 points, which converts to 600 million cosmic coins, which is more than my base salary of 10 billion ganwu a year, which sounds excellent until you look at the shelf. Worst cultivation manual in the catalog, 300 points, and that manual is worse than the 9 blades, undying grade manual, from 10,000 points, and the specific one I need would be 30,000. At 3 points every 6 months, that is 5,000 years of teaching, forget it. Even buying points privately, 30,000 points at the private rate is 6 chaos coins, and I didn't have that, and even if I did, there is nobody to buy from, because every person I know is a domain lord instructor, and Huo Lei's 1,000 points was most of what he owned. Compared to the domain lords of the real powers, my foundation is a joke. Fine, there is only one lever in this entire universe that I own. 6 months have passed. Time to plan for a second apprentice. I knew all 5 of those faces. I could have walked up to any of them tomorrow. That's precisely why I didn't, because a 2-leaf singling out a specific child out of 40,000 looks like exactly what it is. So I did something else. For 1 month, I gave no public class. The lightning students were disappointed. 2nd month, nothing. 3rd month, nothing. By then, the consensus was that Teacher Chen, who was so dedicated and responsible, had finally burned out, which is a thing that happens to enthusiastic new hires everywhere in the universe. And then, when they'd stopped waiting, they got a mail. Jax, what did Teacher Chen say? Is it the next class? Flynn wasn't a lightning student, so he didn't get the mass mail. Jax was reading it with an expression that was making him crazy. Jax, are you listening to me? Flynn, what Teacher Chen sent wasn't a class date. He looked up. It's a manual. A manual? Nobody at the Ganwu dojo had ever heard of an instructor mailing a secret manual to the general student body. Manuals go to personal disciples. That is the entire architecture of the world. It's about the Thunderbolt Law. It's called Thunderlight Flash. He created it. Jax kept reading. And he says in the mail that whoever cultivates it to the 2nd level first gets a surprise. Ah, you lucky people, a free manual and a prize. The 1st level increases speed 10-fold. The 2nd condenses a lightning phantom. Jax's voice had changed. Flynn, I have a feeling this manual is not worth less than my family's secret techniques. It wasn't. I had made it in a few months, which sounds like it should mean it's shoddy. It means the opposite. When you have a comprehensive grasp of the basic branches of a law, building a technique out of those branches is not invention, it's assembly. That book is a movement technique that a world lord working the Thunderbolt Law would find useful. A great many ancestral family manuals do not reach that level, and I gave it away to a mailing list. In my own chamber, I pushed it as far as it goes. 9 phantoms, 9 of me, standing in a ring, and the real one moving between them at will. That is the 2nd level at its limit, and it was easy for me because I wrote it. Unfortunately, I said, I don't know the time law. Because there is a 3rd level. I can see it the way you can see the far bank of a river. With even a beginner's grasp of time, you extrapolate straight into 108 phantoms. Time is one of only 2 high-level laws. Lightning and light are low-level laws. The gap between those 2 categories is not a difference of degree. And there is no shortcut, because a genius who has grasped a high-level law is maybe one in a universe, and if such a person existed inside the Ganwu universe country, the undying spiritual gods would have them locked away before I ever heard the name, 1 bite at a time. Hole came knocking 3 months later in the same red robe, radiating enthusiasm. Brother Guoliang. Didn't you say you were short on points? I've landed a mission worth 800. Come with me, we split it. I poured him some 3,000 dreams. Brother Huo Lei, last time I needed points for a bloodline serum for my disciple. I don't need them right now, and a mission paying that much is definitely very dangerous. I'll accumulate honestly by teaching. Teaching pays 1 point a class. You'll be dead of old age. He genuinely could not understand it, and he wasn't being greedy. He'd heard me lecture. He knew what I was. In his head, a man with that grasp of law who sits in a classroom is a waste of a resource. Brother Huo Lei, I'm truly sorry. I'm a peace-loving man, and I don't like fighting and killing. Which is the single funniest sentence I have ever said with a straight face, and I have said it many times since. He sighed. I can't understand your thinking. Fine, I'll find someone else. Doesn't affect us. Keep pouring. A year later, he came back to tell me the trip had gone brilliantly. 400 points and 300 billion in spoils. He teased me for missing it. I congratulated him sincerely. And I want to explain why I didn't go, because it is the actual spine of how I have survived 90,000 years. 400 points and 300 billion for one trip. Am I envious? Obviously, I have no clone. I have no second life. I have no way to run that I trust. What if I walk into a man pretending to be a pig in order to eat a tiger? I have watched too many people die from a 98% chance. Let me say that properly because people nod at it and don't hear it. A 98% chance of victory means that if you do it 50 times, you are dead. And nobody does anything dangerous only once. Walk by the river long enough, your shoes get wet. I fought desperately for 90,000 years to reach Domain Lord, and I escaped death so many times that the honest word for my survival is luck. Now I have a guaranteed path to World Lord, a lifespan measured in eras, and a cheat. Taking risks at this point is not brave, it's illiterate. So Huo Lei started going out constantly and got sloppier and sloppier about his 3 mandatory classes and pulled several other instructors into his crew, and I kept giving one public class a month, every month, for years. That is how, without meaning to, I became a god to 100,000 teenagers. 2.5 years after I published the manual, at the end of a class, during questions, a young man stood up. He was wrapped head to foot in a black robe. You could see his eyes. Teacher Chen, I have cultivated your Thunderlight Flash to the 2nd level. Please review it. The plaza came off the ground. What? The 2nd level? Somebody got it? I've barely started. How is that possible? Because over 2 years, every lightning student in that school had tried. They're elite. They can price a manual. A movement technique of that grade is a family heirloom, and it had arrived in their inbox for free. Even students who already had a movement technique studied it, because if you don't learn it, you won't understand what your opponents are doing at the next ranking tournament. One mail, thousands of geniuses all working on my homework for free for 2.5 years while I sat back and waited to see which one surfaced first. And of course it was one of the 5. That's not a coincidence, and it isn't luck. The technique is built on the Thunder Lightning domain and the Thunderbolt law. Whoever has more talent for those gets there first. I did not have to pick a genius out of a crowd of 40,000. I built a filter and let the crowd sort itself. Come up and demonstrate. He walked onto the platform and moved, and a phantom flashing purple appeared beside him. Then his body and the phantom swapped places. Amazing! Jax and Flynn looked at each other in the front row and had the same thought at the same time, which was that at the 2nd level, you can trade positions with a phantom at will, and what that does to you in a ranking tournament. If I learn that, Jax said quietly, the top 1,000 can't touch me. 2 years, and almost nobody had gotten started. Jax hadn't grasped a 10th of the 1st level. Orion. Only 10 years at headquarters and his comprehension is that terrifying. He'll take a qualification slot for the secret realm. He's a loner, no friends, and he's the one who cracked it. Below the stage, in the middle of the crowd, my first disciple sat cross-legged and looked at the floor. Tian Long had been on it for 2 years too. He was close. He genuinely thought he had it. Teacher, he said to himself, I've let you down. Next time. Next time I'll be first. I heard about that later, from him, years afterward, and it is one of the 2 or 3 things about that young man I think about most. Orion, you did well. Come to my place after class. Yes, teacher. He bowed and went back down, and the murmuring did not stop for an hour. At the manor, after I told Silas to put food out, I looked at him. Orion, you're of the Blade Clan. Yes, teacher. And he took off the robe. The Blade Clan are human in the way a wolf is a dog. Blue skin over the whole body, face plated in scales like a fitted helmet, and one slightly curved horn on a bald forehead. He was not the first one I'd met. 90,000 years ago, in the giant axe life and death battle, there was a Blade Clan fighter I should not have survived. He was, by any honest measure, better than me. What saved my life is that he had come out of a previous match badly hurt, and I used the speed of the light domain to stay away from him until it mattered. Also, before that, he had removed another opponent who would certainly have killed me. I won the Great Axe title in that tournament. I have the certificate. I also have the memory, and the memory is mostly about luck. The Blade Clan are born warriors, bloodthirsty, warlike, and they worship strength with total sincerity. They also hold the record that nobody talks about. When their homeworld first met universe civilization, that homeworld had already produced a domain lord on its own. I have privately observed a moment of silence for the first expedition team that landed there. If nothing unexpected happened, they've reincarnated several hundred times by now. There are Blade Clan fighting on the outside territory battlefield. There are undying among them. Orion, reaching the second level of the Thunderlight Flash and condensing a phantom in 2.5 years makes you a very good genius. I let that sit. I said whoever got there first would get a surprise. Pause. Orion, would you be my personal disciple? Those bloodthirsty eyes went wide. He had assumed the surprise was an item. Everyone had. I know your Blade Clan has powerful people in it, I said. I can guarantee that whoever they are, the resources they can give you do not compare to mine. And my understanding of the law has already passed most world lords. I need to accumulate origin force and nothing else, and then I break through. He took a breath and chose honesty, which I respect enormously. Teacher, I lost my place in the Blade Clan a long time ago. The reason I hesitated is that I'm afraid of implicating you. And then he told me. He'd had a conflict as a boy with the descendant of a powerful figure, and that descendant quietly had his parents killed. Orion worked out who, and then Orion took his twin blades and reduced that person to something that could not be reassembled. Other members of his clan smuggled him out because he was a genius, and geniuses are worth the risk. And he ended up at the Ganwu dojo with a name that isn't his and a robe he never takes off. It's just killing one descendant of an undying, I said. That's nothing. With my guidance, you'll be in the Ganwu secret realm soon, and once you're a secret realm genius, forget a descendant. The undying himself won't dare put a hand on you. He looked at me. As for me, don't worry. It won't be long before I break through to World Lord, and the Blade Clan would have to be insane to touch a 3-leaf Ganwu practitioner. And I am not leaving the dojo until I can protect myself. He hit the floor. Disciple Orion greets the teacher. Good. From today, you are my second personal disciple. And I handed him a manual. Thunderlight, Flash you already have. Here's the 9 blades of startling thunder. Take it back and work. I'll send your apprenticeship gift in a year. You gifted your disciple Orion the manual 9 thunder blades. 100 times return received. You have obtained the incomplete immortal manual Heavenly Thunder Analysis. I sat down in the secret room and read what had just been installed in my memory. Heavenly Thunder Analysis, incomplete, containing 1 cultivation technique, 10 revolutions of thunder, same category as the 9 blades, a force generation technique, 10 levels. Each level is a 10-fold multiplier. Cultivate it to the 10th and you exert 100 times your base force, which is exactly and precisely the number I could not reach. I had been sitting there 10 days earlier calculating that 30,000 points and 5,000 years of lecturing stood between me and this specific problem. I gave a boy a book. If that manual were in the dojo catalog, it would be 50 or 60,000 points. Taking on an apprentice saves so much money. I checked, obviously. The first thing I thought was, what if I give the 10 revolutions to Tian Long and farm the return again? And the moment the thought formed, I knew it was impossible. In that instinctive way, you know you can't step on your own left foot with your right and take off. Which is fair. That would have been the entire universe with a hole in it. So instead, I went into seclusion for a month and converted. I already had 72 times force out of the 9 blades, and the 2 techniques come from the same root, so folding my existing foundation into the 8th stage of 10 revolutions was straightforward. I did not announce that Orion was my disciple. He's a loner by nature and has no friends in that school, and he was afraid of dragging me into a blood feud, so he told nobody. Which meant the entire student body spent years speculating about what surprise he'd received. Somebody actually asked him. He looked at them until they left. A few kept pushing and received a beating, and after that the questions stopped being asked. Tianlong was the second person to reach the 2nd level. After the serum, his genetic grade had gone past the Blade clans, and it showed. Then 2 more got there. I encouraged them all warmly and gave them nothing because I am not running a charity, I am running a filter. A year after taking Orion, I spent a very long time deciding on his gift. By then, Tianlong had been paying out annually without a miss. Every year, a domain breakthrough, every year a return, and my grasp of the fundamental lightning law had climbed to around 8%. The returns get smaller as the number gets bigger. That's the honest shape of it. 100 times of a very large thing is still enormous, but the first time a boy touches a domain, that 100 times is a door opening. Later, it's a wider room. At 8%, I was a genius of the lightning law by any measure that isn't a special life form. For Orion, I ordered a nutrient tank and nutrient solution. Orion's domain was equal to Tianlong's. He'd reached the 5th level, but his personal strength was only Stellar 6, and he could still comfortably beat ordinary Stellar 9s, because the Blade clan carries combat in the blood the way other people carry hair color. What he lacked was raw accumulated origin force. That is the single easiest problem in the universe to solve if you have money. Stellar-grade nutrient solution is 10 billion cosmic coins a ton. Trivial. The tank was not trivial. Even with my 5-star discount, the E-grade nutrient chamber cost 800 billion, and my assets fell off a cliff again down to 300 billion. I bought an E-grade because I fully intended to lie in it myself later. I am not a saint. It arrived looking like a crystal coffin, tens of meters long, 6 or 7 wide. You pour the solution in, you get in, and over time it goes into you. And when Orion came out half a month later, his blue-green skin was translucent with energy, and he had gone from Stellar 6 to the peak of Stellar 9. He could break through to universe rank whenever he wanted. He was never going to, and he knew it, and so did I. The moment you leave astral rank, you lose elite student status, and at his strength, he would keep a place at the dojo and lose all qualification for the Ganwu secret realm. Very good. I meant it. You were limited by rank and your potential couldn't come out. Now go to the killing field, adapt to the surge, and learn every centimeter of what your body can now do. Disciple thanks the teacher for his life-saving grace. He bowed all the way down. The Blade clan are bloodthirsty and warlike, and they also remember kindness with a precision that borders on frightening, and he had just correctly estimated what that tank cost. Then he left, and I looked at the empty coffin. You bestowed upon your disciple 1 ton of universe rank C-grade nutrient solution, 100 times return. You have obtained 1 ton of D-grade domain Lord rank nutrient solution. I got in. 6 months later, the lid came up, and I stepped out and stood there taking stock. 6th tier domain Lord. From 2nd, and I have to admit, mild disappointment because a ton had only moved me 4 ranks. Then I got over it, because there is a real danger in going up too fast, and because there will be other tons. When Orion and Tianlong eventually break through to universe rank, I get much larger solutions back. Now, 6 ranks in a season is a very good problem, and it comes with a very specific bill, which is that I had no idea how to fight with this body. So I went to the killing field. The Ganwu City killing field is a different species from the one at Black Dragon Mountain. In the lobby alone, I saw several 2-star universe mercenaries wearing Crimson Planet badges, which is a rank only domain lords hold. I had one of those once. Mine had 1 planet on it. 1 star. Out in a mid-sized nation, meeting a 2-star is a once-in-decades event. In that lobby, they were furniture. 2-leaf Ganwu practitioner? There was a bald giant over 3 meters tall in a white vest with muscles arranged for maximum visual impact. My name is Gator. Everyone calls me Gator Lord. Want to try the decisive battle space? The whole lobby turned around. Gator's bullying newbies again. Never seen that 2-leaf. New. He's going to get taken. Gator's infamous, but he is genuinely strong. Last time that 2-star mercenary, royal family of some mid-sized nation, got taken 3 times in a row. That's because Gator's cunning. He always fights at about the same level as his mark, so the arrogant ones think they lost by accident. I wonder if this one will agree. Then we get to watch. Why am I this excited about a domain lord getting fleeced? Excuse me, I said. I'm here to test a technique. Test a technique? He came in closer, lowering his voice into a register he clearly believed was persuasive. Virtual data doesn't compare to a real opponent. How about a friendly spar, just enough to make it interesting? 100 billion cosmic coins, no problem. I did not answer. I turned around and walked to the slaughter space corridor. A small prize. 10 billion. How exactly is that different from telecom fraud in my previous life? That is a real question. There is a man in that lobby whose entire business model is finding somebody who has just walked in, sizing them down, offering them a friendly wager, and then losing to them just barely enough to keep them coming back. That is not a warrior. That is a man with a card table on a street corner. This one seems to have some strength, I said to myself. Once I'm fully familiar with my power, I might give him a try. Behind me, the lobby was disappointed. Gator, you're too impatient. You brought up the prize immediately. Of course he got suspicious. It's only 10 billion. It can't be that serious. Gator stood there looking at the doorway I'd left through with the specific expression of a man who suspects he has just missed something. Inside my private slaughter space, on a dead world, I gave the order. Zargon, set the opponent, me, in my perfect state, 6th tier domain lord. Because there is exactly one way to find out whether you have mastered your own body, and that is to fight the version of you that already has. Command confirmed. Simulating. A figure formed opposite me with my face and eyes like knives with nothing behind them. Bring it on, I said, and drew Thunderlight backhanded, and the blade hummed and fine arcs crawled up it. The other me blurred, left an afterimage the size of a man, and arrived at my face as a line of pure lightning, far faster than I expected. Thunderlight flash, my own creation, and you're showing it to me. Instinct twisted my body, and I cut backward into empty air behind me. The two blades met, and the noise went through the whole planet, and a ball of plasma opened between us, and my arm went numb to the shoulder. The gap in strength was so wide I nearly lost the hilt. His rank far surpasses mine. Is that what perfect control does? I pulled back off the impact to buy distance. The other me blurred again. 9 of him. 9 identical figures with 9 identical auras all around me. 9 pairs of eyes. And 9 blades came in from every direction at once at a speed I could not process. My vision filled up with thunderlight, and then everything hurt everywhere at once. And in the last fragment of me that was still working, I saw a headless body going stiff in the lightning, and the 9-day swordsman sheathing his blade. Then darkness. One exchange. Instant kill. I came out of that space, took a breath, and did not feel beaten. I felt something else entirely, because the opponent was me. The stronger he is, the stronger I become, once I actually own what I've been handed. Who complains about having too much potential? Again. A few seconds later, my body came apart at the waist. Continue. Again. Again. In one day, I was killed by myself over 1,000 times. I want to be very clear about that number. 1,000. In a day, and it worked. At the start, I couldn't survive 2 exchanges. By the end of the first day, I could last about 3 minutes. Every one of those deaths was data. Every single one showed me exactly which centimeter of the surge I hadn't caught up to. The killing field can't give you a breakthrough, and it can't give you a domain. What it can do, better than anything else in existence, is teach you the application of force, and for that, it is perfect. Which, when you think about it for 1 second, is genuinely unsettling. This entire infinite virtual universe, this thing that runs 100,000 worlds, and every bank and every classroom, was built by one human being as a training tool. I stayed in there 3 months. Tens of thousands of deaths. I went numb to it somewhere around the middle. There was a stretch where I seriously considered giving up because it began to feel like a proof rather than a training regime, and what it was proving was that no matter how good you get, you are never going to be the ideal version of yourself. I persevered because I am extremely stubborn and because I had nothing better to do with a body I couldn't use. And then one day, the 9 gray figures came in from 9 directions and turned to ash, and I was standing there alone with my sword out. 3 months. I killed myself tens of thousands of times. And I finally managed to kill myself once. Perfect does not mean invincible. Reality can be perfect too. Reality can be better. Numbers, since you've earned them. 89 times force. Thunderlight flash at 9 phantoms that swap at will, which means unless a man has the space origin law, he cannot touch the hem of my coat. A will that ignores soul attacks at my own rank. Lightning origin law, 9%. Light origin law, 1/10 of 1%. Overall, apart from the 5 great giants and the geniuses in the core secret realms of the nation, there were very few domain lords anywhere who could stand in front of me. Then I went back to the lobby. Dude. Gator Lord, twice my height, glass of red wine in hand. It's been months and you still haven't figured out your technique? I could hear the sneer. I did not care. I'd spent those months coming out to the lobby occasionally, and I had by then the whole file on him. Genius of the Gator race, from a genuinely wretched corner of the Ganwu universe country, a region the size of a star domain with fewer planets in it than one ordinary system. He clawed his way to domain lord, out of that, came to the Ganwu continent, joined a floating island garrison, and became a minor officer with an easy job. And then, I think the poverty caught up with him the way it does. He has spent several hundred years in that lobby, inviting every unfamiliar domain lord who walks into a friendly wager. Betting isn't wrong. Nobody is forced. What makes him what he is that when he wins, he pretends to have nearly lost so that you'll come back. So it worked? His eyes lit up. Then you're much stronger. Try the decisive battle space. A prize of 100, no, 5 billion will do. He knew that I knew. He asked anyway. There is a kind of integrity in that. Fine. I had spent 3 months fighting myself, which is not a fight. I wanted a real one. Oh, try it? Of course we're going to try it. Brother, we hit it off immediately. How could we not compete? He threw the glass away and grabbed my arm like I might evaporate. Let's go. Now. I paid a 10 billion deposit without blinking, and when the name field came up, I thought about it, and I did not write my own. I wrote Wang Yichin. There are so many two-leaf practitioners in Ganwu City that nobody was going to work it out. So it's Brother Lee. I didn't expect this to be your first time in the decisive battle space. You must be a genius from some great power. He'd checked, brand new account. And he was thinking, privately, how could a domain lord without a decisive battle account be anything but food? Small profit today. He had, in fact, already planned it out. He was going to make his first win look extremely difficult, leave me some hope, and set up the second time. He sent the invitation from a 9-star account. I accepted. And then the staff, who are not idiots, promoted the match. Wang Yichen was nobody. Gator Lord was a celebrity, in the sense that a very large number of people in that building hated him personally. Then the ticket price went up and the lobby started swearing, 10 million cosmic coins, to watch. Why don't you just rob us? Every universe rank in the building who'd wanted a look gave up on the spot. It wasn't that they didn't have 10 million. It was that nobody spends 10 million to watch a foregone conclusion. Everyone above Domain Lord paid without thinking about it. The seats filled. People who knew each other sat together, planning to commentate. Then it started. Careful, said Gator Lord generously, and blurred forward and brought a great axe down on me with a strike that had a trace of the Earth Law in it, and was, I could see clearly, about 60% of what he had. As the axe came down, I split into 9. Die. 9 of me cut inward from every direction at once. What kind of technique is... He didn't finish. 9 blades full of thunder arrived, and Gator Lord came apart into dust. The whole thing, start to finish, took less than 1 second. The audience did not have time to react. A significant fraction of them had not finished sitting down. They were ejected from the viewing space by the system before their seats had warmed. Impossible. Is that the space origin law? Wangxian flow, 9-line? No, that's not Wangxian. That's a lightning movement technique. Damn the killing field. 10 million cosmic coins for less than a second. I think the killing field knew, and they still set that price. I got scammed by Gator Lord, and now I'm getting scammed by the venue. It's a scam. It's all a scam. A single Domain Lord match had pulled nearly 1,000 paying viewers and grossed the killing field about 1 billion cosmic coins in ticket sales, which is a number that would make a planetary lord weep. And then those 1,000 people, having paid 10 million each to see a flash of light, went straight to the replay counter. The replay costs 100,000. Damn that heartless virtual universe corporation. Are you desperate for money? Does money grow on trees? And every single one of them bought it, because you have to understand the thing you paid for. Otherwise, the first 10 million was wasted, which is the most human sentence in this entire story. Somewhere in there, a world lord watched the replay and delivered the verdict. Gator Lord's defeat was not unjust. That domain lord named Wang Yichen is extremely proficient in the Thunderbolt law and is a top-tier expert at the domain lord level, so it was a duel between top experts. No wonder the price was so high. Gator Lord, arrogant for so long, finally met his match. I'd love to see his face right now. His face, for the record, was blank. He was sitting on a sofa in a meditation room with his account balance open, and the number had gone down by 10 billion. Why did I provoke that guy? 10 billion. 10 billion. That's enough to buy thousands of inhabited planets. That was his entire savings. Several hundred years of small, patient, careful fraud. Next time, he told himself, he would find out the other party's strength first. Meanwhile, I did not stop. You dare challenge me after one fight? Said a domain lord in black heavy armor with an unpleasant amount of decoration on it. You've got nerve. I spun my blade and let 9 phantoms come up around me. Whether it's nerve or strength, we'll know shortly. The sound of a blade tearing air and the sound of armor failing arrived at almost the same moment, under a second. Big talk, I said, and flicked blood that wasn't there off the edge. Not even as good as Gator Lord. Is that a 7-star? Then I challenged several people rated 7-star and above, and none of them answered, because the matching pool covers the entire Ganwu continent and real powerhouses do not waste an afternoon on a 2-star nobody. Fine, same rank then. Accepted instantly. Not bad, 2 wins on arrival. It ends here. I checked his ID Ganwu continent's first domain lord. Then I checked his record. 12 wins, 198 losses. I had to read that twice. Is this man doing performance art? So out of respect, I didn't use the law on him. I fought him with pure physical strength and basic sword work, and I got a surprise because his control was exquisite and his force generation technique was at least 80 times, which is genuinely excellent. His record isn't bad because he's bad. His record is bad because he only ever challenges upward. 3 minutes in, I put an arc of the lightning origin law through his guard, and his protective origin force parted like wet paper. What a pity, I said, sheathing it. Compared to insight into the law, everything else is nothing. 3 and 0. Then I kept going, and my rank went up like a rocket. 2-star, 3, 4. The win streak snowballed to 175, which taught me more than 3 months of suicide had, because fighting yourself is a mirror, and fighting a stranger is a conversation. Comfortable, I thought. The frustration of dying tens of thousands of times drained out of me one opponent at a time. Then something pinged. Somebody had challenged me. 9-star. I accepted without hesitating. The space changed, and there was a man in a plain white robe standing with his hands behind his back, watching me with an expression of complete indifference. 175 consecutive wins? Not bad. His voice had nothing in it at all. It wouldn't disgrace your record to die under my new move. I gripped my blade and let 9 phantoms come up silently. The last person who talked like that went down in a second, and he looked at my 9 phantoms and something finally moved in his eyes. Barely. He didn't attack. He melted into the space around him. My 9 phantoms lost their target simultaneously. Then he spoke, and he was genuinely interested, which was the worst part. Your understanding of the Thunderbolt Law is not far from gaining recognition from the Origin Law. If you attempted the Heavenly Bridge, passing the 7th level should be easy. I looked at him standing in the void, apparently close enough to touch, and understood that the distance between us was measured in light years. Space Origin Law. I had been frying fish. This man was going to bully me. Very well, let me show you what a phantom actually is. And the space filled up. Thousands of him. Some clear, some blurred, some at arm's length, some impossibly far, layered over and through each other, like standing inside a hall of shattered folded mirrors, and every single one of them carried his full weight. Kill. 1 syllable. The space around me turned into an uncountable number of invisible blades arriving from angles that should not exist, and I did not get to resist, and the last thing I ever saw in that place was myself cut into hundreds of thousands of neat identical pieces, floating apart, dissolving into nothing. I came back into the killing field lobby, standing up, and I stood there for a while. Then, buy the replay. Because that was the Space Origin Law used properly, and I wanted to take it apart frame by frame. I'd like the recording of my last match. The staff checked. Your last match? The one against the expert Chen Wu? I looked up. What? Shouldn't it be Sunstone Blade? My history was on his screen where I could read it. 175 wins. 0 losses. The final match, 3 seconds, Wang Yichen versus the expert Chen Wu, 10,000 cosmic coins. The duel with Sunstone Blade was not there, not as a recording, not as a loss, not at all. It had been removed from a system that logs everything, as though it had never occurred. Sir, do you still want the recording? No, thank you. Sorry to trouble you. I went back to my rented room and thought it through. To have that grasp of the space law at the Domain Lord stage, to casually mention the Heavenly Bridge, which is not a thing you mention casually. That was not an ordinary Domain Lord. That was a core genius of one of the 5 great giants, which explains the missing record. A person like that is catalogued by hostile races. Every trace of him gets scrubbed, and I felt considerably better because being instantly killed by that is not the same as losing. Shame about the recording, though. I would have paid a great deal to sit down with that void and work out how you break a phantom you cannot find. Also, Wang Yichen was burned. My match against Gator Lord had been sold tens of thousands of times, and in it a man produces 9 lightning phantoms, and I had personally mailed that exact technique to every lightning genius in the Ganwu dojo. Anyone who has read the manual and watched the video connects Wang Yichen to Chen Guoliang in about 4 seconds. Even if they don't conclude it's me, they conclude it's someone standing very close to me. Fine. It was only ever a name. I can generate 100 of those. Next time I'll just use Tang Hu. Given that Tang Hu has been going around under the name Wang Yichen committing murder and arson, why shouldn't the Han Immortal Venerable take the blame for it? Somewhere else in the virtual universe, in an expensive residential district, a girl with short blue hair put a piece of pastry in her mouth and closed her eyes to concentrate on it. When she opened them, there was a woman with long purple hair standing in front of her, and the two of them had almost exactly the same face. Sister, weren't you on a mission in the secret realm? When did you get back? The mission ended early. I'm still on the ship about a year out. The purple-haired one reached over and touched her sister's hair. I was worried, so I came the moment I left. Then, dryly, and sure enough, the second I walk in, you're sneaking food. Sister! The voice went straight into a register that only younger sisters have. It's your fault. Those pastries from Suyue Workshop you brought me last time were so good, and they're so expensive I can't afford them in real life, so I have to eat them in here. All you think about is eating. The Ganwu Secret Realm qualifiers are coming and you genuinely do not care about your own cultivation. Then, quieter. It's my fault too. I didn't check on you and you went down the wrong road with your domain. I finally got my teacher to agree to look at you when she's back, hopefully before the qualifiers, and if you don't make it in this time, you take the next one. Sister, come to the slaughter space. And she showed her the domain. I told you not to do anything reckless. Wait for me to... And the purple-haired woman stopped mid-sentence because she had looked at it. She had seen that domain before. It had obvious structural flaws in it. It did not have them anymore. How did you do that? Haha, sister, I'm smart too, you know. Stop grinning and tell me. So Suqing told her. Public class. Called up to ask a question. Mentor named Chen Guoliang looked at her domain and solved it in under 5 minutes. Her sister did not believe her. And to be fair to Su Rong here, because her disbelief was extremely well-founded, she had taken that exact problem to special grade mentors of the Ganwu Secret Realm, World Lord rank. None of them had a solution. And then her own teacher had come out of seclusion, pulled her out of a mission, and she had worked up the nerve to beg, and only then had the teacher agreed to look at it. She hadn't even had time to tell her sister the good news, and in the meantime, the problem had been fixed by a first-class instructor in 5 minutes. So she pulled the file because she is a core member of the Ganwu Secret Realm, and her mentor is an undying, and her clearance is very high. Chen Guoliang, 9th level lightning domain, has grasped a trace of the lightning origin law. No. Her clearance corrected itself as she read. His mastery of the lightning origin law is profound, comparable to a world lord. His lectures are easy to understand and extremely popular. In a single public class, he solved the problems of over 2,000 students. Solution rate 100%. She was only astral rank. Her privileges are high, but they are not infinite, and everything before my assessment was above her line. It was enough. That first-class instructor named Chen Guoliang is genuinely good at teaching, she thought. My sister is lucky. And then, with a slight sigh, because she had just wasted an enormous favor, I hope my teacher doesn't cause any trouble over this. Very far away, on an F-grade ship crossing the dark at more than 10 times light, Su Rong's consciousness came back into her body, and her teacher had already finished cultivating and was waiting for her. Her teacher is called Marquise Silver Moon. She is one of the 3 undying spiritual gods who guard the Ganwu Secret Realm, one of the 300 marquises under the Ganwu Country Lord, with the strength of a high-level immortal army lord. Her face sits behind a layer of purple mist thin as a cicada's wing, and her pupils are black in a way that suggests collapse rather than color. Su Rong, do you know why I ended your training early and brought you back? Teacher, your disciple does not. I received news recently. The genius battle, held once every 5,000 years, begins in 20 years. This is an important opportunity for you, so I brought you back to be taught properly. The genius battle. Yes. A carnival for the entire universe, once every 5 millennia, and the single best chance a stellar rank genius will ever get to enter a top-tier power. Her voice does not hurry. This time it's the Virtual Universe Corporation's turn to host. With your strength and 20 more years of my nurturing, you have a good chance at a place in the top 1,000 of the entire universe. Enter the top 1,000 and you can join the core secret realms of the Virtual Universe Corporation. Better training than the Ganwu Secret Realm can give you. Then she said the part that was actually on her mind. It benefits me, and it benefits the Ganwu Universe country. For the last several eras, our results have been very unsatisfactory. The great country lord is displeased. I want to give you the scale of that sentence. There are 1,008 human universe nations. Ganwu ranks middling by territory, which is not bad, and the country lord invests more in raising geniuses than nearly anyone die. There are Ganwu dojos in essentially every corner of 100 million star systems, and it has not been working. You are the most talented student I have ever seen, said the Marquis. If you weren't so young, it might even be possible for you to break into the top 100. If you could master the time origin law, you might even enter the top 10. A pause. A pity. If the genius battle were a few hundred years later, the great country lord would be gratified. This time my requirement is the top 1,000. Before the battle, I will put everything into you. Ask me for anything. Su Rong bowed. Teacher. If you hadn't saved Su Rong and my sister back then, how could Su Rong be here at all? I'll do my utmost. I have no requests. Su Rong only wants to invite a certain teacher. Oh? Which mentor in the secret realm has caught your interest? Don't worry. Once we're back, whichever one you need, I'll arrange it. Because she is an undying and one of the 3, and she can move any special grade mentor in that realm like a chess piece. Su Rong was quiet for a moment. The one I want to invite is not a special grade mentor of the secret realm. He is a first-class instructor at the Ganwu Dojo headquarters. A first-class instructor? Are you joking? Her brows came together. Her own disciple, the finest thing she had ever grown, was asking for an instructor. A first-class instructor. That is a domain lord who has, at most, comprehended a little of a shallow, low-level law. Their grasp of law may not even reach my disciple's current level. What right do they have to guide you? Teacher, and Su Rong talked fast. This one is not comparable to an ordinary instructor. His name is Chen Guoliang. Like me, he perceives the lightning origin law. His comprehension is very deep, and his way of educating students is unusual. My sister Su Qing's problem with her domain was almost completely resolved after his guidance. Even if he has some skill, so what? He's still a first-class instructor. But her expression had shifted, and she pulled my file, which at her clearance meant all of it. Oh? A soft noise, from an undying. That is the whole review. This Chen Guoliang does have a talent for educating disciples, and his comprehension of the Thunderbolt Law is decent. However, he is a first-class instructor. Guiding the dojo's elite students is fine. Guiding you might not be enough. A decision, made instantly, the way they make them. Since you've chosen him, I'll let him instruct you for a period. I will also appoint a special grade mentor for you. Yes, teacher. None of which I knew anything about because at that moment I was in a shop with a price list, discovering how poor I was. The Thunder Source Crystal had finished rebuilding me. My affinity for the Lightning Origin Law had gone up by something close to 20 times, which means 1 year of comprehension now is worth 20 of what I used to do. There was no bottleneck anymore, just time. Give me 1,000,000 years, I thought, and I could comprehend the entire Lightning Origin Law, break through to Undying, and step outside the lifespan rules of this universe permanently. Law at 9%, one more, and the Lightning Origin Law recognizes me. And my personal strength was lagging badly, so I went shopping, and Lin Yue brought up the list of things that raise a domain lord's origin force. Moonlight condensing spiritual plant, 10 billion each. Blood dragon fruit, 130 billion. Mystic ice jade marrow fruit, 1 hun yuan. 7-colored glazed fruit, 10 hun yuan. Dragon blood bodhi seed, 100 hun yuan. I want you to sit with the last one. The Dragon Blood Bodhi Seed takes a domain lord from rank 1 to the peak of rank 9 in a single dose, 100 hun yuan. The entire net worth of an ordinary world lord is around 10. One fruit bankrupts a world lord. The 7-colored glazed comes out of the 7-colored secret realm, a place so dangerous that only powerful world lords may enter, and a great many of them do not come out. And it would take me from 6 to 9 with no side effects. 10 hun yuan? Why don't you just rob me? So the impoverished domain lord's real menu was 2 items. Give me 10 blood dragon fruits. 10 of those cost slightly more than 1 mystic ice jade marrow and do nearly twice as much, and a slower climb is easier to adapt to anyway. A year instead of a month. I can wait a year. However, I don't have enough cash. I put my last fruit of life on the table. I'll cover it with this. Because I was, again, down to 300 billion cosmic coins, which is nothing. Oh, a fruit of life. And the life force has barely dissipated at all. Lin Yue's eyes came up. The treasure pavilion will purchase this at 2.3 hun yuan. Slightly low. At the Ganwu auction, it would have gone for 2.5 or better, but going to the auction requires a 3-star account with one of the 2 great banks, and a 3-star account requires 10 hun yuan in it, which I did not have, and so, sitting there, I did a calculation I have never entirely gotten over. Shu Jin, at stellar rank, in a story I remember, had the funds to attend an auction like that, to buy a god weapon, to buy a demonic killer race skin, and grow a clone out of it. And I was about to become a world lord, and I did not qualify to walk in the door. Fine, sold. 10 blood dragon fruits, 1.3 hun yuan, less 5% for being a good customer. And then I spent almost everything left on 400 Lanko fruits, which are what you feed a plant life form, and which are cheaper and more efficient than fruits of life for that specific job. 200 each for Tianlong and Orion, enough to take each of their cloud-caressing vines to universe rank 1. 800 billion, gone. Supervisor Lin Yue. It shouldn't be a problem to throw in 2 cloud-caressing vine seedlings, should it? She smiled like a flower and did not charge me for the seedlings because I had just spent more than 2 hun yuan in her shop in one afternoon. I also still owed the Silver Blue Empire 250 billion, which wasn't due yet and which I had no intention of paying early because we'd agreed on interest, and an unspecified amount to my father-in-law. My actual net worth at that moment, honestly accounted, was approximately 0. Half a year later, I called both disciples in. They came in together and bowed together, which they had started doing without being told. Both at stellar 9th grade, both at the 6th level of the domain, which puts them in the top tier of nearly 1,000,000 elite students at the Ganwu dojo. Orion especially. Blade Clan blood carries war in it, and with his strength and his domain both at the ceiling of what an elite student can hold, there were very few people left in that school who were a real question for him. Barring accidents, his secret realm slot was already his. Tianlong had 10 years of actual life and death behind him, which is a different currency entirely. Whether he'd beat Orion in a real fight I genuinely did not know, and I knew perfectly well the 2 of them were quietly competing about it, and I ignored it completely because competition is free. Are you both ready for the qualification battle at the end of the year? Teacher, I am ready. Teacher, rest assured, said Orion flatly. I will take a slot. I have confidence in you both. Don't be careless. This year's qualification looks unusual. The branch dojos are sending disciples into the virtual universe to compete as well. I let my face go serious. Do not underestimate anyone. Even in the most remote branch there may be a genius. Stay humble and treat every opponent as though they're the last one. That's not a platitude. In the story I remember, the Emperor of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, a small intermediate nation in the middle of nowhere, never dreamed his backwater would produce someone who cracked the top 10 of the entire universe. Also, I've prepared gifts, and I put 400 Lanko fruits and 2 cloud-caressing vine seedlings on the table. The way the Ganwu secret realm grows geniuses is on a completely different level. If you get in, you go where you're sent and you go on expeditions, and the fall rate is not small. These vines are my last insurance on you. 200 Lanko fruits each is hundreds of billions of cosmic coins. To them it was an astronomical figure. Most world lords would not spend that on a disciple. Tianlong's eyes went red. Teacher, junior brother and I have already received too much. Keep these for your own cultivation. We don't want to be a burden. By then, his clearance had risen far enough to look up what that spirit medicine had been all those years ago, on the day he broke through to Stellar, the 9-leaf spirit ginseng, a treasure worth roughly half a galaxy, handed to a planetary-rank boy by a man who was, at the time, universe rank 9 and personally bankrupt. And here we were, and the gifts had only gotten larger, and they had still not managed to be useful to me even once. Teacher, please take them back, said Orion, standing straight, green scales showing nothing. Orion fears no challenge. Even in the Ganwu secret realm, Orion will not let you down. Take them. I let my voice close the subject. You can only be a help to me later if you're alive now. They took them because they had to, and left with expressions I am not going to describe. I watched them go. Let me be completely honest with you, because I have been honest about everything else. I take disciples for my own benefit. I bestow gifts to trigger a return. The mechanism is the mechanism, and I have never once pretended otherwise inside my own head. And also, those 2 young men received treatment approaching what an undying spiritual god gives their personal disciple, and I have poured resources into them that would make a world lord flinch, and I did not do that in order to raise 2 ingrates. Their character has never disappointed me, not once, not in 100 years. Both things are true. I've stopped trying to sort them. Back in the chamber, you bestowed 200 Lanko fruits upon your disciple Tianlong. 100 times return triggered. You have obtained 5,000 cubic meters of Jin-Ki divine water. And again, identically, for Orion, 10,000 cubic meters of Jin-Ki divine water. Zargon. Value. The doghead put a screen up. In ancient times, a powerful human named Locke found a water of astonishing vitality in a secret realm and named it after himself. It heals injuries, nurtures plant life, and assists cultivation. Its life force content exceeds the fruit of life, and it is effective on injuries at the undying level and on undying plant life. At the most recent high-end auction, 1 cubic kilometer sold for 8.9 million Hunyuan. 1 cubic kilometer. I had 10,000 cubic meters. I did the arithmetic 3 times because I did not believe it. Approximately 89 Hunyuan. The system was thoughtful enough to include a world ring to store it in, because you cannot keep that in a spatial ring and expect it to stay quiet. The ring's interior is only about a kilometer across, barely bigger than my old one, but a world ring hides its contents behind world power, which meant for the first time I was holding something enormous that did not glow. Inside, in a valley, there was a pond. 10,000 cubic meters sounds vast until you build it. It's a cube about 22 meters on a side. From the valley floor, it looked like a duck pond in front of a farmhouse. Which brings me to a man named Zhou Kai. In the story I remember, there is a very lucky nobody who stumbles onto a deposit of this stuff before he even reaches planetary rank. Not a pond. A lake. 6.3 billion Hunyuan. That is not a fortune. That is comparable to the entire assets of a king-level immortal. My little puddle is the change you get back after removing those billions. What a lucky guy, I thought, standing at the edge of my pond. Anywhere else that man would be the protagonist of destiny. In this universe, zoomed out far enough, his miracle is unremarkable. It's not so different from a certain someone eventually taking possession of a golden-horned beast. I did consider going and taking it off him, immediately, on the spot, and then I did the sums, which is what has kept me alive. He has 2 World Lord grade plant life forms as trump cards, and he is a World Lord himself, and even if he weren't there yet, feeding a plant with that water is exactly how you get World Lord grade plants very quickly. Going now doesn't just alert him, it kills me. But Zhou Kai is a man with one small piece of luck. 50,000 years from now, he'll still be a World Lord rank 3 nobody. However strong he gets, he never comes close to an undying. My opportunity is the top of the entire scale, so I don't need to fight him. I need to wait until the difference is so large that there is no fight. The enemy stands in the light. I stand in the dark. Jokai is a turtle in a jar. Why would I struggle for something I can simply take later? The water was bone cold, so cold I could feel it standing beside the pond, and it very slightly improved the physical condition of anyone near it just by existing. I drank some out of a wine flask, which is not the recommended method, and then ate a blood dragon fruit, which is a violent life force, where the water is a gentle one, and let them cancel each other out inside me. Break. Domain Lord 8th grade. 3 months later, after the last fruit. 9th. I used about 100 cubic meters of the water doing it. 9,900 left. And the rest went to my plant, which I moved into that valley, into the pond. Star eating. From now on you eat this, as much as you like. Break through to World Lord as fast as you can, because only at World Lord can you actually help me. The serrated leaves curled up like a cat's head and pressed against my trouser leg. Then I went to the killing field to learn my new body and found several unread mails. One flagged for attention. From Gus, head of personnel. Come to the personnel department when your cultivation is finished. That was all. Very polite. Honorifics, which is how you know something has happened. I went. Instructor Chen, please sit. All smiles, considerably warmer than the last time. Instructor Chen is indeed a cultivation genius. Domain Lord 9th grade in a few short years. Lord Gus flatters me. I went to the treasure pavilion and bought a few heaven and earth treasures. It exhausted the savings of a lifetime, which was, for once, entirely true. Oh. He did not probe, which is a professional courtesy I appreciated. Instructor Chen Guoyang. I have received an order from Marquis Silver Moon. You are to go to the Ganwu secret realm and instruct a highness. I kept my face where it was. Marquis Silver Moon. One of the 3 undying who run the secret realm and, functionally, the entire future of the nation. I had apparently been noticed by exactly the kind of person I had spent a decade not being noticed by, and without adequate means of self-preservation, direct contact with an undying is not a promotion, it's an exposure. But, a highness, somebody that Gus calls your highness. That is a peerless genius who has entered an origin law, and the only thought in my head, underneath all the appropriate concern was, does an instructor count as a teacher? Will the system recognize it? Lord Gus, if I go to the Ganwu secret realm, what happens to my students? The qualification battle is close, and I meant to give them extra classes. Which was a lie with a purpose. You do not accept an undying summons looking eager. Marquis Silver Moon's matters take precedence. Gus's face went formal. Teach them in the virtual universe when you find time. It must not interfere. Very well, I'll mail the students immediately. And I sighed, audibly, once. Gus could not help himself. Teacher Chen, being favored by Marquis Silver Moon is a tremendous stroke of luck. You shouldn't be emotional about it. You're seconded, but your treatment will be equal to a special grade mentor of the Ganwu secret realm. That is what elite world lords receive. Your base salary increases 100-fold, and that's before the other benefits. Rest assured, Lord Gus, I'll do the work well. I gave the students one last class, and at the end, I told them I was going to the Ganwu secret realm for a while, and might not be their teacher anymore. The plaza went quiet in a way that I did not expect and did not enjoy. The worst of them was Jax, who had, not long before, been picked out and made my assistant on the platform, which had given him a year of being close enough to ask questions directly instead of queuing. Jax, don't be sad. Flynn put a hand on his shoulder. The teacher's been promoted. We should be happy for him. Yes, you're right. We should be happy. He went into the virtual universe afterward and sent a farewell to my mailbox, which very few students did. And a short while later, he received a reply and opened it and stopped moving. It was the optimal advancement path for the specific thunder lightning domain he was cultivating, his, not a general one, with a video demonstration. With that, he was never going to take a wrong road again, and the 6th level of the domain, the entry threshold for the Ganwu secret realm, went from a hope to a schedule. So he's always kept me in mind, Jax thought. Then he turned toward my manor and bowed all the way down to a man who wasn't there. I want to note that I did that in about 90 seconds from a template out of a 1,000-year investment horizon. It cost me nothing. It rearranged that young man's entire life. I have thought about that a great deal since, and I still do not know what to do with it. Before I went, I had to solve the money problem, because I was about to disappear into a place I would not leave for decades, and I could not afford to arrive there broke. The banks won't recycle goods from a 2-star user. Below 3 stars you are, in their filing system, a customer with no value, which left one option, and the option was bad. Anyway, I said out loud, in an empty room, I'm going to the Ganwu secret realm for at least several decades. Unless I have undying strength, I'm not leaving Ganwu City. Taking a little risk is fine. So I contacted Lin Yue. Congratulations on your increase in strength, my lord. Radiant, delighted, I had made her year twice already. I've come about another transaction. What can Lin Yue do for you? Jin K Divine Water, 2,000 cubic meters. I need the money quickly. The smile came off her face. My lord, Jin Ki Divine Water is extremely precious. Our acquisition price for 2,000 cubic meters is 17 Hun Yuan. However, this is a very large sum, and I'll need to consult my superiors. If you have an answer within a day, I'll sell to you. Otherwise, I sell elsewhere. Which was a bluff, because going anywhere else doubles the number of people who know. I had already exposed myself at the Treasure Pavilion, so I chose to let them know a little more rather than let two organizations know a little each. I was hoping the Treasure Pavilion had some integrity. I want that noted because I did not merely hope it. I built a plan on it. Lin Yue came out of the virtual universe and went straight upstairs. Alara, is the adult free? I have important news. She was polite to the intelligent life form because it belongs to the person who actually runs that building. Inside, sitting cross-legged on the floor, there was a towering figure at World Lord rank whose strength was some tens of thousands of times hers, and who was, more importantly, a confidant of the Undying who owns the company. Adult, speak. It had better not be trivial. His voice was neither male nor female, and there was something in it that made her physically want to be elsewhere, which she had learned to hide completely. Just now, a 5-star member contacted me. 2,000 cubic meter units of Jinkei Divine Water. Value exceeds 5 Hun Yuan. Lin Yue does not have the authority. She kept her head down. Additionally, you once said that any treasure involving an undying spiritual god must be reported to you. Lin Yue has kept it in mind. Jinkei Divine Water. Something crossed that pale face. Experts who can produce that are rare. Do you know this member's true identity? Adult. They're a 2-leaf Ganwu practitioner. The previous transactions were around 1 Hun Yuan, so the Treasure Pavilion did not investigate. A 2-leaf, that's troublesome. A pause that lasted slightly too long. However, how does a mere domain lord come to possess a treasure that an Undying would long for, and then contact him, continue the transaction, fish out as much identity information as you can. You don't need to worry about anything else. Yes, adult. Downstairs, in her own rooms, Lin Yue let out a very long breath and stood there for a while. And then she made a decision that she was not paid to make. Conduct the transaction normally. Don't fish. If something goes wrong later, it has nothing to do with her. She would tell the adult the man was tight-lipped, and the reason, in her own head, was not noble, and I have never held that against her. She had made real money from me 3 times, and she did not want to lose the customer. She also, quietly, did not want anything bad to happen to me, which she had no power to prevent. She contacted me within the hour, and I named a location, and it was not the Treasure Pavilion. Come to the Ganwu Dojo tomorrow. Bring the money and a world ring. Because whatever stands behind that shop, at the dojo gate, I am a member of an institution, and institutions do not casually leak their own. Of course, if the Treasure Pavilion genuinely wanted to investigate me, I knew perfectly well they'd manage it, but I had no plans to leave Ganwu City in the short term, and even with 10,000 times the courage, nobody moves inside Ganwu City. I hope this Treasure Pavilion knows its place, I thought. Otherwise, even with an Undying behind you, the transaction went through. 17 Hun Yuan landed in my account, and within about 4 minutes, my personal mailbox filled up. That is how privacy works in an interstellar civilization with a virtual universe spanning everything. The moment a number moves, the machines notice. Genesis Development Company. Sorry to disturb you. Please take a minute of your valuable time. I looked them up out of sheer curiosity, and they are enormous, headquartered in the distant Noah Universe nation, and they do terraforming and orbital weapons and one other thing, which is their main business. World creation. They will build you a world. In reality, there are templates and there is bespoke. You buy a star system, or a planet, or a secret realm continent with absolute sovereignty, and they build a world in it to your specification. A cultivation world, a weird world, a gods and demons world, a Zhuanhuan world, a tech world, a wizard world, a sword and magic world, a summoner world. There is nothing they can't do, only what you can't imagine. They provide the transformation and cultivation systems that fit it. In this world, the buyer is the creator god, and they included a case study, which I read twice. A domain lord bought a star system and turned it into a sword and magic world. He personally created 2 opposing races, gods and demons, and stages a great war between them every few thousand years. He also enjoys abducting ordinary people from other indigenous planets, giving them the impression that they are transmigrators and protagonists of destiny, handing them a few resources and watching them grow up to save the world. The gods and demons are stellar level. The God King and the Demon Lord, who have been sealed for 10,000 years, are universe rank slaves he purchased. I saved that mail. I did not delete it. Perhaps once I've broken through to Undying and have eternity on my hands, I'll commission one, just to see how it feels from the inside. The rest of the mail was investment advice. The Star Investment Company, a subsidiary of the Universe Galaxy Bank, wishes to safeguard your assets. Our Ant Fund operates on a 50-year cycle with an expected return of 30% and has not incurred a loss for 50,000 consecutive years. Universe Peace Insurance. And then two that mattered. Your account balance exceeds 10 hun yuan. You have been automatically upgraded to 3-star. 3-star users receive a dedicated representative. Yours is Mei Ling. 3-star users gain eligibility for the Ganwu auction, held once every 3 years, and the Great Axe Battleground, informing me that I had been granted Bronze VIP membership, which lets me watch universe rank life and death matches for free. That is a funny thing to receive when you personally fought 1,000 of them. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the treasure pavilion, a world lord with an unsettling face was looking at a world ring full of cold water. That's right, Jin Qi Divine Water, a treasure that even Big Brother craves. He was thinking out loud, which is what people do when they are alone with something they have decided is theirs. Big Brother's cloud-caressing vine is still at the 9th level of World Lord. With enough of this, it advances to Undying. At that point, Big Brother's strength would be formidable even among the Undying. And then the part that tells you who he is. And as Big Brother's only relative, once he becomes a powerhouse among the Undying, he will support me with everything to break through as well. He looked up. Ruyan, do you know what identity that person holds in the Ganwu dojo? What his name is? My lord, Ruyan does not know. During the transaction I wanted to ask, but the other party was very vigilant and urged the deal along. I was afraid of causing suspicion. She kept her eyes down. She was terrified. She lied to a world lord's face, and she did it well. You did the right thing. A domain lord who possesses Jin Qi Divine Water and belongs to the Ganwu dojo is not someone whose identity you casually pry into. Our priority in business is reputation. This matter ends here. You may go. Yes, my lord. She walked out, and after the door closed, that face did something else. Fool. Did you really think your little schemes could hide from me? Then, to the empty room. If it weren't for the fact that I can't take action inside Ganwu City. And then, out loud, Alara. Investigate that domain lord's background with everything we have. He has been to our treasure pavilion twice. There are recordings. If he is in the Ganwu dojo, he should be easy to find. Yes, master. I will investigate shortly. Not shortly. The voice went up. Immediately. Immediately. A month later, I stood in a hidden space inside the dojo headquarters with Gus while he ran through the rules one final time. Instructor Chen Guoliang, I've sent you the Secret Realm briefing. The Ganwu Secret Realm is the core of the Ganwu Universe country, and many members of the Imperial family are inside it. Follow the rules. Offend no one, especially not the 3 undying spiritual gods who guard it. He was not being dramatic. If you anger them, perhaps only the great Ganwu country lord could save your life. I'm aware of the rules. Good. I'll see you off here. I hope the next time we meet you're a 3-leaf. Then perhaps we'll be colleagues. He activated something, and the space in front of us rippled and opened into a tunnel full of moving color. The fixed passage only leads to Wind Thunder Island. That is where the stellar rank geniuses of the Ganwu Secret Realm live. Your destination happens to be there. Once you arrive, someone will handle everything. Go. I stepped in, and something took hold of me and pulled, and I did not resist. I have no idea how long that took. Then the sky opened up, and I was standing on an island, and I looked up. There was a mountain, and it had lightning in it. Not on it. In it, threaded through the rock like veins, visible, patterned, moving. That is the lightning origin law, I thought, and my whole chest went tight. And that cyan light must be the wind origin law, so this is why it's called Wind Thunder Island. It seems you've already noticed. There was a man beside me who had not been there. Cyan robe, 2 antennae, and a cyan mark on his forehead, which is the external sign of a man the origin law has acknowledged. Greetings, my lord. You must be Chen Guoliang. Your luck is quite good, arriving at the Ganwu Secret Realm at only Domain Lord rank. Your chances of breaking through to World Lord are greatly enhanced. He pointed up at the mountain. Wind Thunder Mountain is a rare place for comprehending the wind and lightning laws. I stayed at World Lord rank for 1,000,000 years before I was granted entry here, and only then did I gain the recognition of the wind origin law. Then, as an afterthought, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jian, an ordinary manager of Wind Thunder Island. 1,000,000 years, waiting for permission to stand on a hill. Lord Jian, there's no need for Lord. Your position is acting special instructor. We're of equal rank. Call me Jian. And that is the single most important accident of my life, which is that the first man I met in that place decided to be friendly to me for no particular reason. He walked me up the mountain and briefed me properly, considerably better than Gus had. Mentor Chen. The square ahead is where the special grade mentors give public lectures. The top-ranked stellar geniuses usually get taken as personal disciples. Everyone else attends the lectures. Special grade mentors lecture once every 10 years. You're only acting, so you have no obligation. Though, if you wanted to, generally the students won't refuse. Down on the training field, there were a dozen or so stellar geniuses working through secret techniques, and from the domains they had open, I could see that all of them were at the 6th level or higher. 6th level is the entry threshold for a stellar member of the Ganwu secret realm. Mr. Jian, how many stellar geniuses are in the Ganwu secret realm in total? If it's classified, don't answer. That's no secret. He was pleased to be asked. 5,728 stellar members. Of those, 496 have stepped across the threshold of an origin law. They are the finest young people the Ganwu universe country has. 496. That many geniuses who have touched a law, I said, and then deliberately, in the star system I came from, forget the origin law, I hadn't seen anyone who'd mastered a domain. What's strange about that? How can the barren lands compare to the Ganwu secret realm? There was a note of pride in that, and I let him have it, because I was busy doing arithmetic. 5,728 geniuses, in one place. Standing on hillsides, walking around. We flew over the training ground slowly, and the students noticed. That's Lord Jian. Who's with him? Never seen him. A two-leaf. New mentor for Wind Thunder Island? Chen Hao, what are you talking about? Mentors here need at least 3-leaf. He's a 2-leaf. How could he be our mentor? Pity. New mentors are always more responsible. For students like us without a teacher, getting guidance in a public lecture is a stroke of luck. Wind Thunder Island's been strange lately. Unfamiliar 2-leaves showing up. Top-ranked geniuses coming back to the realm one after another. I don't know what's happening. Who knows? Not for us to worry about. Halfway up, there was a platform with over 100 villas on it, each a few hundred meters on a side, with cultivation grounds and swimming pools and entertainment facilities in them. The special grade mentors all live here, 108 of them, and with you, 109. Though many aren't on the island, there's a public activity zone a million kilometers east if you get bored. I'll go when I have the chance. For now, I'll focus on the job. The villa was enormous and empty and slightly desolate. The Ganwu secret realm is different from an outside dojo. Servants generally can't enter, so there are none. If you want to eat well, there's a public cafeteria, and it's very good. If you want the house looked after, you can probably find a stellar student or two who'd be delighted. No servants. 108 of the most powerful teachers in a nation of 100 million star systems, and they cook for themselves. No wonder most of them are elsewhere. Then Jian went up the stairs like a man who knows where the good part is. Mentor Chen, there's a place here I think you'll like. He opened a door. It was a cultivation room, and the ceiling wasn't a ceiling. It was a white rippling light. He waved a hand, and the white light dissolved, and the sky came through. Above me, through that opening, the lightning origin law hung there 10 times clearer than it had looked from the island. That's over 100 times clearer than anywhere in the outside universe. This law, I stopped talking. And Jian, standing beside me, was quietly enjoying himself because everyone who cultivates wind or thunder does this the first time, and he had shown a lot of people that ceiling. Then the room filled with purple. Snakes of lightning came out of nowhere and gathered into a cloud over my head, and more kept coming, more and more, until the purple had swallowed the entire room. And in the middle of the cloud, a light came on and turned into a bolt and went straight into the space between my eyebrows. An imprint of 3 interwoven thunder patterns rose on my forehead, and I understood everything at once. Not learned. Understood. The lightning in front of me was a thing I could reach out and hold. Every question I had been carrying, all of them, resolved at the same time, the way a knot resolves when you finally see the end. I raised a hand and the lightning went out like it had never happened. Jian had not moved. He had not blinked. How is this possible? Then, out loud, to nobody, Chen Guoliang, a domain lord rank 2-leaf Ganwu practitioner, has obtained the recognition of the lightning origin law. He took a very long breath, and I watched the last of something go out of his eyes and get replaced with something completely different. Mentor Chen Guoliang, congratulations. To be recognized by an origin law at the Domain Lord stage, your future achievements will be astonishing. And every question he'd had about why Marquis Silvermoon would drag a 2-leaf out of a dojo evaporated. He had broken through to World Lord a million years ago and had only received his own recognition after being transferred here. I got mine standing in a rented villa on my first afternoon. Mr. Jian. Guoliang was just lucky. And I have to thank you for telling me there was such a place in the house. I wouldn't dare. You'd have found it soon enough. He was practically glowing. Guoliang, stop calling me Mr. I'm older than you by a few years. If you don't mind, just call me brother. Brother Jian? Haha, brother Guoliang. Which is, I want to be clear, the sound of a very sharp man deciding in real time that the newcomer is going to be an undying spiritual god eventually, and it costs nothing to be family now. It was also completely sincere. Both things. Again. Down at the foot of the mountain, in a manor a few thousand meters across, a white-haired world lord was teaching a girl with long purple hair. Her sword moved and she moved with it, and her outline kept vanishing and reappearing somewhere it had no business being. On the blade, thunderlight, with threads of cyan clinging to it. She stopped. Her breathing was uneven, and her origin power had run out. Your Highness Su Rong, your Wind Thunder sword grows more proficient. Your control of origin power is still slightly lacking. If it were perfect, you would not run dry using the first level. Teacher Li Wei is right. I've been thinking about it. The Wind Thunder sword is powerful and the consumption is terrifying. In an arena match, if someone blocks that strike, it becomes very hard to win. Your Highness, don't worry. Although the Wind Thunder sword isn't as famous as the 9 great divine weapons of the controllers, its power is not inferior. This genius battle is a stellar level confrontation. Very few will block that strike. That may be so. Her eyes had something else in them. But to break into the top 100, this sword alone is nowhere near enough, unless I can cultivate the second level, Wind Thunder Thrust. Your Highness, you struggle with the first. Even if you comprehended the second, I fear your origin power couldn't support it. He was being kind, and he was being wrong. Perhaps focus on movement instead. Use movement to maneuver around your opponent, find the flaw, seize the moment, and end it with the sword. Movement techniques? And she stopped. Because a little over a year earlier, her younger sister had sent her a movement manual related to the lightning origin law, Thunder Light Flash, created by a first-class instructor of the Ganwu Dojo headquarters. She had already cultivated it to the second level and still had a great many questions. She'd been wondering about that instructor named Chen Guoliang. She checked her messages. Her eyes came up. Teacher Li Wei. The instructor Chen Guoliang my teacher found for me has arrived. I'll go and welcome him. Chen Guoliang. That first-class instructor from the dojo headquarters. Li Wei frowned because Li Wei was a world lord acknowledged by the Wind Origin Law who had lived for millions of years, and he had a professional opinion. Your Highness Su Rong, your cultivation concerns the honor of the universe nation. You cannot act recklessly. That Chen Guoliang is a first-class instructor at the Domain Lord stage. His law cultivation is likely not as proficient as yours. What could he possibly teach you? It would be nothing but a waste of time. Your Highness, your time is precious. He was about to keep going, and Su Rong cut him off. Teacher Li Wei, you've misunderstood. That instructor Chen Guoliang is not comparable to an ordinary first-class instructor. His comprehension of the Thunderbolt Law has reached a very deep level, and furthermore, she thought about her sister's domain and about all the special-grade mentors who had shrugged at it. He also has very deep insights into domains and combat techniques. No matter what you say, he is just a first-class instructor. Your Highness might not be aware of the gap between a domain lord and a world lord. He is here. She walked out. And Li Wei, who was a professional, stopped talking because whatever he thought of me, I held a status equal to his, and there was no reason to insult a colleague to his face. Also, I had been sent by Marcus Silver Moon, which makes open opposition a career decision. Jian landed with me, smiling, doing the introduction. And Su Rong and Li Wei both looked over, and both of them saw the origin law mark flickering purple in the middle of my forehead, and both of them stopped talking at exactly the same time. Su Rong glanced sideways at Li Wei. He said nothing. Everything was understood without a word. Su Rong greets teacher. She spoke first. Your Highness Su Rong is too polite. Guiding you is my duty. And I was in an outstanding mood, and it got better because when I looked at her, there was text above her head. Name, Su Rong. Age, 36. Rank, Stellar 9th grade. Wind Law, 0.1%. Thunderbolt Law, 1.2%. Evaluation, 2nd grade genius. Can accept as disciple. Return multiplier, 1,000 times. Note, possesses a trace of one-horned Ghost King bloodline. Inactive, 2nd grade, 1,000 times. And here is the part that made my hands want to shake, which is that she had already called me teacher, voluntarily, in front of witnesses, as a formality. The system does not care about formalities. It heard the word and it bound her. Recognition from the lightning origin law in the morning, a 2nd grade genius with a 1,000-fold return in the afternoon. I also, at that exact moment, developed a great deal of warmth toward a Marquis Silver Moon I had never met, because if she hadn't dragged me out of that dojo by the collar, I would still be lecturing to a plaza. This must be instructor Chen Guoliang. Li Wei came over himself, and the man is a professional. And everything he had said 40 seconds earlier was now a joke that both of us were going to pretend hadn't happened. Truly a person of talent, to be recognized by an origin law at the Domain Lord stage. No wonder you have Lord Marquis Silvermoon's trust. Greetings, Teacher Li Wei. No need for formalities. You and I will have to cooperate fully to instruct Her Highness properly. He raised a hand. Today's teaching is finished, so I'll take my leave. Get familiar with each other, and we'll arrange a division of labor. Very smooth, very fast. After he left, Su Rong turned back and bowed properly. Teacher Chen, although this is our first meeting, I have long admired you. There is one thing I must thank you for. Is it about Su Qing's domain? I had worked it out roughly 2 seconds after seeing her face, since the two of them are carved from one mold and differ only in hairstyle and temperament, and their names are one syllable apart. Back at the dojo, Thorn walked into Gus's office to close an old file. Ha ha ha. Thorn, aren't you serving in the Jinlin army? How do you have time for an old man like me? Don't play dumb. He dropped onto the sofa and hit the desk. I've been in the Jinlin army almost 20 years. Why is my personnel file still here? Oh, that. Gus poured tea. Does the 10th general need to come in person for something so small? A mail would have done. Small? If I hadn't come, how long would you have dragged it out? 100 years? 1,000? Thorn, you're too impatient. We've been colleagues for hundreds of thousands of years. You know my character. And Thorn, who is not a stupid man, softened. I know you mean well, keeping my file here so I have a retreat later, but I chose the Jinlin army and I took the 10th seat, and I've already put down all thoughts of living or dying. He said it flatly, which is how men say things they've decided. As a general, if I'm half-hearted and keep myself an exit, how do I ask for loyalty from the men under me? Gus sighed and got the file himself. Take the virtual copy. The physical will follow. From today you have no connection to the Ganwu dojo. Unless Marcus Jinlin himself speaks, you won't get another chance to leave that army. I hope you don't regret it. I will never regret my choice. Ha ha ha. Is that so? And then Gus did a thing that old friends do, which is that he had been saving something. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on that two-leaf named Chen Guoliang? Chen Guoliang. It took him a second. That two-leaf. The one who'd been highly expected and had chosen to be ordinary. I have no interest in his information. Gus's eyes were doing something. Marquis Silvermoon personally spoke to transfer Chen Guoliang into the Ganwu secret realm as mentor to a highness. His status now is equivalent to a special grade mentor of the secret realm. Pause. You know, that status is not inferior to yours or mine. What? Thorn had spent hundreds of thousands of years in the assessment group of that personnel department. He knew the conditions for a mentor position in the Ganwu secret realm better than the people who wrote them. Three-leaf. And not merely three-leaf, an elite among them, a man the origin law has acknowledged. And 20 years earlier, Chen Guoliang had been a small domain lord with scattered fragments of the lightning law, and Thorn himself had privately judged that there was a slim possibility he'd ever make world lord at all. This is impossible. Gus produced a document without hurrying. Thorn took one look and his face went dark, because nobody in the universe forges the divine power imprint of Marquis Silvermoon, and Gus would not dare if he had 100 lives. Actually, said Gus, enjoying himself enormously, Chen Guoliang's insight into the law was always deep. He simply didn't show it during the assessment. In his very first public lecture, he demonstrated an extremely proficient grasp of the Thunderbolt law. He is a qualified mentor, more responsible to those students than anyone else in that building. He created secret techniques specifically for them and solved their problems one by one. The students adore him. At his last lecture before leaving, some of them cried. Then, gently, the knife. Compared to the Jinlin army, the Ganwu dojo was his best choice. He was not wrong. Thorn was already pulling my record through the virtual universe while Gus talked. He sat there for a long time. And here's the thing about that man that I did not know then, and I know now. The resentment simply left. Just went. He looked at a man who had refused him and who was now visibly going to pass him, and what he said was, his choice was right. The Jinlin army suits me. It doesn't suit others. The Ganwu dojo, the Ganwu secret realm, that is the platform that suits him. Perhaps it won't be long before he breaks through to World Lord and stands level with us. Haha, you said you never regret, and now you find your judgment had a problem? What is there to regret? Same flat voice. When I invited him, it was because I appreciated his talent. When he refused, I didn't hold a grudge or make trouble for him. Counting it up, I'm still his assessment instructor. I'm the one who brought him into the Ganwu dojo. Then, casually. Logically, our relationship should be relatively close. Gus, my true body is in the Jinlin army, and I can't easily get here. Help me send him a congratulatory gift, something he urgently needs. Value within 1 yuan. I trust your judgment. And while he was saying all of that in an extremely calm voice, he was placing several calls to Lysander in the virtual universe, none of which were answered. Damn Lysander, he was thinking. That bastard didn't go around telling people I raised the difficulty of the assessment on my own authority. Did he? I was, at that moment, in a manor at the foot of a mountain, watching a girl produce 7 copies of herself. Teacher Chen, if you have no objections, let's settle it like this. The first half of each month, Mentor Li Wei guides my cultivation. The second half, I'll trouble you. If Mentor Li Wei has no problem with it. I did not care which half. I cared about the 7 phantoms. Because I created Thunder Light Flash less than 5 years earlier, and my own first disciple to reach the 2nd level, Orion, can currently manifest 2, which already puts him in a category by himself among a million elite students. My eldest, Tianlong, has 1. Su Rong was standing there with 7. That is a genius. The distance between a 2nd grade genius and a 3rd grade genius is not a step. One of them is a cloud, and the other one is mud. And if that's 2nd grade, I thought, then a 1st grade I couldn't finish the sentence. I don't have anything to compare it to. Not until I meet one. Teacher Chen, I can execute 7, but my movement between them isn't smooth. In a real fight, that flaw is exploitable. As the founder of this technique, do you know how Su Rong should correct it? Perfectly sincere. Not 1 gram of the arrogance a disciple of an undying is entitled to. Su Rong, how long have you been cultivating this? I cultivated it on my return journey. About 1 year and 3 months. 1 year and 3 months. I had assumed 5 years. I stopped my face from doing anything. That is a talent I do not have and will never have. There's nothing wrong with the technique. You've cultivated for too short a time, and there are branches of the lightning origin law you don't understand yet. Watch. I moved, and 9 of me came up on that training ground, and I went through them and around them like a fish, and there was no seam anywhere in it. She watched with something in her face that was not admiration. It was appetite. She was doing arithmetic. If she could do that at the genius battle, with the killing power of the Wind Thunder Sword behind it, then the top 100 stopped being a dream. Teacher, your movement is too perfect. This disciple doesn't understand it. It's normal not to understand. I've already recorded a full demonstration of the 2nd level at perfection, with the law branches involved and the specific optimizations for your version. Check your mail. She went into it for a long time and came out different. Teacher's talent is astonishing. Even given another 100,000 years, I couldn't compare. Many of my doubts are resolved. I just tried it in the killing field and it's far better. Teacher, please watch. Still 7. But the transitions had closed up, and where there had been a seam to break, there was now nothing to break unless you had genuinely mastered the space or time law. Not bad. Congratulations. It's because teacher taught well. And she went slightly pink, which on a face like that is a small natural disaster. Then work. Get to 9. At 9, among geniuses of your rank, nobody in the universe will match you for movement. Because I knew something she didn't, which is that she had both the wind and the lightning origin law, and if she got Thunder Light Flash to the perfect 2nd level and then folded a thread of wind into it, that movement technique stops being a low-level law technique. Then I went home very fast. Back in the chamber, alone with the door shut, I let my face do what it wanted. Your disciple Su Rong, through your guidance, has deepened her understanding of Thunder Light Flash. 1,000 times return obtained. Your understanding and experience of Thunder Light Flash has significantly deepened. The reason I had left in such a hurry was to get to this before it settled. I had written 2 levels of that manual. 2. And sitting in the depths of my soul, as if I had spent a century on it, was the complete cultivation experience of the 3rd level. I haven't even created the sequel, and I already know how to perform it, but that is not the part, because the 3rd level of Thunderlight Flash uses the lightning origin law to leverage something else, and when the experience of it arrived, it dragged the something else in with it. The time law, the high-level law I had been reaching for and could not find the edge of. In one afternoon, through a girl fixing her footwork, I was inside the gate, barely, sparsely. Less of it than I have of the light law, which is essentially none. But it was real, time, the high-level law above wind and lightning and light, the road to king-level immortal, to universe exalt, to universe lord. I stood up in that room and executed Thunder Light Flash. Clones came off me, 1, 2, 9, 10, and it kept going, and it stopped at 36. And on every one of those 36, there was a thread of the time law layered under the lightning, and each one was more than 10 times what my old phantoms had been. I went to the killing field and set the opponent to a 9th level world lord. Under the pressure of full world force, I moved. dozens of phantoms swapping constantly, and a world lord at the top of his rank could not get a hand on me. He caught me after 100 breaths, when I gave up and let him, with a strike that had genuine anger in it. Before that day, my second-level Thunderlight Flash had no answer at all to that. I could barely parry an early-stage world lord. That is not an improvement. That is more than 100-fold, which put my actual position in the universe roughly here. Against a world lord at levels 1 and 2, I can kill them. Above level 5, their world force means I can't break through, and my movement means they can't touch me. Nobody wins and nobody dies. Only somebody like Sunstone Blade, a core domain lord or world lord of a great power who has mastered a high-level law, could genuinely threaten me. And those, forget domain lords, are not 1 in 10,000 even among world lords. And with an E-grade ship or better under me, I could leave a group of world lords standing in space. There are very few world lords in existence with that much ability to simply not die. Zargon, panel. Name, Chen Guoliang. Realm, domain lord 9th level. Law, lightning origin 10%, light origin 1.1%, time origin 0.12%. Optimize it, drop the age, the techniques, and the treasures, add a disciple panel. 3 of them came up under mine. Tian Long, Orion, and Su Rong. Su Rong's line was so much longer than the other 2 that it was slightly embarrassing to look at. These 2 sisters, I said to nobody. What race are they exactly? Where do they come from? Why is the talent like that? And also, what is a one-horned Ghost King bloodline? Zargon, search. He came back fast and shook the black dog head. Master, no useful clues. My estimate is a 96.56% probability that our authority is insufficient and the information has been sealed by the upper levels of the virtual universe. Which is more interesting than an answer, because Zargon can find the golden horned beast. He can find the glacier beast. Those are peak races, and they are documented. Whatever a one-horned Ghost King is, it is rarer than that, and somebody with authority has decided that ordinary people don't get to know. Fine, I'll find out when I'm bigger. Then I set the killing field to simulate the Sunstone Blade. It can't reproduce a real person, but with enough parameters, it can build the shape of one, and that void had left a mark on me. Under a minute this time instead of instantly. Progress, I said, reassembling. At least I wasn't one shot. His grasp of the space origin law is far past my time law. The gap is enormous. And then a call came in from a man in a red robe. Brother Guoliang, congratulations on entering the Ganwu secret realm. I only just heard. I knew you were a genius and wouldn't waste time as a first-class instructor, which he had not said at the time. He had said roughly that I was throwing my life away in a classroom. Brother Huo Lei, you didn't call to reminisce. He drank from a wine pot and shook his head. Of course not. What a place the Ganwu secret realm is. I wouldn't disturb your cultivation. I ran into something strange and thought I should tell you. He hiccuped. The instructors all know we're friendly. When I got back this time, several unfamiliar instructors suddenly asked about you. It feels wrong. If they wanted to congratulate you, isn't a male easier? Has anything happened on your end? Ah, it's nothing. Don't take it to heart. As long as you have an idea in your head, you're in the Ganwu secret realm. Even if the sky falls, it won't hit you. Then wistfully, sigh. The Ganwu secret realm. I wonder if Huo Lei will ever get to see the scenery in there. I hung up, and my face went somewhere else. So the treasure pavilion is not honest after all. I want to lay out my reasoning, because it matters. I have enemies. 90,000 years of clawing for breakthrough resources produces enemies, but all of those grudges are from when I was universe rank, held by people who couldn't touch me then, and certainly can't now. If any of them knew my actual current strength, they would stop sleeping properly. Nobody in that category can reach into the Ganwu dojo and get instructors to ask questions. One organization can. I had chosen them for my last few transactions, and in doing so, I had put my wealth on a table in front of people who count. Especially the water, which an undying spiritual god would want, and which I took out knowing exactly what I was doing. I had thought a large shop with a reputation wouldn't do something this dirty. Clearly I overestimated their floor, or more accurately, I underestimated what my own strength does to other people's floors. This treasure pavilion is a nuisance. They already know I'm a mentor at the Ganwu dojo. It only depends on what they choose. I was not afraid. Inside the Ganwu secret realm, nobody can touch me, because killing a special grade mentor in there is a bare-faced slap at the Ganwu country lord, and a king-level immortal would not have the nerve, let alone whatever ordinary immortal army lord is standing behind a shop. Even outside, as long as I don't leave Ganwu City, I'm safe. And I could simply wait for centuries and then have the conversation from a completely different height. I should focus on the origin law, I decided. Only strength keeps this from happening again, because it will happen again. Which brought me back to a thought I'd been circling. The best available route to more time law is to get Su Rong inside it. She has the lightning and the wind origin laws, both of which sit below time. She has a rare bloodline. For her, the door is much lower than it is for me. All she needs is correct guidance. Perhaps, I thought, the disciple I have been dreaming about, the one who masters the time law, might be somebody I get to grow myself. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the treasure pavilion, a world lord named Gao Feng read a report and could not make his face work. That domain lord named Chen Guoliang was transferred into the Ganwu secret realm by Marquis Silver Moon. He paced. He kept pacing. He had assumed a lucky little man who had picked something up, requiring a small amount of pressure to shake loose. Not a man standing behind Marcus Silver Moon. That is an existence his own brother is in awe of. He thought about it for a long time and made the correct decision. Alara, suspend all actions, wipe every trace, don't let anyone suspect the treasure pavilion, and let's just pretend we don't know about this. Very decisive, genuinely the right call, because they had not yet actually done anything. Everything to that point was recoverable. Even if it reached Marquis Silver Moon, what would the charge be? Snooping on a customer's privacy? And his brother was not nothing. He was about to give the order, and a call came in. The voice on the other end was also neither male nor female, and it was extremely angry. Fool! Gao Feng's mouth twitched. He said nothing. Rules. What are rules? Only those with big fists are called rules. For all these years I cultivated all the way to the undying realm. I killed so many people, destroyed so many families, plundered so many resources. And who? Who dare say anything against me? A mere domain lord, who had the dumb luck to become the mentor of Marquis Silver Moon's disciple, and you're scared. If you're this timid, don't even think about breaking through to undying. Go home and retire. That is the Jin Qi divine water, worth 10,000 gold a drop. Who knows how much that lucky man has? If the quantity is enough to cultivate my cloud-caressing vine to the undying stage, what can Marquis Silver Moon do? Even if we're wanted by the Ganwu universe country, we go to another universe country and continue to live freely. This universe is very big. There are places to stay everywhere. As long as you have the strength, it's the same wherever you go. Then, keep a close watch on that man for me. As long as he comes out of the Ganwu secret realm, tell me immediately. And finally, because he had to, trash. The call ended, and Gao Feng stood there with something cold in his eyes and eventually said, Ilara, continue the mission. Watch him. The moment he comes out, notify me. I want to be very precise here because everything that follows for the next 200 years comes out of that one phone call. The brother was ready to fold. The brother had assessed the risk correctly and was walking away, and an undying spiritual god from somewhere else who did not have to be involved at all decided that rules are for people with small fists. I would like to note, as a professional courtesy, that he was completely right about the general principle and catastrophically wrong about the specific application. 6 months went by peacefully. Li Wei and I split the month, and Su Rong's strength went somewhere frankly disgusting. Even Li Wei came around, particularly on the movement technique, which had filled the one hole in her that he'd been unable to fill, and which he described professionally as worth 1,000 gold. After half a year, nobody doubted whether I belonged there, and the Ganwu secret realm qualification battle concluded, and every branch dojo in the nation sent students, and as always, every single slot went to students from the headquarters dojo. That is the normal state of affairs, and I want to explain why, because it is not a scandal. Headquarters gathers the best students, the best teachers, and the most resources in a nation of 100 million star systems. If a provincial dojo outperformed it, that would be the news. The romantic story where a genius emerges from a small backwater did not occur. The provincial geniuses received the most comprehensive beating in the history of that competition, and went home having learned the phrase, "There is always someone better." Jian, being Jian, had the list in his hand the moment it published, and I had it 4 seconds later. Both my disciples made it. Orion took first, on the strength of 3 phantom movement and an innate talent for violence. Tianlong took third. On the day they arrived on Wind Thunder Island, I went down to the passage to meet them, which is not a thing mentors do. Junior brother Guoliang, what brings you here? Jian had just brought a group through, 20 new students, all of them still nervous, and then they saw a familiar figure walking over. It's Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen really is in the Ganwu secret realm. Teacher Chen, can we attend your lectures again? Teacher Chen, are we lightning students still under you? Jian looked at that and sighed inwardly. So the rumors were true. Of those 20 students, 8 were mine, 8 out of 20. 40% of a nation's annual intake from one instructor's discipline. It's because you taught us well, said Tianlong, smiling. Students from other majors weren't a match. Yeah, the fire major got shut out completely. All of us learned teacher's thunderlight flash. The other majors couldn't match our speed. That's the sound of a strategic decision paying compound interest. I raised a hand and stopped them before it turned into a parade. Wind Thunder Island suits wind and thunder students. You've come to the right place, but do not slack off in here. The elimination mechanisms are far more brutal than outside. Then I sent them off with Jian, who, because I had just been very publicly popular in front of him, put all of them in the area closest to the mountain, which is the best cultivation ground on the island, and which he absolutely did not have to do. I kept my two back. You know the basic precautions. I've mailed you the details. This place is not the outside world. The competition is fiercer. As newcomers, you cannot match students who've been cultivating here for centuries. We're not afraid, said Tianlong. With teacher here, we'll catch up. Orion just gripped his blade. I hope they don't disappoint me. I looked at my two inflated disciples. Don't get arrogant. There are hundreds of geniuses here who have crossed the threshold of an origin law. You have a long way to go. Then the actual instruction. Improve fast. Message me anytime. And for the next 18 years, think about nothing else. My requirement is not high. In 18 years, your domains must reach at least the peak of the 9th level. Teacher, why 18 years? Because it's an odd number, not a decade, not two. The news hasn't spread yet, so I won't tell you. Remember it. You'll understand when the time comes. I turned to lead them to the dormitories and Tianlong said, Teacher, wait. He glanced at Orion. Then he took out a blade with purple lightning running down it, and he looked, for the first time in years, like a young man about to do something embarrassing. Teacher. The prize money for this assessment was much higher than before. Junior brother and I received 300 billion cosmic coins between us. This sky-splitting, thunder-severing blade is a gift we prepared for you. We hope you don't find it unworthy. A 5th-tier Origin Force blade, bought with everything they had. I frowned at it, and to be honest, that the frown was not entirely performance. You need resources yourselves. Why buy something this expensive? Then, because there is exactly one correct answer, well, never mind. I'll take it. And I did, and I have carried it since, and it happened to be an upgrade because I was still using a 4th-tier blade at the time on the theory that I was never going to fight anyone again. Those two had thought about it. That's the part I keep. Half a year after that, on Su Rong's training ground, I let her run through 9 phantoms and watch the switching, which was still slightly rough, and told her so. Then I said, Su Rong, do you know there is actually a 3rd layer to the manual I created? A 3rd layer? That's right. I moved, and 36 of me came up around her, and 36 of me spoke at once, which I admit was showing off. The 3rd layer involves the time origin law. I wasn't going to tell you in case it distracted you, but you cultivated 9 phantoms in 6 months, which means you have the talent, so I intend to let you try. I stopped, deliberately. You understand what that represents. Enter the door of the 3rd layer, grasp a thread of the time origin law, and your strength increases 100-fold, 1,000-fold. She stood there and looked at 36 copies of me and did not say anything for a while. Because for a domain lord, mastering a single low-level origin law in an entire lifetime is enough to buy your ticket to World Lord. Even for a World Lord with a lifespan of thousands of eras, only the genuinely exceptional dare split their attention onto a high-level law, and the usual ending for those exceptional people is that they run out of lifespan without ever breaking through. And here was a domain lord who had comprehended the time law and built a technique on it. Teacher, rest assured, she got her breathing under control. Within a year, I will perfectly master the 9 phantoms, and I will earn your recognition. Good. Ambition matters. Success or failure isn't the point. 9 phantoms alone will be enough to handle the genius battle. No, she said it flatly. If this disciple is going to do something, I will be the strongest. I have thought about that sentence a great deal, because I had just handed a 36-year-old the most dangerous idea in the universe, and my only motive was that I wanted the return, and she took it and made it hers so fast that within one breath, she was the one carrying it, and I was the one following. Over the next 5 years, she told nobody about any of it. She simply trained harder, and Li Wei watched her train harder and was genuinely moved, because no teacher dislikes a genius, but every teacher loves a hardworking one, and I lived very quietly. Marquis Silver Moon, hearing about the change in Su Rong, actually sent me a commendation and raised my treatment a level, which was the first time that Undying acknowledged in writing that I was her disciple's teacher, and then, 5 years in, on a training ground, it broke. Your Highness Su Rong, Li Wei's voice came up in a way it never did. You need to change your cultivation plan. Teacher Li Wei, are you asking me to put aside the movement technique? Cold. Very cold. Your Highness. He was earnest, and he was correct, and that is what makes this whole thing worse. Your movement has reached a point where it cannot be improved further. Forget stellar geniuses. There are universe ranks and domain lords who cannot compare to you in movement. The arena is not an infinite space. Movement protects you. It does not kill. If your movement were on the surface of a planet, geniuses out of the primitive mystical region couldn't take you down, but the competition is in an arena, and the arena shrinks. He was not making that up. That is exactly how the finals work. Your Highness must improve the Wind Thunder Sword and master the second level, or once the arena closes to the point where movement is useless, you will likely be killed instantly. He had no idea what medicine that instructor named Chen Guoliang had given His Highness. He had watched her for 5 years pour everything into a movement technique made by a domain lord while neglecting everything else, and the only conclusion available to him was that she'd been god at, and he had to admit, professionally, that the technique was extraordinary. In 5 years, she had reached a level that made him uneasy. If this were not a competition, he'd have said nothing at all. Movement is also survival, and only a living genius is a genius. But there was a clock. Then Su Rong asked him a question. Teacher Li Wei, what goal did Teacher Marquise Silvermoon set for me, within the top 1,000 of the entire universe? To enter the core secret realm of the Virtual Universe Corporation. And at my current strength, can I complete that goal? It should not be a problem. But he stopped, because it was true. Even specializing purely in movement, barring accident, the top 1,000 was hers. So what difference does it make to me, she said, whether I am 1,000th or 800th or 500th or 200th? Then she sighed. They're all just the lowest grade doomsday secret realm. Li Wei's mouth opened. The lowest grade doomsday secret realm. That is the core secret realm of one of the 5 great giants, a power that dwarfs their entire universe nation, and she had just said it the way you'd say the cheap seats, which meant her goal wasn't doomsday, and the next one up, heaven and earth, requires the top 100 of the entire universe. He was standing there doing that arithmetic when she finished it for him. Does teacher think Su Rong is arrogant? Daydreaming because she has a movement technique slightly better than other people's? No. Very quiet. If Su Rong can gain entry into the time law, none of this is a pipe dream. Boom, boom. He told me afterward that her soft voice sounded like thunder in his ears. Time. Law. He was a world lord who had gained the acknowledgement of the wind origin law and had been alive for millions of years, and he did not permit himself to dream about the high-level laws. To him it is poison. Literally, touch it. Let it destabilize his grasp of the wind law by the smallest amount, and he loses his one remaining chance at breaking through to undying forever. And this 36-year-old girl had been walking toward it in silence for 5 years. He did not hesitate. His consciousness went straight into the virtual universe, and he reported it to Marquis Silvermoon. And I want to defend him, because everybody afterward decided he was the villain of that afternoon. He was a mentor appointed by an undying, responsible to that undying for everything, and he had just discovered that his charge was spending the final years before the most important competition of her life on a road that kills people. There is not one thing in his training or his experience that says wait and see. Li Wei, why aren't you guiding Su Rong? Why have you come here? My lord. He did not look at her face. Nobody does. It is an issue with Your Highness Su Rong's cultivation. One glance from her in the virtual universe where nothing can physically happen made a world lord's body shake. He told her all 5 years of it, and every word Su Rong had just said. Nonsense. There was anger in it. How could a high-level law be so easy to enter? If there were still several hundred years, it might be different. The genius battle begins in 13, and she dares to be distracted. She has the delusion of comprehending the time law. Because Marquis Silvermoon is an undying who has lived for uncountable years, and she herself only began studying the time law after breaking through, and she has achieved something, and her strength is now close to a true marquis. Any fraction of her working years is thousands of times Su Rong's entire life, a little stellar rank brat. And that Chen Guoliang. It's one thing for Su Rong to be messing around. Why is he messing around? Li Wei had not accused me of anything. He didn't have to. Su Rong was cultivating a technique I made, and Marquis Silvermoon was not going to believe there was no connection. Li Wei, withdraw. I will go to Wind Thunder Island myself. And she was gone. Li Wei stood there with a smile that had nothing in it. Your Highness Su Rong, this matter is too big. I cannot keep it for you. I hope you will not blame this old man. Then he went back. Su Rong was on the training ground and did not ask where he'd been, because she knew. She looked up at the mountainside, at the villa where I live. Teacher, she said, you've clearly already solved every difficulty for me, so why can't I get in? But I have clearly already sensed the fluctuations of time. Why? That's the part I only learned later and I still don't like. She hadn't gone to Li Wei with any of it. She hadn't come to me either, and I hadn't been to her manor in 5 years, because I was busy. She had wanted to do it silently and then hand it to everyone finished. Teacher Chen, where exactly is the last tiny bit that Su Rong is missing? Nobody answered her. I wasn't there. I was on the mountainside with my eyes closed inside a star map, which we'll get to. She looked up at the peak where the thunder was moving through the wind, and her face lost some color. Your Highness, Li Wei genuinely regretted it. He had, in his own reading of the situation, personally clipped her wings, and then the air shifted, and a woman in a white dress with her face behind purple mist was standing in the sky. She looked down at her obstinate disciple, and I am told the anger that went through her eyes was something to see. She opened her mouth and stopped, because Su Rong on the ground had gone somewhere. I see it, Li Wei stared. Wind, thunder, time. So that's how it is. And she laughed, which is a completely inappropriate thing to do while an undying is descending on you to end your career. Then she moved. A phantom came out of her, then a second, a third, 9th, 10th. How is this possible? Your Highness? Because Li Wei could feel them, and the count was not the point. The count had only gone up by 1, but each of those 10 was wrong in a specific way, and after a moment he found the word for it. Each one was standing in a different moment. He looked up, for the first time in his life, directly at the face of an undying spiritual god, because he needed somebody to tell him he was wrong. Marquis Silvermoon looked down at those 10 phantoms with her eyes lowered, and the scolding she had come to deliver did not come out. She laughed instead, softly, and it sounded like wind chimes. Su Rong, my disciple, you are not bad, very not bad. You have entered the time origin law. It's actually true. Li Wei's entire understanding of the world reorganized itself, and then he went pale, because he had very nearly ruined it, and it had nothing to do with him at all. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your future is limitless. And Su Rong turned her head away from the mountain. Teacher Chen, I did it. Did you see? Then she bowed to the undying who had come down to shout at her. Teacher, it is this disciple's fault for making you worry, and Marquis Silvermoon, and this is the moment I decided I could work with that woman, stepped forward, helped her up, and said, you are not wrong. It was your teacher who underestimated you. Teacher almost buried a true genius. No argument, no face saving. Wrong is wrong, because the hardest part of a law is entering it. After that, it's just work, and 13 years is ample time to turn a law into strength. She had miscalculated her own disciple's potential and very nearly sent a top 10 in the universe genius into the Doomsday secret realm, and if the country lord found out about that, there would be consequences. And then she started quietly to reconsider something much larger, which was whether there were other Ling use in the past that the system had crushed exactly this way. I arrived a minute later in a green shirt because I had felt the time fluctuation from the mountainside and come down to check, and walked directly into an undying spiritual god. Greetings, Lord Marquis Silvermoon. Mentor Chen Guoliang, may I see the movement manual Su Rong is cultivating? Which was phrased as a request. Of course. Su Rong, send a copy to Marquis Silvermoon. She read it for half an hour, which is a very long time for a being like that. A very good secret technique, exquisite design, of little use above the undying level, but very suitable as an introductory technique for a genius. Then, Mentor Chen Guoliang, are you willing to sell this manual to the Ganwu secret realm? I am willing to pay 50 Han Yuan. 50 Han Yuan. I want to note where I was standing financially at that moment, which is that 17 Han Yuan had been the largest number I had ever personally held, and I had risked exposing myself to an undying to get it. If Marquis Silvermoon values it, I am naturally willing, though I should say, I taught the first 2 levels to a great many people at the Ganwu dojo. I suspect a number of families in this nation already have them recorded. Li Wei, standing to one side, had heard about that, and I could see him privately trying to work out what kind of man mails a manual of that grade to a student list. What about the 3rd level? Only Su Rong and I know the 3rd level. That is fine. The first 2 don't involve the time law, so it doesn't matter if they spread. It simply helps the secret realm screen for geniuses suited to it, which is a very elegant way of saying my recruitment funnel was being nationalized. Give me your account. The terms were verbal and simple. The first 3 levels to the Ganwu secret realm for 50 Han Yuan. I may not sell it again. Any subsequent levels go to them first. I retain the right to teach it to my own disciples. Then she added, Chen Guoliang, from today you are promoted to special grade mentor of the Ganwu secret realm. Your compensation is doubled. You are specifically responsible for Su Rong's teaching, from temporary staff to permanent, in one sentence, from a being who does not repeat herself, which mattered more than the money, because it meant that even after Su Rong goes to the Virtual Universe Corporation, I stay. Li Wei. She said his name and paused, thinking. And Li Wei stepped forward before she could finish, which is the single most professional thing I watched anyone do in 100 years. My lord, I am willing to resign as mentor to Her Highness Su Rong and focus on the other students of the secret realm, because somebody had to be responsible for what had almost happened, and if he did not step forward, the only remaining candidate for self-reflection was an undying spiritual god. The new intake is yours. Su Rong is the priority, but the others cannot be abandoned. Cultivate another genius who places in the top 1,000, and I will reward you heavily. Thank you, my lord. Both sides got an exit. Nobody said anything true out loud. It was beautifully done. Then she looked at me one last time. Mentor Chen Guoliang, Su Rong's teaching is left entirely to you. If Su Rong enters the highest beginning mythical region, you as her mentor may have the opportunity to meet the country lord. Treasure it. And she was gone. Li Wei let out a long breath. Your Highness Su Rong, Mentor Chen, I apologize for what happened. Mentor Li Wei, don't blame yourself. I waved it off, and I meant it. You were doing your job. Anyone else would have made the same choice. Teacher Li Wei's teaching helped Su Rong enormously, she said. Thank you for these years. He relaxed, and then, because he was still a professional, immediately went fishing. Mentor Chen, you taught at headquarters. Any good prospects among this intake? 2 are quite good. One is called Tian Long, and the other is Orion. Both are my disciples. He laughed. Mentor Chen does not shy away from recommending his own. Still, I trust your judgment. I'll focus on those 2. Thank you. That is how, in one afternoon, I sold a manual for 50 Hunyuan, got a permanent post at Undying Adjacent Pay, and arranged for the best remaining teacher in the building to personally tilt resources toward my 2 disciples. And then I went home and shut the door. Your disciple Su Rong has entered the time origin law under your guidance. 1,000 times return triggered. Your comprehension of the time origin law has deepened. What is the point of cultivating a disciple who enters the time origin law? This is the point. Countless understandings about time branded themselves onto the origin of my soul out of nothing, as if I had personally lived every hour of the 5 years she'd just spent. I sat there like a farmer at harvest. And then, while the inspiration was still overflowing, I threw my mind back into the star map, which I should explain because it is the single most valuable thing I have ever received, and it arrived in a package I couldn't open. Sometime earlier, I had given Su Rong the 3rd level of Thunderlight Flash. I had reverse engineered that 3rd level myself out of the experience the system handed me, written it properly, made it mine, and then given it to her. And the system paid me for it, which taught me a rule I did not know I was allowed to have. Things the system gives me directly cannot be given to a disciple for a return. But if I fully master them and rebuild them in my own way, they count as mine. It is a nesting doll. I put a thing in, I get a bigger thing back, I learn the bigger thing, I rebuild it as my own, I put it back in. The return for the 3rd level was the 4th level, and the 4th level was gibberish. 10% lightning, 90% time. A gap between it and the 3rd layer wide as a star domain. I could not find the doorway with both hands. Fine, shelve it, except that something had come attached to it. Buried underneath the 4th layer, sitting in the depths of my memory, there was a map. 9 stars, different sizes, different shapes, arranged in a pattern that looked wrong and felt inevitable, in a black sky. I looked at it, and I could not look away. I focused on the nearest star, and every memory I had about the 3rd level of Thunderlight Flash surfaced at once. Oh, I have mastered the 1st and 2nd levels better than any living person, and my grasp of the 3rd was crude. Those 36 phantoms have so many variations. What I had was a method for using them. I understood the mechanism, and I knew nothing whatsoever about their origin. And now I could see the bottom of it, the essence. I felt my soul start to strain, and I cut the connection immediately, and when I came back to my body 10 days had gone past outside. And I was not disappointed about the 4th level anymore, because I finally understood what I was holding. Those 9 stars are not a technique. They are showing the essence of the most primitive time origin law of this universe, and comprehending them is the process of taking it apart. That's a thing that is not taught. Analyzing the essence of a law is the most secretive subject there is. Even Undying rarely see it. Even inside the core forces of the 5 great giants, they don't hand it to geniuses. Not because the techniques are precious, not because there is no legacy, because almost nobody is suited to it, and once you choose it, you spend your entire finite life on it and produce nothing. Understanding a law teaches you how to use it. Analyzing a law teaches you to derive it. One of them is using formulas to solve problems. The other one is the process by which the formulas were invented. Analysis is far harder and far slower, and the foundation is unshakable and the potential is enormous. Break through to undying off that road, and you generally arrive as a marquise, and creating your own techniques afterward is straightforward. Understanding is easier and faster, and produces an ordinary immortal army lord. Written down like that, it is obvious which is better. Except that world lords have a lifespan limit, and there is a very long history of self-satisfied geniuses walking onto that road with enthusiasm and discovering, at the end of their lives, that there was never going to be a light at the end. Even top geniuses usually only step onto it under a grandmaster's guidance. And here's the thing I noticed, which made my hands go cold. My lightning origin law was already halfway onto that road without me, because most of it came from the system, which means it arrived complete and sorted and covering every basic branch. That is what analysis looks like from the outside. Not identical, close. If I had actually been on that road, I could not have gotten the lightning law's recognition as fast as I did, but close enough that I could get on. So over the next 5 years, I did not leave my house once. Not for the annual return either. I took it in raw Thunderbolt law, which is the least imaginative thing you can spend it on, because I was busy. Every scrap of progress Su Rong and Tianlong and Orion made in those years, I converted into myself. Panel at the end of it. Realm. Domain Lord. 9th stage. Peak. Law. Thunderbolt 13%. Light 1.3. Time 0.25. And out of 5 years of sitting in the dark, I forced open exactly one of the 9 stars. 1. And I turned it into a blade technique. I called it Ephemeral Bloom, because the flower opens for one night and then it's finished, and because what that star contains is speed, not fast, speed itself, the essence of it. That technique multiplies the velocity of a strike by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and it ends conversations. And when it was finished, I understood what I had actually done, which is that I had taken the first step down a road that most people who walk it die on. 108 essences make up the time origin law. I had spent 5 years on the easiest one. And let me be clear that 5 years for one essence is not evidence of talent. It is evidence of a star map I can stare at any time I like, for as long as my soul holds out, which is a thing nobody else in this universe has. That map is not a study aid. That map is a heavy treasure. Which is why I decided, sitting there, that nobody was ever going to hear about the 4th level of Thunderlight Flash. Not one person. Because there might be somebody out there proficient enough in the time law to reverse engineer from a movement technique something I don't even know is in it. Being a slave who became a great axe warrior who became an emperor is not a story about power. It is a story about a man who is extremely careful. Then Su Rong entered the time law and the return came in, and I went straight back into the map on the flood of it. First star, done years ago. Second, third, combined with what she'd handed me, I went through them like a man walking downhill, and I came out the other side with 7 of the 9. 7 blade techniques, 1 for each essence, each one a genuinely good manual in its own right. And for any genius who has just entered the time law, each of those 7 is priceless. I sat there looking at 7 manuals I had personally written and decided they needed a name. These 7, and everything I ever build afterward out of the essences of time, are one collection. I called it Guoliang, my own name, which is either grandiose or extremely lazy, depending on your mood. And I want to tell you the actual thought I had when I named it, because it is the least ironic thing in this entire account. I had a premonition. Even if I never reach the peak of this universe, even if I fall somewhere in the middle of the road, which is what happens to almost everyone, Guoliang gets passed down. That collection outlives me by 10,000 generations. That was the first time in 90,000 years that I wanted something that wasn't survival. Then, because I am who I am, I went to the killing field and set the opponent to Sunstone Blade. Kill. Thousands of white phantoms drew at once, enough to erase that entire space. Ephemeral Bloom. Dawn. My 30-odd time phantoms each unleashed a technique and went into a wall of thousands like men who have decided the charge is the point. Dozens of white-robed phantoms came apart under blade light, and my 30 were annihilated almost instantly, and in the last moment before my consciousness went out, I was smiling, because that was the first time I had done anything to him at all. Master, the Universe Galaxy Bank sends notice. The Ganwu auction is in 1 day. Right. That was the entire reason I had risked my neck for a 3-star account, and I had already missed one of them by sitting inside a star map for 5 years. Zargon, how much do I have? Master, 67 Hunyuan and 478 billion cosmic coins, 50 of which had come from Marquis Silver Moon for 3 levels of a manual. That is more money than the vast majority of world lords will ever hold, and I needed exactly one thing with it, which was a way to make the final jump. Because here is my situation. Law comprehension, acknowledged. Physical force, 91 times, essentially at the world lord threshold. The only thing missing was the sublimation of the soul. In the primordial chaos city of the primal universe, you fix that by killing a few chaos beasts. Out here, you either nourish the soul and wait thousands or tens of thousands of years, or you buy a treasure that does it for you. Those treasures are not cheap, for an obvious reason. Every peak domain lord in the universe whose lifespan is running out and who lacks only this will hand over everything they own. Though, as I noted at the time, the entire net worth of a peak domain lord isn't much. Mine had passed 100 of them. I just didn't know if the auction would carry it. The venue was floating city number 108, and there were 1.5 million people in the queue. The line was full of the largest creatures I have ever stood among. Beside me was a short round man, about half a head shorter than me, who looked almost human, except with 3 eyes. Brother, you must be a member of some great family as well, right? He'd started talking because he was surrounded by world lords, and I was the only person nearby who looked approachable. Oh? Why do you say that? In this kind of setting, strength isn't the only thing that commands respect. His cheeks wobbled amiably. In fact, lower strength is often more intimidating because it implies a deep background. I see no world power on you, so I assume you're not a world lord either. That is an extremely intelligent observation from a man who looks like a dessert. Hehehe, I'm not a world lord. Me neither, delighted. My name is Xylanthasius, and I come from the giant dragon empire. How about that? Isn't that imposing? I asked Zargon. The Giant Dragon Empire is a mid-sized universe nation inside Ganwu territory, considerably stronger than the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, with 3 undying spiritual gods in the royal family, so this was somebody's son. My name is Tong Hu. Han, Tong Hu. He tried it twice and shook his head. Your name is too hard to remember. That definitely wasn't created in the universal language. It's from my hometown. No wonder. Local dialects translate terribly. My name is much easier. Yes, Xylanth. Your name is quite nice. My name is Xylanthasius. Right, I'll remember it. Xylanth. We got sequential seat numbers because we queued together, which he found delightful and which turned out to matter. The host was a green-skinned woman with 2 curved antennae named Seraphina, and the opening lot was a newly discovered secret realm continent inside the giant dragon empire, 1 billion kilometers by 800 million 80% land, rich in something called sangsong fruit. Starting bid, 30 Hun Yuan. My father the emperor has ordered me to secure this, Xylanth said, going serious for the first time. I absolutely cannot let anyone else have it. 30 went to 50, went to 80, went to 95, went past 100, because a continent that produces resources forever is the sort of thing people with undying backing want. World lords stayed out, because buying land inside another empire's borders means founding a country inside a country, and very few rulers permit that to end well. Xylanth took it at 150 Hun Yuan and slumped in his chair like a man who has just put down a heavy bag. Brother Tang Hu, I'm a pauper now. Your turn to perform. Then cheerfully, back in business. The sangsong fruit is good for strengthening the soul. If you ever need any, come to me. Very favorable price. Strengthening the soul? I sat up. I wonder if it works on a domain lord's soul. He looked at me like I'd asked whether water was wet. Are you joking? If it did, this continent would be worth 100 times more. Sangsong only works below universe rank. Big families buy it for their stellar rank disciples to improve their odds of reaching universe rank. I see. Which was not a disappointment. That was an option opening. Because Sangsong strengthens a stellar rank soul. And 100-fold or 1,000-fold of a thing that strengthens a stellar rank soul is a completely different object. The auction moved fast. 100 E5 class ships from the Virtual Universe Corporation went for 8.24 Hun Yuan each. 10 D5 automaton battlesuits went for 3.2, and Xylanth curled his lip and told me low-grade automaton suits are decorative and you're better off raising a plant. Then the Universe Divine Weapon came up. One of the 9 great divine weapons of the controllers, the strongest of the 9 and the hardest to use, requiring a genius who has comprehended both the time and space laws. Damn, it's this thing, said Xylanth with enormous contempt. It looks powerful and absolutely nobody knows how to use it. Which genius simultaneously masters space and time? Not one in 100 million years. The creator of this weapon is sick in the head. I moved to the far side of my seat. Because whoever made the 9 great divine weapons is in existence, and the one who made the strongest of the 9 is a specific existence. And if that person heard a fat prince call him mentally ill, I did not want to be splashed. It went for 5.3, which is more than the others because it is rare, and because a family that buys it can tell themselves that one day they'll produce the child who can lift it. I bought 10 sets of Lanko fruit for 1.8 Hun Yuan, and then, at the very end, the finale. For the last item, said Seraphina, I'm afraid not many people will know what this is. The next lot is the horn of a one-horned ghost king. I came off my seat. Because that is the bloodline written in Surong's file, sealed behind a clearance level I do not have, that my own intelligent life could not find one word about. Seraphina let the room chew on it for 10 minutes without explaining, because he is very good at his job. In the section where the undying sit, a burly man in silver armor sat up straight. It's actually this thing. I wonder if the time origin loss secret pattern on the horn is still there. If it is, I've come to the right auction. And he messaged his subordinates. Raise money, as much as possible, in my hands within 1 day. In a corner, a man in a white robe with a golden sword on his back had a flicker of joy go over his face. The core horn of a one-horned ghost king, at a low-level auction like this. If that were in the company treasury, it would cost at least 100,000 points. If the price doesn't clear 20,000 Hunyuan, I make a profit. And even if I can't use the pattern to enter the time law, I can resell it. Ha 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 ha. I did not know he was in the room. I found that out much, much later, and I want you to have it now. Then Serafina put the information up. One-horned ghost king, a special life form from the distant prison race domain, gene level 50, a natural favorite of the time origin law, possessing extremely strong talent for it. Gene level 50, the golden horned beast, one of the 10 peak races, is 10. Too powerful, said Xylanth, genuinely rattled. It's a special life form. How did this get to the Ganwu auction? That's not scientific. Then he started fantasizing out loud about somebody using it to gestate a clone, and Serafina, with an apologetic expression, killed it. I regret to inform you that for some unknown reason, the time origin law secret pattern on this horn has been completely erased. It cannot be used to study the time law. Furthermore, the horn is made of a special metal. It contains none of the body genes of the one-horned ghost king and cannot gestate a clone. The room, which had been held on a hook for 10 minutes, nearly turned into a riot. The silver-armored Undying went the color of old milk and messaged his subordinates, "Don't sell those treasures, I don't need funds." The man with the golden sword said to himself, "What a pity, I knew my luck wasn't that good. How could a 100,000-point item be lying around at a bargain? Is this bastard doing this on purpose?" said Xylanth. He spent half a day lingering over something useless. "Everyone, don't be disappointed," said Serafina smoothly. "It isn't completely useless. It is rare. A collector might pay well. And it is a very good material for forging divine weapons. Starting bid, 1 Hunyuan. Now, I did not know what a one-horned ghost king was. Neither did Zargon. Neither did the Undying in the room, most of them. Here is everything I actually had. Su Rong has that bloodline. Inactive. Marked by the system as worth mentioning. And Rule 2 of my cheat says the gift must genuinely fit what the disciple needs. That is not evidence. That is a hunch with a receipt attached. 2 Hunyuan. Xylanth doubled it on principle, then dropped out around 10 when it stopped being funny. 15, I entered. Damn, brother Tang Hu, are you crazy? He was genuinely alarmed for me. This thing is really useless. Don't lose money on it. It's fine. I'll treat it as a collector's item. You said you were poor. Is that something a poor man says? 16, 16 and a half, 17, and someone announced that was their last. 18, 20, from me. That thinned it considerably. 21, 22, and then I put in a number starting with a 3, 30 Hunyuan. Everything stopped. Because 30 Hunyuan is the entire net worth of 3 world lords, and even the Undying in that hall do not spend that on a paperweight. Congratulations to seat number KND 56480. I let out a breath, after which my assets stood at 35 Hunyuan, and the rest of the auction was academic. An E-grade automaton ship went for 1,960. An F-grade natural ore went for 3,000. And the world lord quota for the primal universe, 1 seat, 1 person, 3,000 years of comprehension inside the manifest home of law itself, went for 37,500 Hunyuan. 1 quota. It bankrupted an Undying spiritual god on the spot. That's insane, said Xylanth. What kind of magical charm does that place have to be worth that just for a glimpse? I knew exactly what it was worth. I did not explain. Afterward, outside, Brother Xylanth, what's the price of the Sangsong fruit from your continent? Given our relationship, I wouldn't trick you. 10,000 cosmic coins each, which when I had Zargon check the market was completely fair. I want 10,000. Can you deliver? Damn, why do you need 10,000? That's 100 million cosmic coins. Then, immediately, because his family owns a merchant association and a logistics arm, and this was a chance to use them for personal business. If you're inside the Ganwu universe country, we can do door-to-door. Ganwu City, Ganwu continent. No problem. About a month. Should I pay a deposit? What kind of joke is that? He waved it off. You spent 30 Hunyuan on a toy. Would you care about a few coins? And don't look at me spending 150 at the auction. That was the Empire's treasury. I don't personally have 10. That's already very good. I put a hand on his shoulder. See you in the virtual universe. Brother Tang Hu, come visit the giant dragon empire sometime. I guarantee activities that will make you never want to leave. Not far from the teleport, a squad of guards stood watching the important people file out, and one of them was staring. Gator, why are you spacing out? Everyone here today is a somebody. Offend one and you won't get off easy. Sorry. I thought I saw an acquaintance. An acquaintance? Stop bragging. Everyone here is a 3-star user of one of the 2 great banks. With your status, who could you possibly know? Maybe I was mistaken. And Gator Lord scratched his head and let it go, because a domain lord he'd fleeced in a lobby could not possibly be at an auction that requires 10 hunyuan to enter. He had, over several hundred years of patient small fraud, accumulated 500 billion cosmic coins, not 1 hunyuan. If I had 10 hunyuan, he thought, I could buy dozens of galaxies in the core of the Ganwu universe country, found an elementary universe nation, and bring every one of my brothers and sisters out of that place to live a good life. That's what he had told them he'd do when he left home, and which he still intended, and which is the only reason he was standing in that lobby every day being a nuisance. I found that out much later too. A month afterward, back on Wind Thunder Island, I laid out what I'd bought. 10 sets of Lanko fruit, which would take both my disciples' vines to universe rank 9 and produce, if the pattern held, about 100 hunyuan of water, and the horn, which I could not simply hand over. Because it cost 30 hunyuan, and Su Rong is not my personal disciple, she is a student I instruct, and if a mentor hands a highness a 30 hunyuan gift for no reason, Marquis Silver Moon has questions. It had to be logical. It had to be reasonable. Ideally, she had to ask for it herself. Meanwhile, I had a new toy from Huo Lei's replacement problem. The Sang Song fruit arrived, 10,000 of them, and I gave them to Tian Long and Orion with a straight face and a sensible explanation about soul foundations, and both of them accepted without a word of protest for the first time in years because Sang Song is cheap and rare, which meant the gift was effort rather than money, and they could take that. You have bestowed 10,000 Sang Song fruits upon your disciples Tian Long and Orion, 100 times return. You have obtained Dragon Soul Jade, Zargon. Master. Dragon Soul Jade promotes soul transformation. It originates in the Dragon Blood secret realm in a distant territory. It appeared once at an auction in the Sunstone Blade Empire and sold for 1.2 hunyuan. 1.2, which sounds small until you remember what it means. Nothing that only works at universe rank sells for 1 hunyuan. 1 hunyuan buys a crowd of universe rank 9 slaves. That price means it works on a domain lord. How is it used? You wear it. So I put it in the inner pocket of my robe and sat down and paid attention to my own soul, which at my realm I can read the way you read a page. And it was working. Immediately, soul transformation that would have taken 10,000 years was going to take about 10 years. Very good. I can break through to World Lord before the genius battle. Then, out loud, to the empty room. So for these 10 years, I do not leave the Ganwu secret realm, because there was still a very faint pressure at the back of my neck, and as long as I stayed in here, it did not matter who was applying it. Which brings me to the horn and to the single most patient thing I have ever done. Su Rong had entered the time law and was going somewhere, 12 incarnations, and I had started teaching her the second level of the Wind Thunder sword with the time law folded into it, which is a thing Li Wei could not have taught her because Li Wei cannot touch time. Time is the higher law above wind and lightning, I told her. Use time as the general and wind and thunder as the soldiers. The general brings the soldiers out perfectly. Then I demonstrated it with stellar rank origin force so she could see the shape, and the strike came out more than 100 times stronger than her own version, and the void made a sound. She stood there breathing wrong. If her teacher entered the genius battle at astral rank right now, she was thinking, every genius in the universe would go pale. Teacher, Su Rong cannot compare, but I will do my best. Then she tried it, and the origin force in her body fluctuated, and the result was weaker than her ordinary version. Don't be in a hurry. I will demonstrate this 100 times, 1,000 times. As long as you apply yourself, you will get it. I did it again, slower. Again. Don't lose heart. You entered the time law, which means you are fully capable of this. Continue. 3 days and 3 nights. Neither of us stopped. At the very end, she barely produced it, at roughly the power of her old version, and she was ecstatic anyway, because she had felt the seam. Rest 1 hour. Your origin power should have recovered. Continue. Then flatly, I've had the butler deliver enough nutrient solution to keep your origin power topped up. From today, more than 20 hours of practice daily until you can perform this perfectly. And I stopped being the pleasant one. She looked at me with an expression that would have worked on any other man in that secret realm, and I looked back at her with nothing at all, and after a while she went back to work. Once she had the shape of it, I stopped demonstrating entirely and started only pointing at the error and making her find the fix herself, which is a considerably crueler and more effective form of teaching. And I took a lounge chair out of my world ring and lay down under a tree full of thunderlight, and I took out the horn and played with it every day for months, turning it over in my hands like a man with nothing on his mind, while a 36-year-old prodigy exhausted herself 20 hours a day, 30 meters away. Which is, I am aware, a monstrous thing to describe out loud. One afternoon she collapsed on the ground and could not move a finger and turned her head and looked at the thing in my hand with an expression I had been waiting several months to see. Months later, she finally asked, "Teacher, what is that single horn in your hand?" "Oh, a very nice collectible. I bought it at the Ganwu auction half a year ago." I did not look up. "Why? Do you like it?" She went red immediately. "Teacher, Surong isn't eyeing your collectible. It's just, whenever you hold it, Surong feels as if my cultivation of the time law becomes much smoother." And here is what she did not say, which she told me a long time afterward. Every single time I took that thing out of my ring, something in her chest lurched, and she wanted it, not admired it, wanted it, the way you want air. She couldn't say that. If her teacher thought she was angling for his property, the misunderstanding would be enormous. So she'd spent months watching me treat it as a toy, and only when she was completely certain it was a toy did she risk a sentence. I looked at her with mild surprise. How is that possible? If it were intact, it would indeed help with the time law. But it shouldn't do anything now. It might just be Surong's imagination. Imagination? I shook my head. You left the realm of ordinary people a long time ago. You don't have imagination. Perhaps there really is some connection between you and this object. Then I let a small amount of trouble into my face. It's just, this has collectible value only, but it's exceptionally rare and I paid a great deal for it. I can't simply give it to you. A pause exactly long enough. How about this? Since it helps you comprehend faster, I'll lend it to you. Return it after the genius battle, or buy it then. Teacher, no. And I tossed it at her. She caught it on reflex, and whatever she had been about to say stopped in her throat, because she had never felt the time origin law that clearly in her life, at least 10 times better than usual. Teacher, this really is effective for Surong. Effective is not the word. To her that thing was a supreme treasure. Could there be something about this horn that I don't understand? I turned it over in my mind for exactly the right number of seconds and shrugged. Forget it. Since it's effective, take it and study it. Then I looked at the sky. It's late. I'll head back. Training continues tomorrow. Yes, teacher. And I flew home, and I did not run, and the moment the door shut behind me my hands were shaking, because I had just handed a 30 Hunyuan object to a second-grade genius at 1,000-fold return, and I had done it in a way that left no explanation available to anyone. On her side, after I left, she felt something wrong, and her brow came down, and then she was on the ground gasping like something had been pulled out of her. There was a voice coming from inside the horn. "Who are you? Why are you inside the horn?" She was terrified. If I had been there, she would have called for me. There was nobody in that manor but servants. "Who am I?" "Heh. I am merely a wisp of consciousness that is about to vanish." Then quickly, because it had almost nothing left, "Junior, do not worry. I will not harm you, nor do I have the ability to harm you. The reason I awakened is because a trace of the one-horned Ghost King bloodline is hidden in your body. That is why you can sense what this horn is. If you are willing, I can help you awaken it. The one-horned Ghost King is a favorite of time. Once the bloodline is awakened, the speed at which you comprehend the time law increases 10-fold, 100-fold. Who are you, and why are you helping me? Who am I? I am the owner of the horn in your hand. However, I am already dead. And then, and this is the part that stayed with her, as for why, perhaps I simply do not want the one-horned Ghost King bloodline to vanish from this universe forever, encountering you before I sink into oblivion. Perhaps this is the arrangement of the primordial universe's will. Junior, make your choice quickly. My remaining power is negligible. Delay any longer and I may be unable to help even if I want to. I am willing. Which she chose, she told me, because whatever was in that horn was speaking to something already inside her and her bloodline recognized it. And because, and she admitted this in a very small voice, she thought that if she really did carry a special bloodline that made her better at the time law, then perhaps her teacher would be happy for her. Good. Go and find a secluded place and activate it. And from now on, you had better not take this horn out again. Otherwise, even your teacher might not be able to resist the urge to seize it. This was originally teacher's collectible. I will return it to him afterward. She said it slightly sharply. Heh, said the dying thing. I'm talking about another teacher. Then it said, forget it. My remaining power is only enough to help you complete one bloodline evolution. What does anything else have to do with me? And it was gone. Up on the mountainside, in a cultivation chamber with the door shut, I was standing inside my world ring staring at an egg. You have gifted the one-horned Ghost King's horn to your disciple Surong. 1,000 times return. You have obtained a one-horned Ghost King clone. It was pale green and enormous, and there was something inside it that I could feel with my own consciousness, because it was connected to me, because it was me, a clone. In this universe, there are very few genuinely heaven-defying abilities, and that is one of them. A special life form of the distant prison race domain, gene level 50, which is 5 times the golden horned beast. A natural favorite of the time origin law, born carrying time patterns, reaches the peak of world lord at adulthood. That is everything I knew, because that is what the auction cards said. Everything else I would find out in about 3 years when it hatched. And it hatched eventually, and I want to give you the specifications immediately because they explain the next 200 years. Innate secret technique, time acceleration. It can accelerate a region of space or itself. Applied to itself, it goes past the speed of light. Innate instinct, disguise. It can take the form of any creature it has seen, including the aura of the soul. Unless a venerable level being conducts a detailed examination and finds the original core hidden inside the body, it is not detected. Ultimate move, time reincarnation. It triggers a 10 million-fold acceleration in an instant. Below the undying level, it strips a massive amount of the target's lifespan and they die of exhaustion. Above the undying level, it erodes the divine body directly, once every 100 years. Any more, and I can't carry it. I sat with that list for a long time. Disguise is not a stealth tool. Disguise is the strongest killing and looting technique in existence. On the outside territory battlefield, where venerables are not permitted to act, I can be any race that exists. Time acceleration is not a movement tool. Change the flow of time around an opponent mid-exchange, and a fraction of hesitation decides everything. And the ultimate is not a weapon. It is a machine for removing people from the universe in a way they do not come back from. Which is, I suspect, why there aren't any one-horned ghost kings left. I have the inheritance memory now. At their peak, the strongest of that clan was a universe overlord. That is all. No universe lord. Nobody at the very top. A race with those abilities, and nobody at the top of it does not go extinct by accident. Somebody, or several somebodies, quietly and thoroughly decided. The clone came out of the shell covered in slime, with a cyan glowing horn, a white hairy head, enormous eyes lit pale green, one powerful arm, and one scrawny hand with nails like well-made daggers. Is that the full appearance of the one-horned ghost king? I said, to a plant. It seems a bit ugly. Which it is. It's genuinely unpleasant to look at. However, being ugly does not matter as long as it is useful. Born at Domain Lord level 9, equal to me on the day it opened its eyes, and here's the part that changed the whole shape of my life. It is not a clone the way people mean clone. I did not gestate it out of an original core. It arrived out of nothing, handed over by something I cannot see. But the soul aura is identical, and my consciousness sits in it as easily as it sits in my own head. Which means if that body is killed, I can grow it again at cost. And if my original body dies, I come back through the clone's core. 2 original bodies, both of them me, only the 2 together being the whole of me. I have spent 90,000 years being extremely careful because I only had one life, and in one afternoon I got a second one. The moment that clone finished gestating, my soul finished with it. 93 times force. Soul completely transformed. Lightning origin law at 17%. Time at 2.3. There are world lords a full rank above me who do not carry that. If I couldn't break through with that, it would be an injustice against heaven. So I opened the life core and started feeding it, first on the loose gray mist in the air, and then on enough universe crystals to fill a room, and the gray-brown core turned gold and put out a thread of world power about as thick as a thumb, and the moment that thread appeared, it built a bridge. My consciousness went up it for a distance I cannot describe, and arrived somewhere very old. Universe crystals everywhere, endless, not deposits. A mountain, there is a mountain of them. A stone is made of them. A leaf on a tree is a world with them inside it. A world and a flower, a bodhi in a leaf. And the whole place felt rich, and it felt young. That is the origin land, and every living thing this universe grows gets to touch it exactly once, on the day it becomes a world lord and receives a gift. Then it started. The illusory space around my life core began to be real. 1 kilometer, 2, 10, 100, and it kept expanding, and my core kept changing under the pressure of it, because the bigger the world, and the more world power it carries, the more solid the core becomes. Which is a trade, and everyone who reaches this point makes it. A large inner world means a strong world lord. A large inner world also means a life core so solid that when you eventually have to shatter it to become undying, you may not be able to. Most people take the middle. For me, it was not a choice. 1,000 kilometers, 10,000, which is the ordinary human average. It did not stop. 20,000, 30, 90,000 kilometers, and I could feel my soul groaning under it, and that was the ceiling of what I could hold. And then, because there was world power left, oceans. The remainder turned into a sea that wrapped the entire continent, and my 90,000 kilometer landmass sat in the middle of it like an island. I came back into my body and started arranging. Mountains. They came up out of the ground, the tallest over 10,000 meters, valleys and plains evolving around them. Rivers. The earth split and water came, crossing and running parallel and eventually all of it going to the sea. Lakes. Then the part that actually matters, because a world lord's world is a place where life can be born. Life. At the core of the world, the mountain of crystal put out enough world power to do it, and green went up the slopes, and grass came, and flowers, and then, in the water, movement. That's what a world is supposed to look like. Then I looked at one specific valley, which I had built first and deliberately. It is a sea of flowers. If Eleanor were alive and I brought her here, she would put a house in the middle of it and never come out. I am not a sentimental man. I have made a career out of not being one. But she is the one thing I do not know how to be practical about. She died because her lifespan ran out, not to an enemy, to arithmetic. And there is no power in this universe that reverses that. Not a universe lord, not anything. Perhaps in the future, I thought, standing over a field of flowers I had made for a woman who has been dead for tens of thousands of years. And then I put it away and got on with it. The clone broke through to World Lord at the same time I did, because it inherited my grasp of time, and it is a natural favorite of that law, and the whole thing was trivial for it, and that unlocked the actual prize. Because a World Lord comprehends law by connecting to the origin land, and the multiplier on that is 1,000 times. That is the single most important number in this story. 1 year at World Lord is 1,000 years at any lower rank. It is why so many undying spiritual gods privately regret breaking through, because the moment you become undying, you gain eternity and lose the speed. That is why an enormous number of mediocre world lords eventually get acknowledged by an origin law anyway. Not talent, just time, at 1,000 to 1, until the number goes up. The threshold isn't high. Most of them could do it if they simply refuse to give up. Most of them give up and go home and run their families and raise disciples and tell themselves that's what they wanted. Because being acknowledged still leaves you a world lord with a lifespan, and the distance from acknowledgement to undying is vast, and by then, they know. For me, the number was different, 1,000 times for my human body, 10,000 for the clone. 1 year of that thing comprehending law is 10,000 years of what I used to do. The star map changed too. The 9 stars I had eaten were gone, and there were 27 in their place. The medium difficulty essences of time, each one over 100 times harder than the first 9. The first of the 27, which I had stared at uselessly for years, was suddenly a problem with all its conditions written on it. A month. The second, which is to say the 11th essence overall, was harder. About 3 years, I estimated. 3 years for a medium difficulty time essence. If anybody with a Time Venerable's perspective had heard me say that out loud, they would have needed to sit down. For context, Wu Chen, a genius the human race produces once in unimaginable stretches of time, sat in the primordial chaos city for 3,000 years to take apart the 108 essences of space, and that was with everything he had built beforehand, and that was inside the primal universe where law is manifest, and I am out here in the ordinary dark with a picture. He also could not go and look at the chaos monument whenever he wanted. I can look at my map anytime my soul holds. About 100 years, I said, for these 27, and I split the work. The original body would grind lightning. The clone, being a favorite of time, would take the time essences. One person cannot do the work of 2. Then I took stock of my disciples and found a problem. Tianlong and Orion had not even reached the threshold of the lightning origin law, and their returns were getting quieter every year. Surong's time returns were substantial and were still, against 108 essences, a cup of water. My students could not keep up with me. That's not a complaint about them. Both of them were standing out in the Ganwu secret realm, and Li Wei was praising them in public. It just meant that if I wanted more, I had to go and get more. I have the clone. I have World Lord. Time to go outside. And then there's that treasure pavilion. I had not forgotten 1 second of it, and over those years, that man had never once stopped watching my house. My original body was not going anywhere, But I now had a second body which carried a bloodthirsty and violent aura all the time. Genuinely, that thing radiates something unpleasant just by existing, and keeping it beside me was actively bad for my cultivation, and which, if it died, could simply be regrown. Before it left, I needed a few things. Which is how I walked out of my own villa for the first time in over a decade, and flew east. 1,000,000 kilometers east of Wind Thunder Island, there's a giant island numbered 1027, and it is one of the public zones, the only place in the entire Ganwu secret realm where people from different islands may meet. Otherwise, you stay where you're put. There's a street, there are shops, everything a person could need, including, if cultivation gets tedious, entertainment. I came down in a green robe with the lightning mark on my forehead announcing what I was. Who's that? Don't know. New special grade mentor probably. Recognized by the lightning origin law, so Wind Thunder Island. There have been more and more new mentors lately. It's the genius battle. What else? The three Undying are anxious too. If we don't produce geniuses this time, even the great country lord will have something to say. I found the largest shop on the street. Do you sell spaceships? The old man behind the counter glanced at the mark on my forehead and became extremely polite and put up a list running from C grade to E. Nothing below C because nobody here needs it. Nothing above E because a shop cannot stock that. 1 D-grade automaton race ship and 1 E5 from the Virtual Universe Corporation. Your Excellency, the D-grade automaton ship is 320 billion cosmic coins, 99% new, 1,000-year warranty. The E5 is 9 yuan. I'll take both. Do you have anything that accelerates a world lord's accumulation of origin force? He listed several, all of them either overpriced or feeble. And world lord grade nutrient solution is not something you ask about unless you are a core genius of the 5 great giants. And even then, while I was paying, a richly dressed, slightly plump man walked in and the old man nearly folded in half. Your Highness? I told you not to call me that. Call me boss. He turned to me, all warmth. Honored guest. I own the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Have you found something satisfactory? Boss, this Excellency purchased 2 ships, a bit over 9 yuan. The smile got wider. I am the 18th prince of the Ganwu Universe country. Your Excellency looks unfamiliar. Which island are you from? Wind Thunder Island. Chen Guoliang. Chen Guoliang. Oh, I know. You're the domain lord Marquis Silver Moon brought in. He looked me over. You're already a world lord. Most people in that secret realm had never heard of me. The upper levels had twice. Once because an Undying dragged a domain lord in from outside to teach the most valuable young person in the nation, which puzzled everybody. And once because of Xiaoran, since a domain lord making an enemy of an Undying is not a common event. That is indeed me. I didn't expect your Highness to know. Many people have heard of you. I hear you have a grudge with Xiaoran. Would you like me to mediate? He should give me some face. I appreciate it, your Highness. It's a small conflict. There's no need. I declined and I bowed anyway, because a man I had met 4 minutes earlier had offered to spend his own standing on an Undying for me. In that case, consider it yourself. If you have trouble, contact me. And he gave me an ID. After I left, the old man asked the question I would have asked. Your Highness, what capability does this Chen Guoliang have that you regard him so highly? My judgment is average. I can't see much. The prince shrugged. But I trust the judgment of an undying spiritual god. Marquis Silver Moon entrusted her precious disciple to him. Xiaoran has a conflict with him and is helpless, which means this man is not as simple as he looks. It's just making a friend. Even if he'd let me mediate, it's only face. Then, and this is the line I have quoted to people ever since, for someone you can't see through, the best way is to befriend them. There's no loss either way. If only all the princes were like your Highness. It's difficult. A year later, I gave both my disciples a D-grade automaton ship each and gave Su Rong the E5. Su Rong, after the genius battle, you will certainly join the Virtual Universe Corporation. As your teacher, I have little to help you with. Take this. Teacher, this gift is too precious. Consider it an investment. Once you're inside the core, as long as you don't perish, there's a high probability you surpass me. When you hold power, repay me then. I did not let her refuse, and I left before she could. The returns, 2 E6 ships, and 1 automaton race ship at E grade. That is a thing that ordinary undying spiritual gods dream about. Roughly 2,000 yuan. Performance beyond an E9 from the Virtual Universe Corporation. And in the core control room, there is a space 10 meters on a side made out of F9 grade natural ore, which will hold against the physical strikes of an Undying, and which will keep the cockpit and the pilot intact even when the ship itself cannot survive long enough to accelerate away. That box is probably worth more than the entire ship. I also learned a rule. E-grade peak is the ceiling of what the system returns because F-grade ships cost hundreds of thousands to millions of yuan and are simply outside the scope, and the system does not hand over garbage. Zargon. Can you fly an E-grade automaton ship? I can split off a secondary intelligence to serve as pilot. Automaton ships don't come with an AI because the automaton race are intelligent life forms and pilot their own vessels better than any program. Disguise the grade. Take it down to D. And the hull shrank and roughened and put on camouflage, and when it was done, I genuinely could not tell it apart from the D grade I'd just given away. That's the entire reason I bought 2 identical ships in the first place. Zargon, learn her properly. Your secondary is leaving with her shortly. And then the clone went shopping. Ganwu Continent. Treasure Pavilion. Ground floor. A world lord in full armor with only his eyes showing walked in and placed an order for Obsidian Mother. Obsidian Mother is an E9 grade natural ore used for forging and shipbuilding. Common enough. Boring even. 100 yuan of it. Lin Yue did not have the authority. The man who came downstairs was Gao Feng, and he arrived in an extremely good mood because a transaction that needs his personal signature starts around 500 yuan, and one that gets him out of his chair is several times that. Business at the treasure pavilion had been good lately. He said so out loud, a good omen. Are you the one who wants to order Obsidian Mother? 100 hunyuan of it? That's right, surely your treasure pavilion isn't without it. Dear guest, we have stock. However, it will take time to transfer to headquarters. How long? The ore is in a very remote warehouse. About 3 months. The transportation costs are high, so we must confirm you will definitely purchase. I'll give you a deposit. Is 1 hunyuan enough? Yes, 1 hunyuan completely covers transportation. He called for the good wine. 2 world lords do not pry into each other's backgrounds, and they signed the contract, and the deposit went through. Notify the warehouse on Planet Hylon immediately. Ship everything. Send all of the Obsidian Mother to headquarters. It was a very large transaction, and he did not dare be negligent about it. Outside, on the street, a large armored man walked away, doing sums. 100 hunyuan of black Obsidian Mother should be enough for the star-eating grass to advance. The face he was wearing belonged to a rather pretentious domain lord he'd once met in the decisive battle space. The soul aura belonged to somebody else entirely. He was a composite of 3 people, none of whom existed, and even so the disguise was more than enough for a world lord. 3 months, he thought. No rush, because obviously I was not going to do anything inside Ganwu City. The city forbids fighting, and a rule like that in a place like that is not enforced by signage. There are people standing behind it, and I did not know how many of them were marquee-level immortals, and even a one-horned ghost king with a deep grasp of a high law does not walk away from one of those. Outside the continent, then. And this time, the treasure pavilion was going to lose everything. A ship that looked exactly like a D-grade automaton vessel left Ganwu City port, and once it was in space, it did not accelerate. Zargon, navigate at this speed. Wake me when we reach the Dark Blood Pirates' lair. Yes, master. Approximately 3 days. The Dark Blood Pirates were entrenched around the Ganwu continent, and when I was still an instructor, there was a mission on the board to exterminate them worth 2,000 points, and several first-class instructors had taken it and achieved nothing. Because those pirates were not brave. At the first sign of trouble, they got into their ship and left. You cannot exterminate people who have correctly assessed their own abilities. On a desolate world, their leader Brutus, a domain lord, was eating a deer leg. Across from him, a delicate-looking young man was sitting very still, with a universe-rank guard captain and several stellar 9th-grade guards behind him, wearing the specific expression of men who have run the odds. Pah, you young masters know how to live, bringing meat like this on an interstellar journey. Everyone laughed, because everyone was eating it. Boss, has the family sent the money yet? How about we just sell him and cut our losses? No, the young man said quickly. My family will send it. I am the second young master of the Sterling family. They won't give up on me. The Sterling family. A world lord family. The man snorted. Then why are your guards this pathetic? Not one domain lord? One look and it's clear you're not favored at home. Is a family really going to pay 100 billion for someone like you? Reese Sterling's face went white because he did not know the answer either. Enough. Brutus cut it off. What has been the most important thing for the Dark Blood Pirates all these years? Reputation. Without it, how do other clients trust us? We gave the Sterling family 3 days. We wait 3 days. If they pay, we release him. If they don't, then do what you like. Which is, I want to note, a completely coherent professional ethic, and I have met worse men in better clothes. They spent the 3 days celebrating, as they always did after a job, and by the time there was half a day left, Reese Sterling had stopped hoping. That cold-blooded family, he was thinking. I already gave up my position as heir and left, and you still won't pay a little for me. 100 billion cosmic coins was an enormous sum to him. Against the Sterling family's annual revenue, it was rounding. Most of the pirates had gone into the virtual universe to enjoy themselves using anonymous accounts because the sensations in there are close enough to real and the paperwork is non-existent. And then an inverted triangular pyramid appeared in the sky over that planet, and before anyone in the hall could stand up, there was a 9-foot man in full armor standing in it. So you are the Dark Blood Pirates. Who are you? You have the wrong people. Brutus was already reaching for the ship controls. This one is called Tang Hu. Pause. I hate you star pirates the most. We aren't star pirates. We're a merchant caravan resting temporarily. They are pirates, Reese Sterling shouted from the floor, grabbing at the only thing available to him. The Dark Blood Pirates. I was kidnapped and brought here by them. Brutus's face went dark, and he drew and struck first, and his universe-rank subordinate struck with him, because pirates know that the fastest way to deal with an unknown is immediately, and yet you still claim you aren't. The clone split into 9, and the star-slaying blade went across several necks with the precision of a man performing surgery, and every single one of them stopped moving where they stood, including Brutus. What happened to them? Why did they stop? Reese Sterling was Astral's second grade. He had not seen any of it. "They're all dead," said his guard captain in a voice that had gone somewhere else. "A domain lord and 8 universe ranks in one motion." Then the heads came off, and Brutus's life core was ground to powder under the force, because a domain lord with an intact core is not finished. What kind of strength is that? I did not answer him, because I had noticed something under a table. "Come out." A pale-skinned lizardman crawled out. "My lord, spare me. I was forced into this. I'm not on their side." He was universe rank. He had also, notably, not attacked, which is the only reason there was still a conversation happening. I shook the blade slightly and let my eyes show. "My lord, I know." He got there very fast. "Where the Dark Blood Pirates' treasure vault is. Isn't it in their rings?" I collected 9 spatial rings out of the air and swept them. Ganwu coins, universe coins, a pile of resources that would matter enormously to a universe rank, and in Brutus's ring, 20-odd Lanko fruits, which he had presumably been saving to raise a plant life form. Whatever he had been growing died with him, since nobody was there to hold it together. "No, no," the lizard man said quickly. "Brutus and the others have another bank account. Everything's in it. 1.8 Hunyuan. I know how to withdraw it," which is a man selling the only thing he owns. "Oh, tell me who you are." "My name is Fang Ji. I am the strategist of the Dark Blood Pirates." "The strategist. So this is the notorious one." I looked over at the kidnapped party. "Your ship is parked not far away. Leave on your own, and remember to forget about this. It's an adult. We'll definitely forget. Thank you so much for saving my life. I am Reese Sterling of the Sterling family. I will repay this in the future." They thanked me repeatedly and left extremely quickly, and I did not think about that young man again for 200 years. Then I picked the lizard man up like a chicken. Look me in the eyes. He did not dare not to, and I used Heart Soul out of Soul Analysis, which was the first time I had used any of it on a living being. His eyes went blank. Then they came back, and what was in them was not fear. "Fang Zhi greets master." Not bad. It worked cleanly. No damage to his soul, no damage to mine. Years of 1,000 threads. Soul refining had done more for my will than I'd realized, and controlling a universe rank was, at that point, effortless. "Fang Ji, can you actually withdraw that money?" "Master, Fang Ji dares not lie. That fund was set aside by Brutus for the descendants of his brothers, so that the descendants could retrieve it. There is no complex multi-dimensional password, only a mental signature and a code." He said it with enormous admiration on his face, which is one of the more unsettling things I have ever watched. "Good. Withdraw it later. I happen to be short of cash." Which was true. My assets at that moment consisted of a blade, a suit of armor, and change. "Fang Ji, your Dark Blood Pirates have been in the Ganwu continent meteorite zone for a very long time. You'll be familiar with the merchant routes." "Master, the Dark Blood Pirates are cautious. We never provoke terrible enemies. We know the major caravans of Ganwu City and generally avoid them. We only take lone travelers, or ships below D rank." "Do you know the Treasure Pavilion's route?" "Master, yes. Their ships slow down and leave the Dark Universe near Qiguang Star. Stay in that area and we'll see them. Large guilds usually have a world lord aboard, so they don't have to worry about people like us." Overhead, a seasick ship lifted off and left, carrying a young man who had just had the worst week of his life and did not yet know it was the best. "Then let's go to Qiguang Star, and keep your eyes on the Treasure Pavilion ships. Do not let them slip past." "Yes, master. I will watch closely." 2.5 months later, the E-class automaton ship was lying in space disguised as a fragment of a shattered meteor. Fang Ji had not slept in 2 months. He sat at the detector and checked every single vessel that passed. The clone spent those months inside the star map because the map is connected to soul and will, and the clone shares both. I thought the 11th essence would take 3 years. I got it in a 1.5 years. Cultivation is genuinely addictive once you have been slow and then become fast. It should be about time. And then, "They're here. Master, they're here. The merchant ships from the Treasure Pavilion are here." A silver E3 came out of the Dark Universe and began to slow. A custom Virtual Universe Corporation cargo hauler. Almost no offensive capability, very fast, enormous internal volume, because not everything fits in a ring. Zargon, planet-destroying cannon. Prepare. Locked. Then what are we waiting for? The wave that came out of that muzzle was pale blue. A planet-destroying cannon on an E-class automaton ship will unmake a world with one shot. It is comparable to a full-strength attack from an immortal army lord. The E3 had just come out of the dark. It had no time, and it would not have mattered. 10,000 kilometers away, on a D5, a black-furred giant of the 8-man race sat up so fast he spilled his drink. Damn, what happened over there? Ethan, run! That's a planet-destroying cannon. One shot and we're all gone. A planet-destroying cannon? That's only mounted on the ships of undying warriors. Have we been attacked by an undying? Run! Stop standing still! Accelerate! Get into the dark universe! They all ran, which is exactly what I wanted, because there is nothing worse for this kind of work than a crowd. I went out through the hatch. The transport was ash. The staff aboard had gone with it. And there was one man left, coated in dust, staring at the space where his ship had been. A world lord. A planet-destroying cannon. How could it be a planet-destroying cannon? If the hull hadn't been reinforced, and if he hadn't been wearing an Origin Force battlesuit, there would have been nothing left of him either. I am a world lord, he was thinking. I can hold sway in any universe country, and I was very nearly erased by one shot. Who are you? Tang Hu is a star pirate. Inside the ship, Fang Ji, watching through the feed with bloodshot eyes, went completely still. Master, didn't he say before that he hates star pirates the most? And then, because Fang Ji is absolutely loyal and absolutely incapable of doubt, the master must have simply changed his mind and now thinks star pirate is a meaningful profession. That must be it. Fang Ji is fine. The world lord was not fine. Star pirates on an E-class automaton ship? Star pirates using a planet-destroying cannon on merchant vessels? I am a world lord and I was nearly erased and you're telling me this is piracy? He started healing himself and started talking, which is what you do when you're buying seconds. My friend. There's been a misunderstanding. The treasure pavilion has an undying spiritual god behind it, and our boss is an undying who works under the Ganwu country lord. If you leave now, I'll pretend this never happened. He was not stupid. A man who comes out alone is a man who is not worried, and he was badly hurt, and forget the main cannon, the 9E3 lasers alone would finish it. You don't seem to have heard me, I said. I'm a star pirate. How can I leave without the cargo? Cargo? And his expression changed because there was a world ring on his hand with 100 Hunyuan of obsidian mother in it. Is this all a conspiracy? From the beginning? That family has run out of patience, I said. Let them die. Then I took one step and was 10,000 kilometers away, and the blade arrived before the step finished, and there was no world lord anymore. Ephemeral bloom. The first technique in the Guoliang collection, the essence of speed, against a World Lord Tier 3 who has not been acknowledged by an origin law. That move melts him. He was injured on top of it. It was never a fight. I collected the world ring out of the empty space and stood there for a second doing an unpleasant calculation, which is that if I performed that technique with my own hands, it would land at less than a tenth of that. The clone has 50 times the gene level, 50 times the base. Even using the time law, my human body is a tenth of that thing. I have made my peace with being the weaker half of myself. The ring was more than 10 times the size of my old one, and in the middle of the space inside it, there was a mountain of ore. With this, plus the water, plus the grass, the odds on World Lord go up enormously. Then I looked back at where he'd been and felt genuine regret, because he had died so fast that his inner world hadn't shattered. A World Lord keeps everything precious inside his own world. It is vast and full of world power, and outsiders cannot search it in a hurry, and I did not have a hurry available because Ziharan was going to get a notification shortly. So I left it there. That world is out there right now, drifting or lodged in some spatial fold, exactly like the world of the Thunderworld Lord in the story I remember, waiting for somebody in a few tens of thousands of years to stumble in and call it a treasure trove. I hope they enjoy it. Siharan arrived at the wreckage very fast with his brother behind him. Who dares to rob my treasure pavilion's ship and kill Derek? He had not been angry since the day he became an undying. Brother, Gao Feng's teeth were together. Derek's death is a minor matter. In that shipment there was obsidian mother, 100 Hunyuan of it. Silence. What exactly happened? And Gao Feng, who had not told his brother about the order because he had been planning to present the prophet afterward, told him all of it. Idiot. If they had not been brothers, he'd have killed him for it. 100 Hunyuan, the combined wealth of 10 world lords. That person did it on purpose. His target was the ore. You've been fooled. He worked it out in about 4 seconds because it is not complicated once you know the number. The account was anonymous and already closed. Of course it was. Investigate. Find out where a large quantity of obsidian mother is being sold. Whoever bought that ore has to sell it. And this stays quiet. Nobody else hears about it. Because he was at a delicate stage of some negotiation and could not afford noise. Brother, that's probably difficult. Gao Feng smiled without any humor. Several merchant ships were nearby. They were all terrified and ran, and none of them left images. That is not because merchants are honorable. Leaving an image is easy and sells well, and offending the man in that image ends your trade forever. He dared to rob the treasure pavilion. Small associations were not going to test him. Warn them not to talk nonsense or they'll regret it. Then Ziharan went through his enemies, and there is a long list, particularly from a few centuries back, when he sold an incomplete secret realm map to a great many people at extortionate prices, and a great many world lords died in it, and several more never recovered. Chen Guoliang was not on the list, because Chen Guoliang was still in the Ganwu secret realm and did not dare come out. Jian brought me the news personally, with a jug of wine, in the delighted tone of a man carrying a gift. That treasure pavilion is in trouble. One of their merchant ships was robbed near Ganwu City. The whole caravan wiped out, including a world lord. Heh, is that so? I sipped. Those who do many evil deeds will surely perish. It seems they've cheated too many people and finally got their comeuppance. A planet-destroying cannon, apparently, straight into the hull. What a deep grudge. They'll behave themselves for a while and Brother Guoliang can relax a little. He was genuinely happy for me. Since they've provoked such a figure, I said, the stock will fall. How about we short it a few times and make some pocket money? Ah. Brilliant idea. I hadn't thought of it. He immediately started thinking about it. However, the stock market is risky and investment requires caution. It was suppressed quickly. The rumors are speculation. It may not affect the price. They might even support the market. In that case, shorting loses money, which was a correct and sophisticated analysis by a man who had understood the opportunity in under a second. Never mind that. As long as it annoys the treasure pavilion, that's what matters. We make money if we can, and if we lose a little, we lose a little. In that case, I'll play along. And I contacted my dedicated bank representative, Mei Ling, whose avatar is a slender young woman built to a specification that matched my taste closely enough that I have always wondered whether the bank did that on purpose. Dear Mr. Chen Guoliang, how can I help? I want to short the treasure pavilion on the Ganwu Universe Country Exchange. 20 hun yuan, 5 times leverage. 20 hun yuan was most of my savings. 5 times leverage makes it 100 hun yuan of exposure, and if that stock rises 20%, I am liquidated and I own nothing. Mr. Chen Guoliang, this is your account's first stock transaction, so a risk assessment is required. Furthermore, according to system analysis, this transaction carries very high risk. As your dedicated representative, it is necessary to advise you to calm down. She has a very pleasant voice. Even her refusals are pleasant. There's no rule saying the assessment is mandatory. As for the risk, you're my personal representative. Do what I tell you. Very well, Mr. Chen. Since Mei Ling cannot persuade you, we'll do as you say. I hope Mr. Chen makes a fortune. Thank you for the kind words. The order went in. Then I looked at the chart, and I have to give the man credit. In 30,000 years, Ziharan took a listed company from 1,000 hun yuan of market value to nearly 20,000. 20-fold. He is genuinely good at business. And after a scandal that killed a world lord, the stock went up by a fraction of a percent. Because the interstellar market is not the market you're imagining. People hold a single stock for tens of thousands of years. Daily movement is meaningless. It takes something enormous to move that needle. Fine. I would provide something enormous. Some months later, I went out of the secret realm, and Jian insisted on coming with me. Brother Guoliang, in Ganwu City, we absolutely do not separate. Even if Ziharan wants to attack you quietly, he'll hesitate with me beside you. By then, the clone had done it a second time, far away, in a mid-sized nation, and taken another 16 hun yuan. Brother Guoliang, you don't know, another treasure pavilion ship was hit not long ago, 2 in a row. Ziharan must be furious. I'm genuinely afraid he'll do something desperate. I bought a treasure that assists a plant life form's evolution. 10 hun yuan, almost everything I had left, which requires context, because this is the least glamorous economic fact in my life. The star-eating grass had 72 vines. Getting a 72-vine specimen to World Lord is not guaranteed by any amount of money. It is a probability. If you want certainty, you need tens of thousands of chaos elements, which is a number I cannot say without laughing. So I had thrown at it both returns of Jin Qi divine water, 100 hun yuan of stolen ore, and now this. For a chance. Even now, as a World Lord acknowledged by an origin law, raising a plant life form is the single most expensive thing I do. I can only do my best, I told it. I hope you can fight for it too. I had also, that same evening, quietly collected everything the clone had taken out of Fangji's hands in a place with nobody in it. Fangji, well done. Go back to my clone. It is my honor to serve my master. Then I dumped an entire mountain of ore into a pond of divine water and said, Star eating. I've done my best. Now, it's up to you. A year after that, a plane B-6 ship landed at a commercial world called Yingpo Planet inside the Zichin Universe country, and two people came down, an armored man and a pale lizard man. My lords, annual birthing for a ship of this rank is 1,000 Zichin coins. Fang Ji flicked a single Ganwu coin into the man's hand without being asked, and the port official became extremely happy because one Ganwu coin is 1,000 Zichin at the official rate and 1,200 privately, and the difference was several days of his wages. My lord, I've confirmed it, Fang Ji said on the street. The Treasure Pavilion branch on Yingpo Planet is important. They usually hold at least 20 hun yuan of goods. Moreover, Yingpo Planet is a busy commercial world with fast information. If something happens here, even with an undying behind them, suppressing the news will be difficult. That was the entire point. I had taken 2 ships in the dark where nobody could confirm anything. This time I wanted witnesses. The strongest being on that planet was a world lord. Welcome to the Treasure Pavilion. The staff at the door bowed with genuine professionalism. Get your boss out here. Fang Ji let a universe rank 8 aura off, and nobody came near. A handsome man with pointed elf ears came down the stairs and pressed that aura flat without effort. Gentlemen, if you'd like to purchase supplies, I'm happy to assist. Please do not frighten the other customers. Heh, we really can't involve others. Then, you're the owner of this treasure pavilion? I am. Then hand over every treasure in it. I am Tang Hu, a star pirate. What? And I watched him assemble 2 incidents and 1 armored man into a conclusion, and the conclusion was correct, and he turned around and ran. Do you think you can get away? The world projection came down and pinned a domain lord to the floor, and everybody else in the building lost consciousness, which was mercy, because a world lord's projection appearing indoors is not survivable if he doesn't want it to be. My lord, you can't do this. Our treasure pavilion is backed by an undying spiritual god. Why does everyone say that to me? I said. So what if you have an undying spiritual god? Can he catch me? The blade took the arm holding the ring, and the ring came to me, and it had less than 5 hun yuan in it. Where are the rest of the goods? Sir, that's all of it. The other arm. The next cut is your head. The one after that is your life core. Think carefully. Sir, this really is everything. The only other things are bank accounts. Then the head. You're quite loyal, I said. Do you know the price of loyalty? A domain lord with an intact core does not need a head. What he does need is for nobody to go through his memories, which is a thing Heart Soul does, and which is considerably worse than the interrogation. Then I broke the core, and a man with a 1,000,000-year lifespan stopped existing. I finished the core staff, because I had just read exactly who they were and what they had been doing. The waiters and the day labor I left alone. Upstairs, I blew open a box and found a world ring holding more than 30 hun yuan, which was considerably more than Fang Ji's intelligence had suggested. 35 hun yuan for one afternoon, and then a world projection covered the entire building. Any friends who come to my Yingpo planet, please give me Cedric some face. The 3-story treasure pavilion came apart under world power and the clone went up into the air. Cedric, this is a personal matter between me and the treasure pavilion. I advise you to mind your own business. You came to my planet, ruined half my street, and now I'm meddling? He raised a great sword. That's the only reason he is alive. Decades of adventuring had given him a sense for danger, and he got that sword up in advance, and even so he went backward like a cannon shot and into a 100-meter building. Such a fast cut. He did not come back out. What treasure pavilion? What Yingpo planet? Compared to my own life, none of that matters. And I let him go, glanced at him once, put a white diamond of a ship in the sky, and left. That is an E-class automaton vessel, and one shot from it removes Yingpo planet from the record. He worked that out about 4 seconds after I was gone, and stood there sweating. Who on earth is this person, and who did the treasure pavilion offend? He had his intelligent life pull the rumors and found 2 prior incidents. So their target is only the treasure pavilion. It has nothing to do with Yingpo planet. And then Cedric, who I have never met and rather admire, worked out how to recover his losses. Lux, buy treasure pavilion stock. No, short it. How much? All in. All in. Then he made no attempt to contain the story. He explained the ruined street as a private feud and said the neighboring shops had been caught in it and their losses were their own problem since it was their choice to open next to the treasure pavilion. At that exact hour, in a floating office over Ganwu City, Zi Horan was in the most important meeting of his life. Mr. Alistair, you've seen the data. Our treasure pavilion has an enormous advantage. In 30,000 years, we went from 1,000 hun yuan to 20,000, 20-fold. And that was with limited funds and slow expansion. With help from the Virtual Universe Corporation, in 10,000 years at most, we increased 10-fold again. He was talking too fast, which is unusual for an undying. and the reason is that he was addressing several world lords and one domain lord from the corporation's commerce division stationed in the nation, and they held the pen. Mr. Z. Haoran, it is undeniable that the treasure pavilion is developing well and has great potential. Very gentle. However, recently, your company seems to have encountered a small problem. If it is not resolved, that is very risky for investors. Mr. Alistair, I don't know what rumors you've heard. Everything is fine. The stock is calm. What trouble could there be? Really? I heard your cargo ships have been hijacked twice. Could this be deliberate retaliation? Rumors, absolutely rumors. Someone knows I plan to collaborate with you and is spreading this to sow discord. You know how business competition works. Whether or not it's a rumor, I'm sure an undying spiritual god can resolve it. Then, mildly, however, according to our assessment, we can invest at most twice the offer, and we would require 51%. Twice is far too low. 5 times is the minimum. Even without risk warnings, 5 is very difficult. Now it's impossible. 4 is acceptable. That's the bottom line. And then he said the honest thing, which is the thing that tells you who he actually was. Besides making money, my goal is to get my brother into the Doomsday Secret Realm. I'll make him the manager of the new company. Alistair consulted his colleagues. Their target had been 3 to 4 all along. They were going to take it. And then an assistant leaned in and said something. Alistair went into the virtual universe, checked, frowned, and stood up. Mr. Z. Haoran, it seems our negotiations will have to be put on hold. Why? We were having a very pleasant conversation. Just look at the news. It's already on the front page of the Ganwu Universe country. And they left. The treasure pavilion on Yingpo planet has been looted and the entire street destroyed. The planet's owner Cedric states that this is a private dispute between a star pirate and the treasure pavilion, with no wider implications for the business environment. Text, images, video. He put his hand through a negotiating table. No matter who you are, I will make sure you suffer. They put out a wanted notice. It has a picture of a man in armor with only the eyes visible. There is no name on it. It doesn't even say what he did. Yes, I said, looking at it. I'm wanted. Then, looks like I'm not wanted again. Fang Zhu, on the other hand, had been drawn in loving detail. I should have made him wear armor too. The philosophy of the entire campaign is one sentence, so here it is. So what if he is an undying spiritual god? Without a clone, he can protect exactly one place at a time. And I checked the stock. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the treasure pavilion was falling. Only 7%, which meant they were still holding it up with their own money. But on 100 hun yuan of exposure, 7% is 7 hun yuan in an afternoon. 3 days later, it was 21%, because once holders smell a collapse, they stop being investors and become a stampede. My 20 hun yuan had doubled. Teacher, what are you looking at so happily? Su Rong and Su Qing were standing in front of me, and Su Qing was holding a plate. Treasure pavilion stock, down 7%. If you two have money, buy some, but make sure you short it. Don't get it wrong. Really, teacher? You can make money from it? Su Qing's eyes had gone extremely round. There's a 98% chance of profit. They offended a ruthless person and are being retaliated against. They're only holding the market up by force, and they can't hold it long, which is the only time in my life I have used the phrase 98% approvingly. I'll go buy some right away. I've never bought stocks before. Stocks are very risky. Don't buy randomly. Su Rong was already tired. Just do exactly as the teacher said and short. Su Qing disconnected for a while, came back and put the plate down beside me. Teacher, try my cooking. The pastries were, I have to admit, extremely good. I do not like sweet things, and I ate too. Teacher. She glanced at her sister, got a look back, and said it. I want to become your student. Ah. So that's what they'd been whispering about. She is also, for the record, a third-class genius, and I was never going to say no. Have you practiced Thunderlight Flash? Teacher, I've already reached the 2nd level. She moved, and 3 phantoms came off her. That is better than my eldest disciple and behind Orion, who was at 5, and which I knew immediately was the product of a great deal of private coaching from her sister. Not bad. Teacher, you agreed? Didn't you already call me teacher? That's different. I want to be your real disciple. Su Rong sighed the sigh of an older sibling. The teacher has already agreed. Really? Is the teacher really there? Really, I promise. Consider it payment for eating your pastries. She went straight up in the air and hugged her sister. Sister, I did it! The teacher is still here. Be composed. Then Su Rong pushed her off and bowed to me, properly, with everything in it. Teacher, Su Qing is my only family. She is innocent and kind and naive. I am about to go to the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters, and Su Qing is the only person I worry about. With you taking care of her, I will have no more worries. Su Qing is very sensible and doesn't need much taking care of. She's been taking care of me. Her cooking is excellent. Even if you wanted to take her away, I'd be reluctant. Hey, sister, don't worry. I'll take good care of the teacher. Su-rong shook her head and said nothing more. Her teacher was the most composed person she had ever met. Even facing the threat of an undying spiritual god, he did not move. And then, standing there, memories came back that Su-ching is too young to have. Su-rong remembers all of them. She has to become strong. She absolutely has to. That is exactly what she thought, in exactly those words, and it took me 200 more years to find out what she was remembering. Far away, in a holy land in the Black Dragon Mountain starfield, at a banquet, a bald, hook-nosed old man stood up and shouted, "Lord God, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. Alaric, what good news? Is your daughter pregnant with a prince?" That was Theron, a world lord and the god lord's sworn brother, who is permitted to say things like that. My daughter married his majesty only last year. It can't be that fast. Don't laugh at me. It isn't that. Then tell us. The Black Dragon Mountain. God Lord's enormous pupils gleamed faintly red. My lord, didn't you tell me to keep an eye on Ziharan? He must have offended someone, because his treasure pavilion has been attacked repeatedly. Even the Zekin branch was razed, the stock has collapsed, and they're on the verge of bankruptcy. Really? Is that so? A wisp of the God Lord's consciousness went into the virtual universe, because Black Dragon Mountain is remote and the news travels slowly out there. And then he laughed for a long time. That bastard deserved it. He thought he could act with impunity because he joined the Ganwu country lord's ranks. I knew somebody would make him pay eventually, and Theron's face went ugly. That Ziharan deserves to die. My second brother was severely injured because of him. Most of a world lord's lifespan gone. He won't live tens of thousands of years. If I break through to undying, he will pay in blood. Theron, my brother. The God Lord's voice changed. If it weren't for the Black Dragon Mountain Empire pressing down on me, I would have avenged Gareth already. But even giving it everything, I might not kill Ziharan. And then our empire is finished. Don't worry. If I get the chance, I will not let that bastard go. Gareth is my brother. Then Theron changed the subject, because he had noticed himself getting loud. Didn't second brother say he wanted a disciple to inherit his legacy? I've spotted a promising talent. Who? The emperor of an elementary universe country under our empire. I met him in the killing field. Good talent, currently universe rank 7, metal domain at the peak of the 8th. Most importantly, he has a strong will. Even facing my pressure, he stayed calm. The God Lord became very interested. A universe rank unmoved by your pressure. That's willpower enough for World Lord at least. Talent is a bit lacking, but talent can be compensated for and willpower cannot be acquired. This little one will be a Realm Lord at minimum, and perhaps he has the potential for World Lord. Then, tell Gareth to consider it himself. If he's satisfied, take him as a disciple. Having a disciple would be good. It might cheer him up. Gareth is in a very bad state. The emperor they were discussing is my son. 3 years later, my lightning origin law was at 25%, and I got 2 calls at once, which never happens. My son and my father-in-law, together. I changed into a fresh mentor's uniform before I answered, which I want on the record as the only time in my life I have done that. Then I appeared in a house I own on Black Dragon Sky Island, and 2 men looked at the 3 gold leaves on my chest and stopped functioning. 3 leaves. 3-leaf Ganwu practitioner. Guoliang, you're a world lord? Arthur has been stuck at Domain Lord for 300,000 years. He knows precisely what that badge costs. Chen Weilin just stared. It had been less than 50 years. The cultivation conditions in the Ganwu secret realm were favorable, I said, and I was fortunate with some resources. That's what I say, and which everyone accepts, and which will keep working until it doesn't. The reason they'd called was that a powerful figure in golden armor had approached my son in the killing field and asked to take him as a disciple, and had not given a name, and had not pushed. Do you have footage? No. We met in the virtual universe. How could I dare record in front of someone like that? It's all right. Don't refuse yet. From your description, he's a world lord. Perhaps I can ask the Black Dragon God Lord. Father, you can contact the Black Dragon God? Nearly half the annual revenue of the Maple Leaf Empire goes to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. My son, an emperor, had met the Black Dragon Mountain Emperor exactly once, and had never in his life been within 100 worlds of the God Lord. I don't have his contact details, but perhaps I could visit as a 3-leaf Ganwu practitioner. Arthur put a hand on his grandson's shoulder. Weilin, you're an emperor, and your knowledge is far inferior to your grandfather's. A 3-leaf is a person of such status that if he offers a visit, the Black Dragon God generally does not refuse. So I filed a request through normal diplomatic channels, and the officials handled it on the spot and did not dare do otherwise, and I was received the next day. The Black Dragon Mountain God Lord is a tall thing covered in black dragon scale with horns, sitting in a great hall with a dozen world lords standing around him. Chen Guoliang pays respects to the Black Dragon God. A slight bow. As a three-leaf representing an official body, that is the correct depth, and both of us knew it. Chen Guoliang, the great axe from 80,000 years ago. He looked at me for a while. I never imagined you were a three-leaf. Receiving your invitation startled me. They have an intelligence service. They had pulled everything about me from before I joined the dojo, which is a considerable file. I broke through with resources from the Ganwu secret realm. I dare not compare myself to the God Lord. They sat me on his left, which put my seat second in that hall, and even Theron had no objection because I was a guest representing an institution. You've been to the Ganwu secret realm? I am not very talented, but Marquis Silvermoon valued me. I currently serve as a special grade mentor there, primarily teaching her disciple. The room changed temperature, because Marquis Silvermoon is one of the 300 under the Ganwu country lord, and the Black Dragon Mountain God Lord has to look up at her. Haha. Brother Guoliang is truly extraordinary. What brings you here? If there is trouble in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, I'll do what I can. Nothing serious. A small matter about my son, Chen Weilan. A powerful figure wants to take him as a disciple and hasn't left a name. He laughed enormously and pointed at Theron. Your son is the one he spotted, though it isn't this one who wants him. It's another brother of mine, named Gareth. Also a world lord, at the peak, and gravely injured. Nobody knows how much time he has. Brother Guoliang, what a coincidence. I never imagined the genius I found in the killing field was your offspring. Like father, like son. The God Lord was thoroughly enjoying himself. Brother Guoliang, consider it seriously. Although my brother doesn't have many years left, he is very powerful, second only to me. And his family is quite wealthy, which is not a subtle sentence. He was buying a relationship, and the price he was offering was his own brother's estate, and the reason was very simple. A special grade mentor of the Ganwu secret realm is a person who can quietly look after any Black Dragon Mountain child who ever gets in there. Since that figure is the God Lord's brother, this is Ling Xiao's good fortune. How could I refuse? And here is the arithmetic I did in my head, and I am going to say it out loud because I said everything else. A living teacher is good, a dead teacher is better. And none of them compare to a teacher who is about to die, because a man with a few thousand years left and nothing to leave behind will give a disciple everything he has and everything he knows immediately without holding anything in reserve for himself. I sold my son into that arrangement with my eyes open, and it was the best thing I ever did for him. There was a banquet, obviously. The God Lord opened a bottle of spirit drunk, which is 800 yuan in the virtual universe and 8,000 in reality, and every world lord in the room made a noise. I exchanged contacts with every single person there, and the Maple Leaf Empire received a permanent and total tax exemption, which I did not ask for. Afterward, when the hall emptied, I stayed. Brother Black Dragon, do you know Si Haran? His eyes went red immediately. Of course I know him. I will not forget him if I'm reduced to ash. That bastard cost my brother most of his lifespan and nearly killed him. There is no reconciling. I have a grudge against him too. What? How? So I told him, leaving out the water and calling it a treasure useful against an undying. He put his hand flat on the table. From anyone else I wouldn't believe behavior that shameless. From Z Haran it makes perfect sense. That man will do anything for profit. He sold a fake secret realm map at enormous prices to countless people. My brother lost most of his lifespan to a trap in that place. Then more quietly, if he hadn't sided with the Lord of Ganwu country, half the sector would have come for him already. Brother Guoliang, you're safe in the secret realm. Be careful outside. His company is almost finished. He may do something desperate. It's nothing. I waved it off. I won't be leaving for a long time, and before long, even with 10 times the courage, he won't dare lay a hand on me. Oh, he considered me. It seems Brother Guoliang has some cards. Your Majesty should know the answer in a few days. Because the genius battle was coming, and once Su Rong takes first place in the universe, the status of the man who taught her changes permanently, and the Ganwu country lord, a man buried in debt who is waiting on nothing but talent to dig himself out, is going to want to know who I am. Although I'm not afraid of him, I said, he's a menace, and I'm concerned he'll target my son and my father-in-law to pressure me. Brother Guoliang, don't worry. As long as they're in the capital of Black Dragon Mountain, I guarantee their safety. And if you're still worried, let them stay inside my divine kingdom. That is an extraordinary thing to offer, because a divine kingdom is the single most private place an undying has. Thank you, Brother Black Dragon. You're joking, the enemy of my enemy, and your son is my brother's disciple. Of course I won't stand by. Then I went and gave Arthur a dragon soul jade and told him it was my old one, half used up, because if I told him I'd bought it fresh, he would have refused it and then felt guilty about it for a century. He worked it out afterward, obviously, and gave me an extremely long lecture about how a domain lord of 300,000 years can tell an intact treasure from a used one, and then went into seclusion to nourish his soul. Let me total the campaign, since we're here. Over 3 years, the clone hit 11 treasure pavilion branches in a row and took roughly 300 hun yuan. Every remaining store closed and hid its stock so thoroughly that I could not find any of it. The stock market gave me another 200, plus the ore. Approximately 600 hun yuan out of one company by one man with a second body because an undying who cannot be in two places got angry at somebody who could, and then the sky changed. Teacher, hurry to the virtual universe, the world has changed. Su Qing came running in with a plate, as always. Every single place in the virtual universe, every nation, every corner, anywhere a person could connect, had a banner across the sky. A battle of the ultimate human geniuses in the universe. Once every 5,000 years. It is about to begin. Are you a genius? 1 in a million? If you can't find an opponent in reality, come and participate. Here you'll find geniuses from every nation in the universe, so you won't have trouble finding an opponent. Want to join the Virtual Universe Corporation? Then join the Genius Battle. Outside in the community, the extremely private neighbors had all come out of their houses to talk to each other, which I had never seen. 5,000 years already. Last time was the giant axe arena's turn. My youngest entered. Too young. Eliminated in the preliminaries. Ha ha ha. I competed too. In my mid-sized nation, I had no rivals at my level, so I thought it'd be easy, and I got taken apart in the arena. I wasn't as lucky as you. I broke through to universe rank right before it and got locked out. You're bragging. With your level, you'd have been a disaster. Forget the universe. Our own nation is full of them. Have you even comprehended a fundamental law at stellar rank? No, not at all. Then what kind of ranking are you talking about? Teacher, this genius battle is huge. Su Qing, still chewing. How much money do we need? The Virtual Universe Corporation runs it. Why would it need money? Teacher, can I participate? You? I looked at my youngest disciple. Give up before you're discouraged. At most, you'd pass the national preliminaries. Which was generous. She and her sister are the same blood and opposite people. Su Rong is diligent. Su Qing is not. She had, at that point, an 8th level domain and almost no combat experience, and in the secret realm qualification, she had frankly cheated her way through on movement. Are there any rewards for passing the preliminaries? Her priorities have never once wavered. No. Never mind then, I won't participate. I'll watch my sister with the teacher. Then the sky over the Ganwu secret realm went dark, and an enormous, indistinct figure appeared in it, and every stellar genius in that place went to their knees at the same moment, because the greatest ruler of the Ganwu universe country was speaking. You are the most outstanding geniuses in my Ganwu universe country. I hope you will occupy at least 90% of the final 1,000 places. Then, more quietly, go, child. And he was gone. The Ganwu country lord is indeed still alive, I thought, watching thousands of geniuses being moved out. He must be deep in a very long stretch of paying off debts. I very much wanted him to be alive. Joining the dojo was about finding geniuses. It was also about eventually standing behind a high-level universe exalt. In this universe, not having a powerful backer is a terrible thing. Before they left, I called my two. This genius battle. Are you confident? Tianlong was honest, which is what he is. Teacher, I have some confidence. Not much. There are hundreds in the Ganwu secret realm alone stronger than me, and there are 1,008 universe nations. If I'm lucky, I make the 1,000-person national list. Beyond that, I'm not confident. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th domain, and neither had scratched an origin law, which against genuine law geniuses is not a competition. Orion did not agree. Teacher, I'm confident. I will pass the preliminaries, and then there are 3 years of finals. In those 3 years, I will master the lightning origin law, and I will break into the top 1,000 of the entire universe. Both of them were right in different ways, and I told them so. I don't have high expectations. Take the national list. Even if you don't rank at the end, attending an event like that will widen your eyes. Then I gave them each a long polygonal pillar radiating purple. Purple jade mysterious thunder crystal, born in a secret realm. It contains rudimentary secret patterns of the lightning origin law. Use it as a reference. It's expensive, and I only bought 2, and the patterns on each are different, so exchange them and improve your odds. And I went to Su Rong and found Marquis Silvermoon standing in her manor. Greetings, Lord Marquis Silvermoon. Mentor Chen Guoliang, do you have something to say to Su Rong? The genius battle is close. I meant to give her some final pointers. Since Lord Marquis Silvermoon is here, there's no need. I've said what I needed to. As her mentor, you should say a few words of encouragement. I'll go so as not to disturb you. And she drifted out, which I want noted, because an undying spiritual god gave a domain lord's worth of a man the room to say goodbye to his own student. Su Rong, #1 in the entire universe. Is the pressure a lot? Teacher. Su Su Rong has made thorough preparations. She was not nervous. She was lit up. According to Marquis Silvermoon's estimate, barring the unforeseen, first place is Su Rong's. Then I gave her the broken piece of Dragon Soul Jade I had been wearing for years. This is what I used to break through to World Lord. Most of the Dragon Soul power is still in it. Carry it for the next 3 years. Combined with the Void Eye, your soul will hold against anything in that competition, because her movement was untouchable, and her strike was untouchable, and the one place she was thin was her soul, and there are illusionists in this universe who win on exactly that. Thank you, teacher. Don't worry about Suqing. With me, she'll probably get lazier, and she'll definitely have fun. I turned to go. Just go forward. The primitive mystical region is your actual stage. Thank you, teacher. She bowed all the way down, and when she straightened up, I was gone. And then she looked at the mountain and said, to nobody, teacher, I will take first place in the entire universe, and that Si Haran, he bullied you, teacher. I will avenge you. I did not hear that. If I had, I would have been extremely moved, and also I would have had to explain that at no point in that entire conflict had I been the one getting bullied. The rebate for those 3 gifts came in that night. The purple jade crystals returned 2 cubic meters of thunder source crystal, 2 cubic meters. Last time I got a fragment the size of a thumbnail, and it made me a genius of the lightning law. Does this system genuinely intend to force me into it? I cut a piece off and integrated it, and the change is easiest to describe as eyesight. At the start, I was a blind man with his hands on an elephant, holding one small piece of truth. After the first crystal, I was a man with terrible vision who could make out shapes, which was already a genius by local standards. After this one, things had edges. If I put that entire slab into my body, I would see it clearly. My achievements are entirely due to my own hard work, I thought, looking at the mountain. The Dragon Soul Jade returned an immortal soul-soothing grass, which required a search, and my clearance had risen far enough that the search worked. It is not, as the name suggests, a thing immortals use. It is a thing that carries a peak World Lord's soul through its final transformation, one of the barriers to undying, which taught me something else incidentally. After you achieve immortality, the soul stops being a soul. It dissolves into every wisp of divine power in the body. That's why every top human genius arranges a trip to Chaos City before breaking through. Because it is only before immortality, while the soul is still a separate thing, that the Lord of Chaos City can look at it and confirm whether it is a human soul or something wearing one. Afterward, nobody can tell, even him. So there are 4 barriers to undying: a complete low-level law, 100 times physical force, the complete transformation of the soul, and the shattering of the life core. I had law handled. I had a slab of crystal for it and a road. Force, 94 times, with the 10 revolutions at the final level and 1 step to finish. Soul. I am not of earth blood, so soul and will are my weak place, and now I had the grass, plus years of 1,000 threads soul refining, plus the reincarnation illusions. And the core. My human body's core is ordinary, and I can break it, and there is a question mark over the clones. But a man who has analyzed the essences of time can build a technique for that. I was, in summary, 1 step inside the gate of immortality. Then the preliminaries started. Tian Long drew World Zone 88, Orion 71, Su Rong 12. The mentor's hall was full. Li Wei, Jian, Blood Pupil, everyone I knew, and a great many I didn't. Orion, in a wasteland zone, killed on the first day, and kept killing. Over a dozen geniuses went down under twin blades in one engagement, and he was inside the top 10,000 before most people had oriented themselves. As expected of the Blade Clan, said Jian. A born warrior. Tianlong was in dense jungle, hidden in a hollow tree, cultivating. Ha ha ha. Brother Guoliang, your 2 disciples have very different personalities. One is desperately killing, and one is hiding and quietly studying. Then I switched to Zone 12 and stopped talking. It was a battle between hundreds of thousands of geniuses on an enormous rooftop, and in the middle of it there was a woman with 9 illusory bodies, each one holding a wind thunder sword. The first level of that sword is an area technique, and 9 of them fired at once, and geniuses went down in rows like harvested wheat. 9 illusory bodies? She had been hiding it. Of course she had. She looked from above, like something out of a war rather than a competition, and the hall behind me started talking all at once, because every mentor there had come to watch the #1 genius of the secret realm and had just been shown considerably more than they expected. 200,000 points. First in Zone 12 with no argument. The movement technique Her Highness is using must be Instructor Chen Guoliang's. One of the lightning mentors said it out loud and looked over at me. It is extraordinary. The application of the lightning law is meticulous. Even without deep comprehension, one could dodge powerfully with this. What's truly remarkable, said someone else, is that Mentor Guoliang didn't hoard it. He passed it to all his students. My own disciple learned it and rates it extremely highly. Heh heh. Her Highness Su Rong was already the #1 genius of the Ganwu secret realm. From your boasting, one would think Chen Guoliang made her #1. That was Blood Pupil, a world lord I had never had one conversation with, who had recently been seen in the company of Ziharan. Jian did not even turn his head fully. Blood Pupil. Has Ziharan already agreed to take you in as his dog? Why are you this happy to help him bite people? Jian knows Marquis Mingguang personally, is not afraid of Ziharan, and could beat Blood Pupil comfortably because there is a very wide range inside the phrase acknowledged by an origin law. 60 is a pass. 99 is also a pass. Blood Pupil's face went gray, and several other mentors looked at him with open dislike because whatever any of them thought about Ziharan, siding with an outsider against a colleague is a category of behavior with a name. Chen Guoliang, are you going to hide behind Jian? Do you dare come to the arena and fight me, which is a trap so old it has moss on it? Heh heh, what is the advantage in that? There is no benefit. I expose my strength for nothing. Blood Pupil, you know I've only just broken through to World Lord and you challenge me, and you don't dare compete with Brother Jian. You and your master have really learned this habit of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I did not refuse, which was worse than refusing, and the laughter from the other mentors was unkind and prolonged. He snorted and vanished, and did not raise it again. Elsewhere, he reported. My lord, I provoked Chen Guoliang as you instructed. That fellow is a coward and won't fight me. I suppose I'm overthinking it. Shi Haoran rubbed his temples, and there was exhaustion in it. Those years had been very hard on him. The listed company he founded had collapsed and delisted. Every store outside the Ganwu continent was closed. The corporation investment had evaporated, and he could not find the person doing it. That man fired and moved and was never where he stationed people. He had considered me, naturally, but the more times it happened, the less I fit, because the attacker's strength was far beyond a newly minted world lord. He had not, however, quite let it go, because he had offended a great many people over the years, and after joining the Ganwu country lord, not one of them had dared do anything for a very long peaceful time. And then he provoked Chen Guoliang, and everything went wrong at once. That is a bit too much of a coincidence. That is why there had been a test that afternoon. Back in the hall, they were watching Su Rong use the second level of the Wind Thunder Sword on 7 domain geniuses at levels 8 and 9 who had surrounded her, and delete all 7 in one motion. There's no doubt. First in Zone 12. With that level, competing is a waste of her time. She should just cultivate for 3 years. Orion is doing well, 521st. As long as he doesn't meet someone who's crossed the law threshold, the arena is a formality. Jian was tracking my disciple for me. The number of astral ranks who've died at his hands has passed 100,000. That Tianlong is in a world of trouble. I switched. Deep forest. My eldest disciple moving through it at full speed, pursued by a blonde boy riding a psychic weapon. Don't struggle. You can't escape my Qian's grasp. He waved a hand, and the cloud shuttle became countless golden swords, a meteor shower, straight at Tianlong's back. That boy has stepped into the gold origin law, said Jian. Only a trace of it, but Tianlong is no match, and the key is, he's a psyker, he can't even run away. Then, checking, he's a genius of the giant dragon universe country. A pity he didn't join us. After this, we'll certainly bring him into the secret realm. That's not an invitation. Once you step into an origin law, the 3 undying of the Ganwu secret realm require you, unless you're good enough to take a top 1,000 slot and go to the virtual universe core instead. Though this Qian only has a trace of it, he'll peak at the national top 1,000. I did not doubt Jian. Across the entire universe, there are at least 500,000 geniuses in that competition who have entered the threshold of an origin law. A trace is not a ticket. Damn it, said Tianlong on the ground. I don't even have many points. Why are you chasing me? 3 phantoms, dodging, shifting into the left one, still running. Passing the preliminaries is easy for me, Qian called down cheerfully. Only hunting a master like you is exciting. Neuropath. He tumbled out of the way and a tree came down behind him, and in Zone 88 the trees are so dense that an ordinary stellar strike doesn't mark them, which tells you what was being thrown. It's fortunate we're in this forest, said Jian. Anywhere else he'd have died already. A miracle might happen, I said. Jian looked at me. Because I know that young man. His talent is behind Orion and behind Su Rong, and he has one specific quality, which is that when he is at the absolute end of himself, he produces something. On Huancai's star, he was 1 heartbeat from dying, and he came out of it with a domain. And here we were again. Same conditions. 9th level domain. A movement technique built on the lightning origin law, and a purple jade crystal he'd been staring at for months. The fact that he'd gone into a tree to study on the first day of a competition means he'd been close before it started. Brother Guoliang, do you really think Tianlong can turn this around and kill him? Jian shook his head gently. The way you do with a man who is fond of his students.